before everyone, and it's always laced with some disinformation, right? And that's what happened in the Garden of Eden. But they'll just kind of keep throwing this stuff at our society, this licentiousness, this scantily, this skanky clothing, the curse words in the rap songs. I mean, when all that stuff was coming out back in the 80s and 90s, and like Tipper Gore was fighting against it, believe it or not. Al Gore's wife was like, no, we can't have this, bad language and this gangster rap. And people were like, no, it's cool, we'll figure it out. And so, we allowed all this stuff, and now we're at this point where, like,
we didn't allow any of that stuff. It was all a conspiracy. Okay, the gangster rap, the music, it's all a conspiracy. Well, let me start with gangster rap. Gangster rap was started, like this. Prison industry talks to the music industry. Yeah. And says, hey, we need to keep these prisons full, right? So inspiring violence was the plan. Dr. Dre is the guy. So let's back up. Let's back up to the 70s. Same thing, right? The psychedelic era, right? The Aleister Crowley era, the heavy metal era. That's the 80s, but the 70s, going back to, say, what's his name? The Doors. What's something Canyon?
What he's saying is we allowed it.
The music,
no one ever said no.
Keep it from our children.
I wasn't even born when half this stuff was starting to transpire. I don't know how I allowed it. So
it's all about manipulating how you view the world. Think about this, right? In the 90s, what we were talking about just a minute ago, Bonk. In the 90s, Tipper Gore, blah, 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 what she was fighting for. That was a liberal Democrat, right? That was saying those things.
That's
the people in this very server fighting for the things we fight for. Back in the 90s, you were probably on the left. Today you're on the right.
I was a victim.
A lot of you guys are into patchouli oil, no wearing shoes, dreadlocks, and all that shit, right? You're a bunch of fucking hippies. You were a bunch of Democrats and liberals 20 years ago.
Yeah, but that's because if you're going to classify yourself left or right, you're putting yourself in a paradigm.
Yeah.
And
what I'm saying is that you're still the same person. It's just society and its morals and its beliefs and its ideals, whatever, all that bullshit constructs of men, they change and they change rapidly around you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
my ultimate point was that in the scenario,
a lot of self progress.
My ultimate point in that scenario was that men never said no. The good men in this country, I'm going to just deal with the United States, all right? We just didn't say no in the way we were supposed to say no because we kind of wanted in some ways what they were offering, right? We always do. Like they're offering something that innately in man, the natural man, the fleshly man, sort of wants. And so we'll compromise it. When if we would have been paying attention, if we were morally strong, spiritually strong, and we weren't fluoridated and trying to, just pay our taxes and work our asses off, we would have said, hell no, stop compromising our society, stop compromising our morality, because it always leads to destruction and death of the society itself. We should have kicked their teeth in. Instead, we said, whatever, I got to go to work tomorrow. I don't give a shit. And now we're at where we're at.
It's been, we never had control of anything. We were never in control of anything. We have always been controlled by them. I think that's another people think they're free when they're not free. They're saying the best slaves are the slaves that think he's free, right? That think they're free when they're not.
That they're slaves.
That don't know they're slaves, right? So
here in the States, we only had about 25 years of actual freedom, and then we were back under the crown.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So we've had true freedom. Yes, here in the States, we've had true freedom. It just didn't last very long.
That's an illusion.
I would agree with that. It's about 25, 30 years.
You never had true freedom. How can you ever have true freedom if the country that you claim to have true freedom in was set up by Freemasons and the Eastern Trading Company and the Merovingian and the Crown?
Cuddles is talking about not our generation, but a few generations back. That's what he's talking about. We haven't experienced it at all.
Me and Battlemod would actually probably agree on this, because me and Battlemod know the history here.
Yeah, well, the guy that just mentioned.
Somehow you think America is special, right?
I'm not gonna listen to Cuddles try to pull some kind of rank.
Is China wrong?
They're always trying to frame himself as a lawyer when he doesn't have any license or degree in law.
Well,
there is no need for a license to practice law, dude.
No, look,
red herring.
No, I wouldn't have said shit except for you just tried to pull some kind of authority or rank. No, you're gonna back off at that.
I'm not doing anything. I'm telling facts.
The point is these so-called laws, statutes, whatever, come from a justice system, right? That's not justice system. It's not for you. It's not justice for you. It's justice for Freemasons. Okay, I said it, for Freemasons. That all Freemasons are created equal. That's what the Constitution is about. It's not that all men are created equal, because we are not men to them, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, we're kind of useless eaters and breeders and stuff like that.
We're cattle.
Yeah.
That's what cattle is. You're a human resource. Think about what that means.
Yeah.
You're a slave. So you don't have any rights. Slaves don't have rights. They don't have nothing. They just do what they're told. And they think they have rights. They think they're manipulating and controlling and causing an effect, affecting policies or whatever. But you're just some guy who has to go to work every day. You pay taxes. You're too busy. When Jesus said, look, quit your job and come follow me. To a tax collector, Matthew, rich guy, and he left everything. I mean, hey, you want me to quit my job and let my kids starve? Do what you gotta do, bro. Life is life. I mean, what are we gonna do? We live in this world where we're being treated like this. Do we have to play the game? Do we have to play along? That's all I mean.
That's because we're barely acting.
I mean, there are things like teaching our kids that Santa Claus is bullshit and Christmas is bullshit and it's sun worship. Teaching our kids that the earth is not a ball. These are the things I think we can do to really affect change in our world. But arguing about laws and policies, who does that? Like people are watching sports. Nobody cares. It's coronavirus and everybody still wants to go watch sports and go clubbing. People want to get vaccinated so they can go clubbing, and then they close the club, but it's too late because you got vaccinated. You know what I'm saying? People are crazy.
Yep.
It's conditioned.
It's Babylon.
Sorry, my rant is over. My bad. I got a little.
No.
Because people keep saying America is this place, and what about Australia? What about China? What about the UK? What about these other places? What about Russia?
Babylon's invaded all of those places.
Yeah.
Most us Americans have an America-centric worldview.
This is true.
Just to be honest.
I mean, if you're a Bible believer, right, then you know that you are part of a different kingdom, that you shouldn't even be involved in these so-called, whatever systems they call the justice system, and they're so-called, you know what I mean? Like, we should be living that. We should be looking at people that way. Like, we're not part of any government here on earth. There's a name, and it's attached to your body, and that's all it is. It's just a name, and your body is
right, bro.
Not theirs.
But that's part of the problem that Scripture points out. Woe unto you, eterners! For you yourselves did not enter in the way, and you have hindered those who were entering. It's the same problem we had 2,000 years ago.
Right.
It's the Jesuits, it's the bar system, it's the Babylonians, the Romans, the Vatican. It's all the same shit. They're hindering people from getting to their lot, to entering into perfection. And perfection in multiple facets of your life looks different. Perfection for housing, guess what? You own the deed. You don't owe anyone anything because it is yours. There is no one to pay at the end of every year because nobody else has an interest in it. It's not theirs, it's yours. Where can you do that? What, Spain? Saudi Arabia? If you're a citizen born there, sure, you can do that. But that's there. What about the rest of us? The other 142 countries.
Well, what happens when I walk away? What happens when I decide to drop this name that I was born with and all the identifying stuff with it and just disassociate myself from it, right? What happens when my body just vanishes, right, from this name, and now they have this name? It's not mine, it's theirs. I don't care what they do with it, right? Because it's how they track the body that I call me. So that name is not, me. It's their stuff. It's their thing, not mine. I don't care if they say, "Look, you owe this much money." I was like, I don't give a shit. I don't owe it. That name owes it. You guys deal with that name, that corporation. I don't give a shit. I'm just me. I'm just gonna go. My name is now Batman. You must call me.
They took your God-given name and your family name, and they incorporated it, and they turned it into.
Yeah, my name is Spartacus.
But that's part of
good
the
idea.
problem.
It just makes it hard to work in commerce. I mean, that's about the only thing. It just makes it harder for you to get a bank account and work in commerce. But I guess at the end of the day, there are ways around that. But it's just kind of how much trouble do you really want to go through?
Render to Caesar.
Association.
Right? Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God's, which is your body, your service, your mind, your time. That thing. Yeah, pay the taxes or get rid of it. Get rid of the name. Up to you. But that's why it's like playing the game.
Right, but you're talking about it playing a game that most people don't even comprehend. Income tax isn't even a thing. The definition of income, most people couldn't tell you what it means. And it's not your wages. It's not what you earn from a job. Right? There's the only clue I'm giving anybody.
It's because the Pope tells you to pay taxes. That's why.
All IRS taxes are voluntary. They stopped printing that in their books in the 2019 edition. If you go and look in the 2018, 2017, and before, it's right there. Page 1, page 105, chapter 3, chapter 7. It's there. It's voluntary.
Think about that movie Unforgiven. Just build a cabin somewhere in the middle of nowhere and just live there with my family and my guns. My computers.
This is the thing, though. I want to bring things back to the way that we were supposed to go to enter into perfection that the Eterners are keeping us from. But everybody seems to want to get off onto weird shit. There's a solution to the problem that we all see.
I think Flat Earth has helped me see the. Yeah, Flat Earth has helped me see the way very clearly now. Like before, I was always questioning, is it real though, God? This Bible. And Flat Earth blew it out of the water.
Flat Earth brings it all together, huh?
Yeah,
it really
God
does.
showed us this.
Everything makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, with the illusion of freedom, it's really easy to see if anybody does any actual study on the law of flags and any history study on flags, that the flag that's flying here in the States isn't even American. It doesn't even belong to this country.
It's Indian Trading Company flag.
Look,
Company.
When you say I'm American, what do you say? That's what I asked myself when I was in the Navy. When I say I am American, when other people say, "You American?" When I go to foreign countries, when I come here, go back to you fucking Yank. Like, what do people think about when you say I'm American, and what do you think when you say I am American? Sounds very patriotic, right? I mean, it sounds very cultish. Very
sounds like you have
very tribal. Well, it sounds tribalistic. It sounds like I'm American and I'm better than you, Chinaman. What does the Chinaman think? Oh, you Americans so stupid. China number one. China, you know what I mean? See the false dichotomy here? Like, People are hating each other because of government systems, because of the way their governments govern them and the beliefs, democracy versus communism versus capitalism. But yet those systems don't even exist. Everyone lives in the same system, right in the middle.
In Spanish, you could say, I'm American.
Americano.
No. That's not even funny. It's not even funny.
American.
You know what American even means? It means land of the plumes.
The problem that you're bringing up with the saying I'm an American is a nationality thing. Most people don't even know what nationality is, let alone the steps to actually gain a full nationality. Most people don't even know the laws about that.
It's easy. It's easy. You accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, right? You go through water baptism, and you become a national citizen of the kingdom of God. Simple. I mean, it's 3 steps. And baptism by fire. The Holy Spirit will come and
now, Bong, I love you. You're very studied. I'm going to make a small technical edit on what you just said. We're not just citizens of heaven. We're heirs to the kingdom, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Priestess.
It's an even higher position. Yeah.
Sons of Almighty. Yeah.
Heirs with Christ.
Yep.
That's not a slave. A slave does not inherit. Right, exactly. Only a son does. Imagine.
I get that.
How awesome is this offer? Go ahead.
What I'm saying is there's things that were taken out of the books that are missing. There's things that were even taken out of the missing books out of the scriptures, all right, that show you how to perfect the title, perfect yourself, perfect everything in the realm of law. That's what's been lost. That's what they've been hiding from everyone. You have the heirship. It's right there. The problem is according to a state law, you're supposed to claim it. How do you do that? Where do you do that? Why is it hidden? These are the questions that people need to be asking.
Yeah, but the only way you know that scripture was taken out of the scripture is because there's still scripture that has it all.
What if I told you you're concerned about Roman laws and and I'm talking about God's laws? Like, what about Rome and their laws that I should listen to and pay attention to? You know, one of their laws. One of their laws now is that I have to. Well, I don't know if it's a law yet, but it's probably going to be gay marriage. Okay, gay marriage is something that's been approved by these same people. So why should I consider any of their laws? Of course, they're all based on the Creator's laws. So why don't I
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
It's a contradiction in terms. It's impossible.
Right.
So it's Rome's. These are Rome. This is Rome's system. America, Australia.
No, because God set up nations in the Old Testament.
Babylonian system. We still use the Babylonian measurement for time.
God set up nations and kingdoms in the Old Testament. So you're telling me that all nations and kingdoms are of the devil, but God made a bunch of them in the Old Testament by mistake?
That's what the Bible says. That's what Jesus says. Yeah, that's what the Son says.
That's what I'm saying.
He says, you're in the world, but you're not of the world, right? Come out of her. Babylon, come out of her.
Out of Babylon, out of the heathen ways to perfection.
Which is America, Australia, all the countries of the world are those.
Yeah, if you think of Sodom and Gomorrah, America's like 100 times worse. Just give Sodom and Gomorrah the internet.
They would be appalled at what they see today if they were to check the internet. They would be like, "Oh my God, we would never have thought of such things." But it's like,
right. But I'm trying to steer the conversation like a direction, kind of, because there's importance there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be notated.
Cuddles, I'm going to back you up just for half a second because I asked you this question before. I know that in theory, you know this process to get to perfection, but I don't know anybody who's done it, and I'm pretty sure that you haven't done it yet either. So until then, aren't we just kind of speculating or being theoretical? Like, I want to know someone, or I want to do it myself, where I perfect this process and enter into, some people even call it the rapture, right? But you enter into this perfected system of equity where everything is atoned for and everything is covered. I don't know anybody who's done that. It's all rumor. It's all internet rumor, as far as I'm concerned.
The wages
I know a
of
few
sin
people.
is death.
I know only a few
That's why
people that
death
have.
cannot hold him because he never sinned.
And I have friends that help people through this process, which they've helped several people through this.
I know why, and it's not meant to anybody here, just in general. Possibly myself included, because people are fucking lazy. That's why.
What are we actually talking about?
Yep.
Like, where to get to? Like, what are we actually, like, what is this thing? Are we talking about money or something else?
What I'm talking about is perfection, and what the scriptures have, the trail of crumbs that are left behind. Perfection in your house is owning your land, having the title and deed free and clear. You don't owe anyone anything, and no one can come and make a claim against your land. That's perfection there.
Does he know about our lovely money system? I mean, doesn't that tie in?
Right, but see, that's where things get different in equity. Everything you know, when you go over into equity, into perfecting everything, giving unto Caesar what Caesar's, and keeping what belongs to you that was given to you by God, which is your name.
Yeah, but even if we do everything right, okay, like there's still the rich young ruler who went to Jesus. He did everything right, everything. You could probably say he was perfect. And then Jesus said, well, there I see the problem here, right? You have money. So what I'm saying is, like, rich people back then, wealthy people, were considered good people because they didn't really do anything bad because of their wealth. You know, their wealth.
Right, but you're taking something out of context there. You're missing why Jesus said it. The man was perfected in title because he had all of his rights. He was perfected in his household because he owned his house. However, he coveted his riches, and that's why Jesus told him to sell all that he had and give it to the poor.
Right. But that's what I mean
because
by
he coveted
perfection.
his riches.
Even if we were to be like that rich young ruler, did everything right? Like there's still perfection is not something that we can have in this life. Like you're never every day you're probably going to be sinning. You know, something is going to, whether you know it or not. So we can't expect perfection in this life. You know, we can only
fine.
Because what you're saying is that we can earn our way into heaven, and that's not what the Bible is about. The Bible is about grace,
close to
right?
saying that.
Right, but then to say
is laziness.
But then to say perfection, right? That we should. I mean, that's something that's never going. I mean, even if all things were ideal.
What is perfection of title? Do you know what that even means?
Nope. It's English. My bad.
It's something in law. It's old law. Pre-Persia. It's been around since the beginning. To say a man can't be perfected on this side even a little bit is to say that God has a limit to making you a righteous, perfect man. And who could dare limit God?
Well, that's what the message of the cross is. That's what I was trying to point to.
Right, the message of the cross is to give up the carnality, your carnal feelings, your carnal thoughts, your carnal desires, and to take in his thoughts, his mind, his heart, his spirit, his desires. It's changing you from being a carnal thing to being a perfected being.
He said, I desire mercy. That's what he said. I desire mercy. I want you to be merciful to each other. I want you to serve one another. I want you to feed the homeless and house the orphans and the widows. That's what he desires.
Right, but question, how can everyone do all of this?
Perfect religion. Yeah.
Wrong.
Go ahead.
If people don't even have their own houses in order. If they don't have perfection in their own lives, how can they then go and show somebody else how to be perfect in theirs? You can't.
He told these boys. He said, Jesus, your one of your family members had died and would like you to attend the funeral. You know what he said to them? Let the dead bury the dead. I am about my Father's business. I mean, he totally basically told them, like, yeah, nah. I mean, is that what you mean by, you know? And then if you don't hate your mom and dad, right, and love me more than them, now he doesn't mean hate them. He means if you don't love me more than your mom, dad, or children, then you can't have any part of me. I mean, these are, you know, I'm not saying, you know what I mean, but
what did he say? Because you keep throwing scriptures out, bro.
He says, leave everything behind. He says, leave your family behind, everything behind, and come and follow me. Right? Now, when God asks you to do such a thing, are you going to say, well, who's going to take care of my family, God? Dude, God is asking you to leave them behind and go do this. God can take care of them. I'm pretty sure if he can make a tree and a person, he can take care of your family.
Right, but that's off context. You're on another red herring. What you first said was out of context. But I don't even remember what you said now. The first thing
I'll just real quick. Hold on a second. Here's the thing. So here's the big beef I have with, you know, this law equity thing being kind of intertwined into the Bible, and some people are asserting that this is all the things that Jesus was actually saying, and this is what the Bible's actually about. Because in the New Testament, ultimately, Jesus and most of his disciples were persecuted even unto death. So this equity system that people are trying to shoehorn into this particular Bible, into the scriptures, it doesn't work out well for the people who are trying to leave Rome. You know what I'm saying? Like if it all tied together, then Peter wouldn't have been crucified upside down. All that stuff, all of Jesus' disciples, people who followed him, the church, the ecclesia, they ended up getting persecuted even unto death. So you can't really say that, if you just perfect yourself into, you know, equity, then everything's going to be hunky dory. That's total horseshit. And I don't. That's the part I don't really buy. It doesn't work. So tell me then, as far as the Bible is concerned, and biblically, historically speaking, where are we supposed to perfect this, and when does the hunky dory stuff start?
Okay, I didn't say anything about hunky dory. I said perfection of title and perfection of your own life and the things in your life, things that you can control. I didn't say anything about not being persecuted anymore and everything being hunky dory and all these Babylonians loving you and washing your feet. That's a bunch of fairy tale bullshit.
Okay, so what's the benefit? What's the point? What's the benefit or the point?
Bro, what's the benefit of staying where you're at? You're already getting beat up as it is, and you don't own any property. What's the benefit of where you're at?
So you go to war with Babylon for the rest of your life so you can maintain the system of equity, or you pay your taxes. Either way, you're still going to have to kind of battle it out. Either you're going to go to work or you're going to go to work. Both systems end up with you working until you're dead. Neither one of them there's no free lunch in either system. That's the curse of the world.
No shit, I didn't say there wouldn't be work.
So what's the point?
What do you mean, what's the point? You totally missed the question.
So why bother with equity if you're still going to war and going to work?
Then you don't have to. You don't worry about it.
Are we talking about getting more money and like owning property here?
Owning property.
Not really.
Perfection of
you don't own anything because you're letting it go to somebody else.
Perfection is like
young money. Yes, Yeshua talked more about money than anything else. If you check it out, read about it. Yeah, because he knew that most people's problems were money problems.
The issue is people worship money. They only care about money. They would even give up their freedoms so that they can earn more money. That is the problem, is money. Now, you could sit there and say, oh, we can't live without money. But what exactly is money? You know, I keep hearing people say, "Well, is that going to make you make more salt? Can you make more salt doing it like what?"
Time is
I am money.
Right?
What is salary?
I am.
Your
I
time.
am money.
No,
I
it's your
am
time.
money.
Your time, right, is where the value is. Where you apply. You see, in the book Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike said it. He said it. Wasted force. He called it wasted force. All these men, all these goddamn men, just wasting their goddamn time and energy doing whatever they want. We can't have that. We need to put that force to work. The greats work, right? That's what money is. Your time. That's what it means. You get paid what? $30, $40 an hour? An hour? That's how much your time is worth? That's not money.
Right.
I mean, damn, you just devalued your own time. You could be home teaching your children that the earth is not a ball, that Santa Claus is bullshit, that the world is fake, and that Yeshua saves us. You could be doing that, and that is way more valuable, infinitely more valuable than going to a job that pays you $40 an hour, and you have to do this for 10 hours every fucking day. I mean, come on.
You could raise your children, your offspring, the way you want. You could be at home to teach them all these things if you could own property.
No, you need time to do these things.
I would argue.
Property,
Shut up for a second. Just shut up, please.
Go ahead.
If you owned property and you didn't owe anyone for that property, what do you have plenty of? Time. Duh.
Well, you gotta maintain the property, dude. You gotta pay.
So what?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
there's
in
a little
America,
bit of
you can never truly own property because you rely on the police to defend it. So unless you can defend it yourself, you don't really own it.
Well, having somebody else help you defend your property,
again. Get the fuck out of here.
You can defend your property in Arizona and Texas.
It's not your property.
In a lot of states.
Listen, dude. My island, okay? My island, about 90% of it is a national park. That's my fucking island. Mine. Okay? This is my 3 villages, less than 2,000 people. But the goddamn federal government owns 90% of my fucking island. It's a national park.
Yes, I know what they did.
So I thought of it. Listen, wait. So I asked myself, living on this island, I said, who am I and how can I fucking defend my little piece of property that's left to me, right? Is it even mine? Then I said to myself, look, if you can't defend it, it's not yours. Right. And I can't defend against the United States Navy if they fucking showed up. Like, I can't do shit about shit. I'm just some dude that operates on this land that they've claimed with guns. And I think I'm free. I think I own it, but I don't. I die, and that's it.
It's more about chain of title than anything is. And again, I'm going to keep bringing up terms that people don't know shit all about because they've never studied.
I don't care.
Chain of title is very important.
The true freedom that God gives. I'm going to keep bringing it. Whenever people tie us down with laws of this world, I'm going to bring up the Creator and how He frees us from these laws and this wretched life that we live in. I'm sorry. I hate Rome really, really much.
I know, but most of what you're saying, you're responding without even listening to what I'm saying, and then you're arguing against what I'm saying that what I'm saying is bad, but you've never even tried it. You've never even tried what I'm suggesting.
You haven't tried it. You haven't tried it either, Cuddles. You have not tried it.
I'm saying that the Bible is a very big book to read, and it's got all the statutes, all the laws, and everything we need. And I don't have time to be reading and learning about, those laws when I've got the Bible got to learn about. I've got all these things I got to learn, that are more important to life and my happiness and fulfilling life for my family. You know what I mean? Like
the Bible says that every man should have his lot. And do you know what a man having his lot is? It's called private property ownership, where you don't owe anyone anything. It's your land. But how do you get your lot? You don't know.
Yeshua said,
because the Eterna won't let you.
Yeshua said, birds have nests to sleep in, right? The bears have caves, but the Son of Man does not even have a pillow to lay his head on. He didn't own anything, nothing. He owns everything. So to me, I own the world because God owns it. You see, and all I have to do, right, is what He tells me to do. All right, this is what I want you to do. And that's what everyone should be doing. I mean, trying to fight this thing on your own is futile. I mean, by your own, trying to fight this thing using Rome's, fighting. See what Paul did? Paul is a good example of how he dealt with laws and Rome and going through the justice system. All his letters he wrote. Romans, Ephesians, these books he wrote. This man went through that process and wrote about it. And did all these things as he was doing. Yeah.
What about the time where they were about to beat Paul up and take him to jail, and he goes, "Oh no, I'm a Roman citizen," and they started shaking. Why? Because they knew the law. He had a perfection of title, and guess what? He had rights in his perfection of title that they couldn't trespass upon. Otherwise, they would be put to death.
And I believe God chose Paul for that very reason, because he was raised as a Pharisee, right? So he knew the law of the Jews and he knew the law of Romans. He was a Roman citizen because of that, naturalized or born.
Right.
But the point is, God put the right man in the right place for the job.
Right.
Paul still got his ass kicked too. Let's not pretend like Paul didn't get his ass kicked.
Oh yeah.
Okay?
Yes, he did. He was murdered about 5 times. I know. He got up out of the pile of stones and dusted himself off and kept going. Yes. But my point...
So the perfected title didn't help him at all. He got his ass kicked and thrown in jail.
It did in certain situations. But that's the thing. It's just like, oh, well, it didn't work all the time, so then why the fuck do it? Like, it's a red herring. Y'all keep red herring me every fucking time.
That's not a red herring.
Well, he still made it.
It is.
It is a red herring because he made it into the kingdom of God.
Have to shut the fuck up.
You're wanting it to do everything everywhere, but you don't even know what it does, even where you're standing.
Let's say I'm in China. Let's say I'm a Chinese-born Chinese man, okay? And I live in China. How does that apply to me then? It doesn't. I'm still... If I was a Chinese man... If I was a Chinese man born in China, I would probably go to the Bible for freedom, to find freedom.
Do you know how perfection of title affects you where you're living currently? Yes or no? If the answer is no, going to another country, you don't know shit about it there either. So you don't know what.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Right, but I do know.
You're going to keep red herring.
Well, define terms. What does perfection of title even mean?
I don't have to know what gravity is to know that that's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
I like the question. I want to hear the definition, because he tried to pull rank because he's trying to say I know something you don't know and doesn't want to define it for us. So once again,
I have not done that to you. Stop
it's already
red herrings.
Now, but let me try to clear it up. Okay? So it's already true what he said, right? Like you can. It doesn't matter whether you're here or somewhere else. Like I can guarantee you that. Like if what you're lacking is something mental, some knowledge or something that like you're gonna have the same problem regardless of where you go. There's really nothing to be debated on that point. But what is he trying to say? I agree with everybody else. I would love, just for my own ignorance, I would like to know what you mean. Can you define that term that they're talking about?
Perfection of title.
Yeah. Well, what does it mean?
Hold on. According to trust in estate law, it is at the age of majority claiming your title, your rights to your person and your physical being. Your dermis. Dermis is defined in legalese as land. You have to have a claim to your land. Perfection of title. It's all out there.
Mastery
can be challenged. A claim can be challenged with guns. I got friends helping people
in 15 different countries do this shit. So, I'm still learning things myself, and I'm doing what I can as I'm moving forward.
Unam Sanctum, right? The document that the Pope, long time ago, sent out. That document says that he claims the earth as is.
Right.
Okay. Right. So that claim has not been challenged. Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
Well, then
what
good luck
I'm
challenging the
going.
beast.
Hold on. That's what I'm going towards. But I'm not doing it alone. Even if I'm the only one doing my own paperwork and doing my own research, I still have God. I still have the angels. I'm not alone. I don't need other people that are gonna, try and tell me, oh, well, all this and I don't get that. And dude, I'm gonna keep moving forward, and I teach when I can.
Yeah, back around.
Right on, bro.
This is still spiritual at the onset. This is always going to be spiritual primarily, right?
Right.
I mean,
right. And it starts in the mind, the changing of the mind from carnal to spiritual, the changing of the heart from carnal to spiritual, the changing of the spirit from carnal to spiritual. Everything throughout Scripture is you changing into a spiritual being, perfected in body, perfected in... Oh, God, we're still here on Earth, so I got to be perfected here, too. Somehow. Because if I couldn't be, then there wouldn't be a need for me to even perfect how I'm behaving.
To add to that,
you should join the Masons. You should be a Freemason.
Hold on.
That's what they do.
That point with the whole mental thing, right? It's so true. Because another way of putting it is, it's your awareness fuck. I fucked it up because I was trying to get bonk. It's awareness because you can because we call people who aren't aware, right, NPCs, right? But the moment you become aware, when we talk about awareness, it's the God. That's what we're talking about. The awareness that something greater is moving things, and that you can choose to embrace it or fucking not be cognizant of certain processes that go on. Like you're driving, but no one's upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got a quick question. How does all of this information about mastery and claiming titleship have to do with the flat Earth topic? That's all I'm wondering. Because it's been 2 hours since I've joined, and we've been on the same argument.
Oh, thank you.
I've been trying to change it. I've been trying to change it over to gas pressure. I tried 7 different times.
Right.
let's try again. We can do this.
It does because
I'm with Josh. I've been waiting. I've been trying to be polite, but I'm about to throw politeness into the fans.
It's over now. Battle wants it.
Are there any Globers in the house? Anyone want to?
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go.
Well, I appreciate the discussion, but we should just keep it on flat Earth.
That's fine.
Because it is interesting.
I'll just answer his question, and then we can talk about gas pressure. It has everything to do with flat Earth because we live here, and all of these things apply here. All of these principles apply here. Everything applies here.
Right.
So gas pressure is a law of nature.
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways.
It is a necessary antecedent for us to have life and to be able to breathe. So a law allows us to breathe. But the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure is that we have to have a container, which means the container has to be another law too, right? Because gases must be contained in order to have pressure, right? So that's got to be a law too.
So hang on, just real quick. Are you meaning to say that most of the people have a twisted distortion of reality, therefore they think we live on a ball? And as long as they think we live on a ball, they're not going to truly look for the definitions of the words they use all the time, right?
No ballers that have done well. Yeah, I know people that actually still believe in the globe model that have.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the legalistic thing. I'm talking about just definition of words, right? Like gravity. A lot of people don't know the definition of gravity. Some flat earthers don't even know the definition of holy. But hey. We can.
That's going to take us back to the Bible and the Tower of Babel.
Yep.
That's
All right,
because
but what
gravity
year
is
was
not
the
defined. That's the reason we can't define it, because it's not defined.
as far as science goes, that's
We don't
correct,
know. Next
Elijah.
question.
But question: when was the word gravity actually defined? Does anybody know what century that was?
Gravitas.
What was it
The
before?
18 I think it was the
Gravitas, yeah.
1800s.
And
Wasn't
it's not
I know
the gravity.
Gravity means get money.
No,
I
yeah,
know gravity is
it
another
came
word for
from
balls.
gravity. It came
The
from gravity,
severity.
essentially meaning weight. It could either mean literally your weight or the weight of a situation.
Right.
That's what it
Seriousness
was
of a
originally used
situation.
for.
Right. In the 15th century. So 1400s.
Oh,
Has
I was
nothing to do
400
with
years old.
science. It was actually coined, I think, in the 13th century first, but then it was brought back up in the 15th century. But yes, it's seriousness of a situation, or the weight of a situation, or a choice or decision. Has nothing to do with.
You got the weight of the world on your shoulders.
God, I love etymology.
Think of the gravity of this situation. So
Wait. Oh, sorry.
yeah, but so
It's a great,
climatic,
gravest subject.
flat Earth, but the globe. People's perception of what law or legal or what's illegal and what's not. All of these things, all this reality that people think they live in a reality that only exists in the mind, and that imagination, that mind world that they live in is because of words and spells and vibration, right? I mean, just think about it for a second. Everything that people believe about the globe only exists because people told them something and showed them something, and then it's implanted and developed in the mind. It doesn't exist in reality. They live in a mental delusion.
It's my best friend. She wrote that. Drop out on car. She on me.
What the hell is that?
All right, who said that they loved etymology?
Subtle.
Gotcha. Well, hello,
No,
friend.
It wasn't me.
I love etymology.
Please, somebody start a conversation about etymology.
I want to be friends.
Please.
You said I want to be friends. I love etymology too, damn it.
What's up, man?
What up, yo?
I think you're talking about two different kinds of entomology.
You always make me chuckle when folks say entomology. I'm like, hey, I remember the good old Super Nintendo game SimAnt. That was pretty fun. But yeah, no. Did anybody see the picture I posted on the sun about 45 minutes ago? At least up here at the more north than I've ever lived before.
No, I was pulling out too much hair.
Yeah, it was pretty aggravating earlier.
Where'd you post this? What's
I'm scroll. Oh, I'm in the wrong channel. No wonder I can't find it.
Kind of hard to look up your name, Box O'Bear.
Oh yeah.
Again. Let me just crack open what BattleMod is saying, because this is lost on people. You can actually find. Okay, let me give you an example. If you type it, if you go to the search, and it seems that they've updated this, so I fucking have no idea how to tell you how to do this. But it used to be that you go up and you click the search bar, and then they'll give you a list of options, and it'll give you like from or in channel, et cetera, et cetera. So you can click from, and you can click Quantum Eraser, and then you just press enter, and literally all of the citations you will ever need to destroy anyone is literally right there. My point is, it's very easy to just search something just looking at someone's name and the channel that they posted in. A lot of people could use this tool to find things.
You have to be able to put the characteristics of their name in there.
The issue with my I guess my my username has special characters in it because they're not like the normal font, so they show up on some people's devices incorrectly.
Well,
so
if you just start spelling gospel, in that search bar, it brings you up. Okay.
Oh well, good.
Yeah, it's because your Discord username is Gospel Bearer.
Yeah. If you look up Michael Smith,
there
you'll
go.
see the battle mod.
There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's a difference between the server name and Discord name.
Yeah. Touche.
Mine's just a nickname. Yep.
For a long time, I was setting like keywords in like certain things that I'd post. That way, I could just go research it real quick.
All right, let's have a quick competition. We're doing the Latitude game.
Okay.
Anybody? No. It's all.
I don't understand the question.
Everybody's like, "Oh no, let me expose how dumb I am." Retreat.
No. Sorry. Go to latlong.net and just type in your city or whatever you want to type in. If you want to cheat, and then or whatever, and I'm curious if I'm the most northern. I didn't used to live so northern, and now I feel so special because I live more north than like 35 or 40% of Canadians because of how south most Canadians live. I find it very fascinating. I'm 6 miles away from the Canadian border. And I find it so fascinating how that works.
Oh, hey, are you in Minnesota?
North
Dakota. So it might be crazy to say, but some of us thought, based on looking at the sun all day long, trying to figure out what heading was what
farther north than me.
And the thing is, we had said, the way that it seems to go, it kind of seems to be something like an oval, right? And like you being in the north and saying that the sun comes from the north just makes me think about that.
I didn't say the sun comes from the north. I just know I see a lot more of the sun than I ever saw in my entire life. Back on June 21st or whatever, the solstice, it was a 16 and a half or maybe a little bit more than that hour day. And then conversely, apparently on December 21st here in this area, I'll have like an 8 hour and 20 something minute sunlight day. Which gives cause or allowance for why you can have like such extreme temperatures in North Dakota. So North Dakota has a record high of 120 and North Dakota has a record low of -60. Coincidentally, in the same year, if I'm not mistaken, 1937, had in the exact same year, it had that high and that low. Very, very fascinating to me, but yeah, it's just I can't quite wrap my my little mind around that. I can and I can't. It kind of makes sense in regards to the circle being closer to the top and then further away from the top. Like I get that. That's really the only way that makes sense. Yeah.
Closer to the top and then further.
Yeah, the whole circle or the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, that whole deal.
But like thinking about perspective, that's why I'm saying oval. Maybe I don't always use the best.
Where's oval coming from? I don't know what you're talking about with oval.
Well, you're saying up and down. That I'm just saying. Forget it. Never mind.
I'm still thinking in terms of a circle. but then again, like, it's going to appear to be an ellipsis across the sky, or a curved line across the sky based on your position within that your proximity to the edge of that circle or whatever.
Yeah, I'm with you. In Michigan, our longest day was 15 hours, 52 minutes this year.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So you got a little bit more daylight being more towards the northerly portion. And I'm with you on the tropics.
You mean like with the perspective thing and how it does actually kind of make sense. Yeah.
Huh?
But yeah, the sun was just super red. It's 9:55 right now, and I still have a little bit of. I mean, the sun has set; it's out of line of sight, but there's still light. It's still light outside.
Pretty much everywhere because of the wildfires in North America. The sun and the moon both look more red at all observations for the last couple of months.
Gotcha. It was the reddest I've seen it personally.
Now, is that really the case though? Like,
yeah,
like they said, yes, the fires and all of this. The fire made it all the way here to New York too. Like, and all the way to wherever North Star.
Everywhere has these ozone alerts. If you look at your weather, everywhere says that it's like if you have asthma and all that shit,
do we believe what they say about everything everywhere is the question.
If you go outside and you have trouble, like
sort of like COVID is everywhere. But this is what I'm saying.
No. COVID is completely different than smoke in the air. We know that there's smoke in the air. Like, we can see it.
You're saying we know that there's smoke in the air. Smoke specifically.
Okay. If you want me to break down the chemical compound of everything that's in the air, I'm not going to be able to do that. Sure. But either way, there is definitely a carcinogen in the air that is causing it. People having trouble breathing. It's making all observations of the sky to have a tinge of red. There's something actually going on in the air right now.
I would agree with irritant. Carcinogens is still a really confusing topic to me, but irritant is demonstrable.
I'd be willing to bend on that. Sure.
Something is in the sky. What I'm saying is they always take credit for like they have the explanation. What if something natural happened that obviously the heliocentric model would be hard pressed to explain?
Forest fires are natural, bro.
Forest fires with smoke.
Forest fires are natural. So
forest fires are natural, but I've never heard of like there being a fire way over somewhere else, and now New York City is all.
Okay. Look, I understand what you're saying to a certain point, but to say you've never heard of it, then you're late, because I heard of it for the last every single summer for the last 10 years straight.
Depends on where you live.
The entire West Coast in Canada was burning.
Yeah.
So that you're 10 years late if this is new to you.
It impacts different people.
Well, then why the hell do people believe in heliocentric? There's no way in hell that makes sense. You give it because why would there be like this system of smoke that could just travel these distances?
Yeah, but you're also talking about why would they believe it with the spin of 1,000 miles an hour, and wouldn't it just dissipate? Wouldn't all that smoke dissipate and different things like that? Is it?
Well, that's where my mind would go if I was a globe earther, but
yeah, I mean that's what I would think. I would think like with that amount of energy, that 1,000 miles would dissipate the smoke evenly, and it would affect everyone everywhere. But but it doesn't. It's very localized.
Hey, after me and the boy get out the front of the pickup truck, we can see again, by God. We hotbox that motherfucker. That you burning a big fucking spliff if you're hotboxing the earth. The earth. Y'all smoking some good shit, dog. Here to you.
They say thousands of acres, tens of thousands of acres or whatever, but I wouldn't know. Like, I don't actually, it's just like the population of Earth thing and how they really don't even know the answer to that. And it's all just based on models.
I can see soot from a fire seeding a bunch of clouds and causing a storm system. But I can't see smoke from one state going 5 states over. Can't see it.
Thank you, Battlebot. I mean,
look. I don't disregard that. It does seem strange. It seems like a newer phenomenon. Like where you're saying it's new to you. Like I'm thinking new, like within the last few years, But no, it's not new. We've been having these experiences for at least a decade. At least
the point is not that they have been happening. I'm not blind, man. What I'm saying is the official narrative behind it. You really rolling with that is what I'm asking you.
No, I'm not really rolling. Look, there definitely could be. It could be a part of weather manipulation, which is where I think you're going with it. Like it's, I think a lot of the fires that are caused, I think that it's all a part of a political agenda, like a part of like the 2030, end game, basically, like this whole green earth and blah, blah, blah. They're environmental activists in most cases starting fires. A lot of you guys like to say it's dew weapons, lasers in the sky that are starting them. But no, it really just in dry areas.
Yeah, that's not me. I don't believe in that stuff.
No, I'm not saying that's you, but a lot of people do in here, and yeah, I think it doesn't take much to start a fire, like all you have to do, like there's a ton of like really.
He's talking about them. He was talking to those guys that say 333 plus 22 equals 666. Those guys.
Yeah. Basically.
Oh, you mean Felicia?
I know I'm high, but did I I missed part of that equation. Where is it at? Oh wait, no, it's just not there.
Yeah. So the what they call environmental activism, like these environmental extremists, it's environmental activism. I think there's a lot of that going on out west. I think most of these fires are actually sparked by them.
You know what? Look, hold on. Time out. Okay. Look, check. When the towers went down, I could smell it. That's not a smell that I'll ever forget for the rest of my life. Right? I know what a fire smells like. I've been in one. I know what a smoky area smells like. The other day when I was like, it's an unusually foggy day out here, I didn't say it's an unusually smoky day out here because it smells like smoke. I just thought it was a foggy day. So maybe I missed it. Are you guys? Are some Lou or?
We're getting. That's the thing. We're getting foggy days in Wisconsin and Michigan, like you're talking about. They're not fog; it's smoke. We're getting that in Wisconsin and Michigan from fires that are in smoke? California and Canada, like out west, like West Coast.
I haven't seen any of that.
The list. Well, I'm seeing it here in North Dakota. We've definitely been having them, and
does it smell like smoke?
Especially at.
I'm getting it for sure.
It's not even foggy here. Shit.
In Wisconsin, it's been red sky, red sun, red moon most days. Like for the, it's been clearing up, but up until say a week ago, Yeah, it was every.
It was weird as hell. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm on the East Coast. I'm in the Northeast, New England, and we've been getting this smoke all around here as well. So that's what they're saying. It's fire smoke.
Y'all keep saying it's smoke. Y'all keep saying it's smoke.
That's why we're not getting it as much now.
That's the official story. That's what they're saying. Smoke from fires.
That's what I'm saying. It's weird that y'all are saying it's smoke. They're saying it's smoke. I saw what everyone is calling smoke, but it wasn't reminiscent of smoke.
Dude, I work outside. Like when this shit happens, even like in
smoke.
Like I'm outside all day long every day. And you can smell it. Smells when it smell. Even the ones that were closer, that were like the ones right now, they're pretty far away from where I'm at. But the ones that were a little bit closer,
it didn't smell like smoke. It didn't smell like smoke.
Hold on, I'm talking.
Yeah, you've been hogging the mic. I'm talking now.
Fuck off! Shut up, Jimsy.
No, it doesn't smell like smoke. It doesn't.
No, it does smell like smoke.
It does to me. It depends on where you, dude. But Jimsy, you just said you're on the East Coast. He said where he's at. I'm in North Dakota. We're in different places. Wouldn't it be reasonable to expect that we would have different experiences if we lived hundreds and hundreds of miles apart from each other?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
You can't. Listen,
I'm smelling smoke. He's smelling smoke.
The second law of thermodynamics. Why am I getting? How I don't understand how that smoke from over there is making it over here. I mean, California's had fires for my whole life. I mean,
maybe there's a whole lot less room for that smoke to dissipate than we are being told.
You guys should actually watch videos of a forest fire. It spreads incredibly fast, and it's like,
listen,
it's not that
surprising. Fires have been happening my whole life.
We're not talking about the fire here. Look at the wind patterns over the United States of America. Does it make sense that I should smell a fire in Michigan that is burning in California? No offense to me, I can read that map.
Yeah, but
no.
It's possible that there's a fire
all
in
I'm telling you
Canada
is
or something.
when they claim that the reason why the sky is red and hazy and it smells like smoke outside is because of fire, I believe them because it smells like smoke outside.
Yeah, not California, Mike, but definitely Canada. Canada would make sense. Look at where the arrows are coming from.
Yeah, well, a lot of my air comes down between the lakes from Canada.
Yeah.
Well, see, this moon was taken last night, and this was facing in the east, facing towards Arizona, where there's no fires, and there's no fires for like 800 miles in circumference around me. So why did it have that red haze?
Well, according to
the air around
current,
and that's like I played with my pro settings to where it was exactly what I was seeing visually.
I wish I had that because the iPhone does not do that. I'll tell you that. But look at the air current thing on that map.
Usually, Samsung has professional settings. Yep. You just have to keep scrolling to the right.
I took this with a Samsung phone. 1 second. I've got that moon zoom going on with the Samsung GS21.
Nice.
Ultra. Yeah. So 1 sec. Hold on.
I got the A20.
So this was about a week ago, and this is a full moon. It should not have been red, but it was red that color because of the smoke in the air. I'm telling
Michael, you're gonna hate me.
NASA Goddard 2017 hurricanes and aerosol simulation. So what is that? I mean, what? Okay, so my question on posting a simulation, like, is it recorded actions or only what they would expect to happen, right?
Why suddenly are you talking about simulation? What are you talking about?
The what citizens he posted.
Oh, you're talking about like a simulation of where wind patterns would blow things?
Yeah,
and it shows smoke and dust. One of the interesting things is the dust that like spins in a different direction, like even above the like equator. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
See, we all admit, Battlemod, and I love you, man, but it's a dynamic system. Whatever this map showing the arrows, that's us. Those are the arrows of a sample period of time. Like, they're not always exactly like that. They move around.
Coriolis.
Well, yeah, that's my moon to the east.
Somebody's like Coriolis.
That's my
Gotcha.
moon to the east from last week, and it's like, this was after the day cleared up.
Which looks a lot like Lou's moon, just with the different zoom, but it's very similar color.
I'm in New York City. I just thought it was a very peculiar thing. I didn't smell the thing that you guys smelled, but what
It's probably
I don't
co-fraction.
I don't understand. Maybe it's not for me to understand, but I mean, also the thing that I should be understanding is a story that someone is telling me that there was a fire in a place that always has fires for this fucking my whole life, right? But all of a sudden, here's this rare event, and it's like, oh yeah, it's the same thing that's been happening, except I guess it was, a greater magnitude.
Elijah, I gotta tell you, Elijah, that in the Caribbean, we get something called the Sahara Desert sand on the air, and it covers the whole sky, and it's coming from
travels
from thousands of miles away. That's what they say. I don't know if it's true. But it's apparently the sand gets on the air and it reaches the other side of the world.
But guess what? That's sand, right? We're talking about gas particles.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're really trying to say, Elijah. Like, is it just something super conspiratorial? Like instead of it being smoke, even though
what you're saying sounds like I'm saying, why the fuck is everybody saying that it's what they're saying it is? I just thought it was a foggy day. That's all I'm saying. You're the one saying that all this conspiratorial shit. That I see smoke from the West Coast.
It's only a conspiracy if some human being is conspiring to do it. If it's a natural occurrence, what makes it a conspiracy? Nature isn't conspiring.
Oh yeah.
No, yeah. I guess what I was asking Elijah was, I mean, are you trying to say that the smoke that you're getting, even though those
I'm not
states are
saying
burning,
it's smoke. You keep using the word smoke.
fine. The haze that you're getting and whatever else, the haze that you're getting, you're saying those states were always burning before, but you never noticed the haze until now. Is that what you're saying? I mean, and
no,
and
it hasn't happened. Is what I'm saying. It hasn't happened. It just happened to be, to me, a hazy day here, and then lo and behold, everyone else has reported a hazy day where they were too, and I was like, wow. That's sort of interesting. That seems like something that could happen in an enclosed system. Or
it's the first time I've ever heard of.
That's as far as I thought of it. But they're saying it's smoke, and I'm like, that's what you would say. I guess I don't even know how it makes sense anyway. But I mean,
no
I'm
smoke
not
around.
saying anything extra than I thought it was a fog.
No smoke around here right now. Clear as a bell.
Yeah, no, I would say it's pretty clear right now here also. But a week ago it was different. A week ago it was pretty thick. Like you could smell it, you could feel it in your breath, you could see it in the sky. Like there was definitely a haze in the sky, and it smelled like smoke. It smelled like fire.
I'll bet you any money it didn't come from 2,000 miles away to the west in California. Whatever's going on over there, 2,000 and 3,000 miles away, you guys, has nothing to do with what's going on over here.
I'm saying it's from Canada.
Yeah, which
makes sense
only
on a flat Earth.
Few miles for me.
Couldn't happen on a globe.
Like at the North Dakota State Fair, people were complaining about it smelling smoky midday because of hashtag Canada. Canada ruins a lot.
That damn Canada.
And yeah.
Like, see, I just think of like, because I don't know what makes the weather, right? You know, clouds form and then it rains after some point, and that happens. I don't fucking know how. We have the hydrological system or whatever.
Yeah,
we know. But what I'm saying is, smoke doesn't work that way.
What?
Right? Smoke is not going to act like a cloud and just travel and then mist up places as it goes along. It's
what's smoke going to do?
Well, I mean, smoke kind of is a cloud.
So what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say I didn't smell smoke or I didn't?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not. You're saying that what I experienced is smoke. That's the problem. I'm not telling you what you experienced.
Where there's smoke,
you're saying that everyone is experiencing
smoke. Everybody.
Well, you're basically doubling down on what I'm saying. You're saying.
Elijah, you are on the East Coast, right? So did it smell like smoke for you?
I heard some reports that there was people saying they couldn't smell anything, but they saw smoke.
I think
for me, it didn't smell like smoke, and I smelled smoke.
I didn't smell anything
like many times.
I think Lou's area is the problem. Him and all those Wisconsiners are starting fires, and now you smell it over there, or you don't smell it.
No, California needs to get
somebody's just blowing a bunch of smoke up our ass,
bro.
Whoever smelt it dealt it.
That's funny.
I like that. They're blowing smoke.
No, it's because they just legalized weed there, so everybody's chiefing.
That was a long time ago now. Wow.
I think it means on the East
I'm
Coast.
fucking with y'all. I should be playing Call of Duty on my night. y'all are funny as hell.
But yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. You smell smoke, you know there's a fire. Like, and I'm just saying, like, the only big fire known was thousands of miles away. So the wind took it to us. I don't know how you're gonna explain it. Like, just because.
Thank God there's wind, because
doesn't mean I didn't smell the damn smoke. Sure, maybe there was a fire closer. But it covered the whole damn United States for the most part.
That's my problem. Like, when you say I smelled smoke, I have no problem with it. But you're repeating the rest of the narrative as if it's actually true. You're saying that I also experienced smoke.
Where are you saying the fire was? Because when I smell smoke, I know there's fire.
I'm not talking about the fire. Like, I don't give a fuck what happened all the way on the West Coast. I don't give a shit what happened at the same time that I had my foggy day that had nothing to do with that. I'm allowed to say that my foggy day didn't have shit to do with that. I didn't smell smoke. I didn't experience what you experienced.
Same here. It didn't smell like smoke.
Yay, things are different at different places.
I'm on the East Coast too, and it didn't smell like clean air.
Entropy. Maybe entropy diluted the smell.
Yeah, water level is getting all technical. I think about that too, water level. I'm like, well, there's always those machines. And I don't know what they're pumping out, but I know what they're talking about. Let's just say that statement was far more true a couple hundred years ago than it is these days with weird technological devices. Water level said smoke machines have no fire, in case nobody was reading that. Okay. Yeah, that was invigorating and so good.
Yeah.
Is anybody closing their eyes and seeing a bear with a nice ranger hat on?
I'm just wondering if y'all are done blowing smoke up our asses.
Oh man,
I want to know if you guys
Go
have
ahead.
seen. I posted this twice today, but I keep deleting it because I don't want to leave it on the server. This all right. Here, I'm posting it again. All right, Aussie Peppa Pig. You guys got to watch it on your own time. I'm deleting it again. So you got like 30 seconds, maybe a minute to click it.
Well, I know they have a whole episode about chicken pox at some point.
Why
I
you
don't
just
remember.
No.
stream it?
This is this is hysterical.
I'll watch it. I've seen my good fair share of Peppa Pig over the last 10 years.
It's not real Peppa Pig. All right. It's comedy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sounds hilarious. So what were you guys talking about anyway? Besides weather, it didn't even sound like it started at anything like that though, and I probably missed
I don't know. It somehow the
I asked about a picture.
Somehow
it was my
fire came
fault.
up, and it's like, do you believe it's really fires? Some real conspiratorial shit, like you know, like you smell smoke, you see smoke, you taste it practically, and you're like, are you sure you believe the official story? Like,
Then
yeah, I believe there's a fire nearby.
Then where did the fires come from?
Right.
Well, I have an idea about updraft. Can you imagine how much updraft there is? Check it out. Like, so when the prevailing winds from the west hit all those foothills, right, and then they start rising up, and then eventually they run into the Rocky Mountains. Well, also at the same time, you have a huge area in the southwest that's like 120 degrees in the freaking shade most of the time, you know, and that's super hot. Can you imagine how much updraft and stuff? And then we know that after the Rockies, it's going to come rushing down, and then that Arctic wind comes through, like, doesn't it come from? That's where it comes from, Canada. It comes down, it rushes down the whole middle area.
Wait, Lou, I just want to let you know that you have given me the best part of my day today. Today goes to you. That video is fucking hilarious, bro.
Dude, I watched it like 20 times in a row, man. Dude, I got it memorized. It's so good. It's so good.
I'm trying to figure out which one of my friends I can send this to, just because who can I share this with that will laugh? Because, you know, everybody's like, that's not fucking funny, obviously, right? Like, the ones that are, you know, like, I'm like, which one of my friends are open-minded enough to fucking laugh at this shit?
I had the same problem, man. I was looking through my friends list. I'm like, who do I put this? Who do I
Can you guys stay quiet?
like,
I'm trying to listen to the video.
It's called deafening yourself.
Especially you, Lou.
Anyway, so the thing was the only place I could share it was really here. So like, but I don't think it's supposed to be here. So I had to like share it and then delete it, and then share it and delete it, and then share it and delete it.
I really appreciate that. He said, now I'm a fucking potato. Oh my god. All right. Oh man.
Look, it's on YouTube. Somebody needs to save it. I haven't saved it yet. Somebody needs to save it because that's not going to be there for long, and I don't know where it's going to go.
They're gonna delete it from the internet. Dun dun dun.
Wait, can I watch?
What? That was
What do you
hilarious.
want now, you little cunt?
Who is that? I know, right? I just listened to that. Oh my god.
Hey, what's the text code for how you make a message invisible? I forgot. Is it
Alt Control Delete?
Oh, come on now. Is it? It's not colon or? Is that what it is? Is it colon?
I don't know, man. What do you like, Dick Tracy? Like the code, the secret code text?
On Discord, when you're typing a message, there's a way to make it hidden, and you have to click on it to see it. Seriously, you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
I'm Mr. Literal over here, and nobody had a quick answer.
I'm still laughing from the thing Lou posted that video. It's
Holy gospel. We have no idea.
That's amazing.
No idea.
Yeah,
I must not be
I'm a moderator.
describing it properly.
I have no idea how any of the functions of Discord work.
That must be upper top secret Discord usage.
It's really simple. I just can't.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, I'm gonna drop the link for the YouTube mate so you can download that video. You could also just type in after YouTube pi.com after that. So YouTube, and then add after the end of EPI, and then hit enter and it'll resolve it so you can download the video. So you can save it. Oh, I'm going to delete it.
80,000 views is pretty good.
He said I wouldn't turn into a vegetable. Now look at me.
Is this the gay wall? No, it's the children's ward. Ah.
gay children. Oh, Pepper, you're such a cunt. Oh.
You cunt. What is...
You know those two straight lines? You know those two lines on your keyboard that's straight up and down? You know those? You know those ones I'm talking about?
Thank you, Bong Style. That's a yes.
Yeah. 2 bars on the left and 2 bars on the right.
Yeah.
And then the word in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That is how you do it. Too late. Sorry, Lou.
I did. I watched it 20 times. I'm dying in laughter through memory. I'm not even watching it right now. I'm just hearing you.
Yeah, it's Aussie humor for you, mate. Fucking Peppa Pig.
Oh, Rainbow, is this the gay ward? No, this is the children's ward. Gay children's ward. Oh, Peppa, you're such
Why is it a rainbow?
I'm gonna listen to it.
Oh, that's the funniest thing I've heard in quite a while.
Every second of that freaking video is awesome. Every second of it is another joke. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen a better video in a long time.
All the kids are going, autism. It goes autism.
Don't click what I just typed, though.
No, he's always had autism. No, he's. Oh, fuck you. What is
Oh, I like that. That is pretty cool. Make it invisible. Huh. 2 dashes before, 2 dashes after? Or is it the bars?
The bars here, I'll type it in.
No, I think I know which one it says there. Yeah.
Put two on the left, two on the right, on the outsides.
Oh gosh.
Boomers.
Don't get me started on that. Boomers.
It's called code. Wait, what?
It's fucking Peppa Pig.
Well, I got so sick of Peppa Pig. You know, my co-workers making, like cracking jokes, coming to work. Show you, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Like,
What? Why does that say deer? I don't want to click to learn more. It's not a deer.
What?
I don't know. IKEA posted a picture, not a deer, and it's when you hover over it, it says deer. Click to learn more. Is it one of those IP grabbers? Can you use? I guess you
Discord sticker. Quite handy.
Can you use an IP grabber in standard chat like that?
No, it's a Discord sticker.
Oh,
if you click it, it just shows you where it's from.
Friends don't let friends stay numpties.
I'm not trying to over criticize IKEA. Sorry, it's just not a deer, so I'm confused.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do with the IP? With someone's IP, it changes every 3 months, 6 months, I think. Do you know that? Everyone's IP is dynamic; it always changes.
Well, unless you're a business and you're paying for a static IP,
right.
but the reason that's relevant is for people like Jim Browning or Pierogi with Scammer Payback. These professional scam baiters that are trying to coordinate takedowns and raids against Indian scammers and stuff.
Yeah.
Really good stuff. Good work that they do.
Yeah.
They use IP grabbers to identify locations and stuff like that.
IKEA Solderham sectional 4-seat. I didn't even notice that before.
IKEA.
What the heck?
Oh dear.
Okay.
I have an IKEA. Why don't we?
I think I'm like 1,000 miles from an IKEA now. Well, no, that's not true. Minneapolis has an IKEA.
I was gonna say I have an idea, but it didn't come out right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We all have IKEAs. What are you talking about?
Is that one of those deer rabbits?
Mr. Krabs, I got an idea.
Drabbits, right? Rabbit ears. Oh, they got this team here in Australia called the Rabbitohs. So it's probably a rabbito. It's a doe, a deer. Rabbitohs.
600 miles to the closest IKEA.
Yeah, no.
Better start early.
I mean, you get shopping at IKEA, you got to buy the whole set, right? I mean,
beat the crowds.
It's like letting somebody else design your life for you. Like, hey, boring person, why don't you buy our very nice artistically designed for you? Because you're too busy working. So just let us design for you your life. You know what I mean? I was just saying.
IKEA, the serial budget murderers. You walk in and instantly they take an AK-47 to your budget.
Yeah. I've never gone there. I've gone there once to look around. It was creepy. So big. It's like, where am I?
It's really big. at the end, where the checkout area is, they had this like wall of boxes of chocolate. Like you would buy these bars of chocolate in a box. It was like really inexpensive, but really good chocolate. Yeah, I bought 2 boxes. It's like, well, how can I not buy 2 boxes when each bar is like $1.10, but it's like really high quality chocolate? And I think it took us 8 or 9 months.
I've never looked into where IKEA gets their stuff from, right? Like, how do you get high quality chocolate and such a
They have all
such
sorts
a price?
of stuff. Well,
Yeah, such a low
so supposedly IKEA is supposedly a non-profit. If I'm not mistaken, I read that somewhere. Can we address the Glober? Oh, so IKEA's Glober.
Yes, he was in the lobby lobbying for the Globe, and I said it would be better spent down here in the meat of the conversation.
Okay, IKEA, how do you get high quality chocolate all across the world if it's a globe?
Yeah. Let's see if he's muted.
No,
he's VC verified. All right.
Yeah, he piped up a minute ago when I was questioning the creature, that the sticker thing or whatever.
The real answer is that they grow their own coca trees in the back of the warehouses.
The free feature?
What was that?
The free creature feature.
Like you see, the storerooms aren't like obviously can't fit in like the entire building. Like you know that, right? There's way too much extra space. So all that extra space is just gone to like making the stuff in the back. They grow their own coca trees. It's that easy.
It's not a
trees don't grow.
They grow what? They grow what?
They only grow in the tropics, by the way. So, are you talking about the IKEA stores in the tropics?
Coca trees in the warehouse? What the?
You know, greenhouses and hoop houses, hot houses, all that stuff exists on the flat Earth.
But the coca tree for cocaine, cacao, and for chocolate.
And the cacao tree.
No, I just want to hear the answer that he has for IKEA. What's your best evidence for the Globe?
I mean, I'm not in the mood for arguing right now, but
yeah, it's not an argument question. It's just
an argument. You like talking about space and satellites specifically, because that's really something that I'm interested in, like going on in the future. So
how did they measure? How did they measure the curvature? How did they measure the curvature before they went there?
You know, it brings me to a funny story. That was the very first question I was asked when I joined the server, and that was the very first time I was beaten by a flat earther.
Oh, you'll always be beaten by a flat earther, especially if you're a glober.
Curvature cannot.
I would like to say otherwise. I have a whole screenshot folder full of.
You're in the middle of the second time now. I was talking. You're in the middle of the second time now.
I'm just gonna go back to being muted.
No, we just want to know, like, we don't want to, pick on you. We just want to know, like, why people believe that the Earth is a ball if we cannot find if the curvature or the measurement that we've been given.
Curious, yeah.
And if we go out there and we see that at the ball, the radius is way too small because we've been given a radius, right? Therefore, it should be out there. It should match the real world, but it doesn't. In other words, it is appearing and presenting itself as a plane, a flat, level surface. So, the question that we ask people is, why do we believe the Earth is a ball, right? If there's no curvature? That's all we're trying to get from people. Why do they believe it? So when you say things like space and satellites, right? I could say things, well, the Earth is flat because Darth Vader exists. I mean, he lives on a ball Earth, but hey, I can just say, sorry, not Darth Vader, Gandalf, because Gandalf, see, Middle Earth is a flat Earth. So if I say something like that, you might be like, but that's false. That's fictional, right? So how can that be fictional, right? But space and satellites not be fictional if there's no curvature?
I think here's the one thing that I think everyone in the server needs to understand. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. everyone's satisfied with their own level of knowledge. I'm satisfied with my level of knowledge.
I'm not
everything that I have right
You're
now.
making a broad statement. You're saying everyone is satisfied. That's not correct. That's false. That's
Okay,
you're
fine.
assuming
Everyone's not
something.
satisfied. But,
You're assuming something based on your own feelings and experience.
but you ask, why am I a globe earther? Why do I not believe in anything else? Because I'm satisfied with the knowledge that I have.
You're the knowledge that you have is this, bro. The knowledge that you have is that it's a ball because it's flat. That's the knowledge. You're satisfied with something that makes no sense, right? That goes against math, science, logic, reason, everything. That's what you're satisfied. Well, guess what? People aren't satisfied with that. People are not satisfied with lies, especially us.
Hang on.
So if that's what satisfies you, that's your choice. Go ahead.
Let me do it this way, okay? I'm 40 years old and I learn something new every day. I am under the philosophy of life that if you go one day without learning something, it's a day wasted. So are you saying that you're content with ignorance, IKEA? Is that what I'm hearing from you? Are you saying like after you went through a certain rite and ritual of graduation, you no longer need to learn anything?
He's a troll. That's all I'm going to say.
I've been in the server for a while. I'm not a troll.
How come
All
you're
right,
not-
so what is...
what is then Iron Man your stance on the globe and stop straw manning our stance on our reality that we can observe, measure.
Bro, I said I didn't want to argue today. I just was listening.
I don't think he.
You were arguing a half hour ago in the lobby.
Yeah, what was he saying?
I didn't want to argue in voice chat. My God.
Well, you only want to argue in text chat.
Your God? What God is that? Gravity? Big Bang?
Nah, Hinduism, my man.
Einstein?
Well, the point is he's satisfied with bullshit, right? And you think everyone is satisfied with bullshit. And that's not right. That's not true. That's false. And you shouldn't be arguing in text chat, in lobby, and then come here and say, I don't want to argue in voice chat. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong? What's the problem? Why run your mouth there but not here?
Well, he feels incapable of raising his voice because he said there's sleeping people where he is. So I can understand
That's
that.
fine.
I've got 3 sleeping children myself, so.
But what is this LMFAO, this chat? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Do you think this chat is fucking hilarious and stupid and funny?
You think we're
laughing my
joke?
ass off?
You fucking zealot?
What's that? Are you politely telling us to go fuck ourselves? Are you being respectfully saying go fuck yourselves? This
seems
fucking
very
chat.
passive aggressive.
Exactly. Just
like the guy
keep it to a whisper.
Like the agent that was on earlier, Daryl, saying things like, "That's not the. Listen to this. Listen to this, and this is not an insane idea." Yeah, who prefaces a statement with, "This is not an insane idea"? Sorry, he didn't mean to bring that up. Anyway, moving right along.
An eccentric person would say that.
Oh, I know this is going to sound crazy, but hear me out. Hear me out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well, that's how they preface everything, right? Like, we astrophysicists believe, that's how they started off, right?
A lot of the times they answer or they provide a question with a proposition on top of an answer as being a proposition. Well, if this was that, then this has to be that.
I think that's what that statement is. Somebody that would sit here and listen but can't talk. I can't talk about it because there's people sleeping in the background.
Let me rephrase that. If the Earth is a ball, then curvature. But because no curvature, therefore, Earth is not a ball. Modus told him, right?
Yeah, like Occam's razor. If you're trying to measure something because you have an idea that something might exist and you try to prove that, it means it's not provable because you cannot come up with a quantifiable measurement of said curvature. Therefore, no curvature.
The key word is if, right? Not because the Earth is a ball, right? It's if Earth is a ball.
That's the kind of answer we get though when we ask for proof. I can't talk about it because there's people sleeping in the background. That's what we have in place of any proof or evidence, or even just a conversation about it. No, it's got to go to something like that.
Yeah, when you're young, a teenager, you're not too concerned about these things. But when you start paying bills and life starts fucking weighing down on you, you're gonna wonder what the fuck. There's got to be something better than this shit, right? I'm not gonna spend 20 years of my fucking life hauling fucking this shit every day.
Yep.
Doing this.
They want you. They force you to go to school. Then after school, they have a very high incentive for you to go to college or university. Therefore, before you even become an adult and experience the world for what it is, you are neck deep in debt.
Yeah. And then you might care then. Why? What the hell? Like, what is going on here? And then you might think, am I being lied to? Who knows? We'll see in the next 5 years how well you do, Miss IKEA. Right? We live and we learn. So you're still growing, and you're still in that phase of I don't give a shit. Mom and dad's got my back, all that crap. One day, mom and dad are not going to be there. It's just going to be you. And who will you turn to? The government? Have fun.
Especially when they become hamsters.
He's like saying, I am satisfied with my level of knowledge that I went into $100,000 worth of debt to acquire. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, that sounds like Einstein. Knowledge isn't important. It's imagination. That is more.
Damn, $100,000. $100,000. How many years you going to college, and what college you going to? Fuck.
It's like 60. Yeah, 6 years of college. Yeah, but
it's expensive these days, guys.
He went into astrophysics. Astrophysics. Yeah. String theory.
Yeah, but you know,
like contemplation.
You know,
stuff.
If you go claim bankruptcy, let's say you get your college education, you buy a house, you're into debt, you can't afford, you have to claim bankruptcy, and you do claim bankruptcy. All the debt will be cleared. You know, you're going to have shit credit, but you know what's not going to be cleared? You know what's not going to be wiped out? Your college debt. It's called Sallie Mae. Correct. Yes, your student loan debt. So have fun with that.
There's one other type of debt that isn't wiped out in
slavery.
And that, well, if you want to, you could call it that, but governmental debt, like no,
medical's
wiped out, but government debt, like IRS debt, anything like that, that's also not forgivable. Or
you can get a bachelor's degree for $30,000 at Michigan State University, and that's if you don't have your own room and board.
Damn.
Yeah, room and board is definitely part of the.
It's $10,000 cheaper if you don't go on campus. Say I only got about 19.5, I think, into a 4-year degree, but I know that was a while ago.
Yeah, but think about what $5,000 of tools would do, and apprenticing as an electrician. I mean, it's just remarkable. Or $5,000 of tools and apprenticing with a pipe fitter. I mean, you would be. I mean, there's just
skilled trades always set you up. Yeah, skilled trades always set you up. The problem is they listen to these guidance counselors and they take, well, what do you want to do? No, it's not about what do you want to do. What does the fucking world need, and what's the most valuable education? That's what it's about. If you're going to get locked into the system, you might as well do what's in demand. Well, black engineers, engineers.
I remember a speech a lot like what you just said back in my high school shop class. Like, it didn't come from the school counselor. It came from the shop teacher, like the metals class teacher. And he said exactly that. Like, well, not exactly, but he was talking about, like, at the time. I mean, this was the late 90s. He was saying how he had kids who graduated, a couple years previous, who were now making, $25 an hour, right out of high school, versus the kids who think that they have to go to college and they're going to have to pay all this money and down the road, hopefully they get this job and blah, 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 blah. And like the shop teacher was saying, like, this is money now. Like, and it's a trade that once you know it, like you can always get that money. Like you it's
own
not
it.
something that can be taken.
You own it.
Yeah.
Young
Like,
money.
I'm that guy that can stop and fix your car on the side of the road with a butter knife and a coat hanger. Say, baby, it all the way there, buddy. I'll follow you. I own my trade.
If you really know, if you can be a master of your trade, you don't have to speak the language of another country. You can go anywhere in the world, and if you're good at what you do, you can just do what you do, and you don't even have to talk to the motherfucker.
Is broke? I fix mucho dinero.
Yeah, you right.
Pound.
Yeah. I make better. Yeah.
10 trillion yen, motherfucker. I fix now. Hey, she looks like she's broke, eh? But about 20 minutes out there in the outback, eh? And I'll have her handy dandy for you, buddy. It's only gonna cost you $1,000, eh? Hey, you ain't got a beer, do you?
Michigan State Spartans. I mean, green is cool. I would have probably $30,000. Yeah.
Real learning comes from learning a trade. Comes from hands-on experience. Yep. Everything else is just superficial constructs of man in this society, which is in the brink of destruction.
Before school, there was apprenticeship programs, and there's still apprenticeship programs.
Yeah, my son's in an apprenticeship program. He's going to be a mechanic like you, Battlemont. I'm so proud of him. He loves it.
And through an apprenticeship, you could become a journeyman, then a master when you create your masterpiece. So you become a master of your craft.
Engineer, but
I've
been a licensed mechanic since I was 18. I love automotive.
Yeah, talk to my son about you. I tell him about show him all the shit you
I started with weed whackers and chainsaws.
Yeah, I hear you. Mine was
I should have been a carpenter, man. I would have loved it. Yeah, it should have been a CB. You know what I mean? I was like, fuck, man.
I learned to weld in the field with
carpentry in a
6 batteries, 7 pair of jumper cables, and a coat hanger.
Well, how to build a house.
So in a Mad Max world, it's going to take a combination of carpenters and battle mods. You know, like to like.
I want to build. I want to build my own vehicle. I want to build. Go ahead.
What I'm saying here is, though, like carpentry is probably something that every man should know at least something about. Like it's one of those staples of just getting by. Like, how are you going to erect a shelter? How are you going to, you need to know how to cut and use wood.
You got to erect the shelter.
IKEA, if you do not know how to use a tape measure, IKEA, I suggest you learn.
Quick, get to the shelter.
Yeah. Number one, have you ever picked up a wrench in your life? That would be a good question.
Yeah.
Which way to twist a wrench to take the cap screw off?
Hey, I make $50 per lawn.
Oh my
lawns. So it's like $50-$75. Yeah.
Hey, this guy's a professional, man. You could drop this guy off at the Arctic Circle and wearing a pair of bikini underwear without
a toothbrush. Some gas to grow.
What the fuck, man?
Fuck that.
Can't hear me?
What the joke, man? Shit.
Dude,
it's bikini and a toothbrush.
Yep.
Guy's a professional, I said. You could drop this guy off at the Arctic Circle wearing a pair of bikini underwear without his toothbrush, and tomorrow afternoon he's going to show up poolside with $1 million smile and a fistful of pesos.
Professionals.
Fucking guys. What the hell are you doing? What's it in here?
Yeah, he's lurking.
What the hell are you doing? What's it?
Listening.
Wake up!
Lurking. Stop lurking out there. Cut it out.
All right. What's going on, guys?
We're just shooting the shit, talking about the end of times, which are so imminent, and how we're going to survive them knowing trades instead of getting degrees.
I've been trying to initiate a Glober for 3 hours and 54 minutes, and they have nothing to say.
Of course.
One of them said that they were satisfied with bullshit that they know already. I was like,
I just finished off a signature numpty clip. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka the photosynthetic redneck, aka no marble science. I just finished one off. Let me tell you something. This boy's mother isn't going to recognize him. It's fucking bad, man. So Hillbilly Blue Balls, if you're listening, anyone to know Hillbilly Blue Balls, no marble science, photosynthetic redneck, better tell them. It's fucking bad, dude. Look out.
Blue marbles.
Just keep up, opening up those incoherent pie holes, sons. Be your undoing. You're fucking screwed, dude. I don't know what's gonna happen after this. If you thought McToons was bad, you ain't seen shit yet. Fucking pretender clown numpty dipshits.
Oh, what's he saying? What's this guy saying?
Oh, God, can't do it. You're going to have to wait.
Okay. Well, share the link when you finish. Yeah.
Shit.
Exciting times to be alive, right? The troll.
Well, they'll be documented forever, man. They're filed away. I'm gonna save them in the Library of Congress.
When your children grow up, they're gonna have this video to watch.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what you get.
So gnarly numpties coming up.
Oh, it's more than, dude. This isn't gnarly. The English language, any language, it hasn't got enough to encapsulate what's gonna happen to this fucking hillbilly Blue Balls. It's bad, dude. He's a fucking idiot. Look at
the Nutcracker Suite.
Well, all the signature numpty clips are that way. Fucking angular momentum fucktard.
Hey, on the topic of education and flat Earth, what do you think about the common sense thinkers in the universities at this point? Do you think a lot of them are aware that the spinning ball is a lie? And is there any like foreseeing of this being something they're preparing for? What would happen, do you think?
Don't know. All I can tell you is the professors that I dealt with, and these are good people. For the most part, that I dealt with, that no malicious intent whatsoever.
Right.
I can only speak to those. But I went through an actual science degree, so I can't speak to, the pseudosciences. I can't. All I can do is look in from the outside and fucking laugh.
Well, if this were to come to the point where it becomes just an obvious thing for the majority, what do you expect?
Most people aren't aware of it.
Breakdown to happen.
Most people probably in the ivory towers, even in the actual science, probably don't even think about it or haven't been exposed yet. They're just walled off. Right?
They're going to have more and more students coming up and challenging them.
Yeah, I'm just speculating. Yeah, but they're not going to. If you're in a biochemistry course, you're not going to fucking challenge the Coriolis effect.
No, of course not. I'm just talking about the staple of the pseudosciences.
The staple of pseudosciences is storytelling.
Astrophysics, all of that. Yeah, exactly. Do you think that you think they'll be able to survive somehow? I mean, not the pseudosciences, but how would educational universities adjust for this? You know what I'm saying?
What are you saying? If everyone knew that they were pseudosciences, there would be they would be finished. There would be there'd be mass chaos. Everyone would be tearing down those walls.
Yeah. Right.
That'll never happen.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, there's too much cannon fodder. Too much cannon fodder for their side.
Right.
Hold on a second, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
When all they do is have to type in the lobby, they got a lot to say, but as soon as they come down here, they clam up. You guys do realize this is the place for the discourse, not the lobby. That's troll containment. So if you keep going back to the lobby, that means you're a troll that got through VC check-in. Yeah. Just because your buddies are there and can't figure out how to do a proper interview doesn't mean, you should go back there and be friends with them. You should move past them because they're just really hindering you. It's an intellectual type of thing.
Well, you do know, I agree with you. That's how I treat it. But there are a lot of like high level people in here, including admin, that they, for some reason, just really enjoy spending their time there in the lobby. They keep finding themselves there too.
Well, no, I go to the lobby every once in a while, and I try to get them to join the VC and jump into the main discourse of the conversation, right? That's what the whole thing's about. Hey, you want to get checked in? Let's do an interview real quick. Let me find out you're not a troll, and then get you in the live stream so you can Iron Man your stance.
Yeah, no, but there's some people who just love the freaking ridiculousness of the lobby too.
Yeah.
Hey, were you talking about students and stuff challenging the professors? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Or society as a whole?
Well, both. I mean, it just seems so obvious. I mean, there's no argument. It's so over. And anybody paying attention knows that by now. So
no, they don't. Students are not going to do that.
Anybody paying attention to the argument knows that.
Students, they're not paying attention.
I know.
Number one, students aren't going to do it. Too much peer pressure. They ain't going to do it and expose themselves because they'll be marked. All right? Think about it.
Right.
You're going to have a total society turn against it. I don't see it happening.
Do you think they want to go on as a laughing stock is the problem?
Well, they're a laughing stock. I don't think they know that they're laughing stocks.
It's going to become more and more. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like, somewhat opinion based, but it's just not. It's just, it'd be one thing if you could be like, oh, well, this and that, and this side says this. It's just so, almost like they have to absorb this somehow is what I'm getting at.
I'm not saying, probably pretty much everyone's been exposed somewhat to it, like they heard it somewhere, they've seen it on YouTube, or I'm not saying they're not exposed to it. They probably blew it off. I'm talking about professors, the pseudoscience professors. They probably just blew it off and just moved on. All right.
For now, yeah. But sooner or later, it's going to become more and more obvious to more and more people.
Well, it's obvious, but I don't know if you're going to attack them in the ivory towers, man. I don't. It'd have to be a societal.
I'm not saying. Yeah, of course.
It's not going to happen with students.
It's just
not going to happen.
Interesting to speculate about how it could possibly, how could they absorb it? I think Witsit was saying actually the other day in one of his streams that it's just there has to be some kind of shift because they don't have anything to go on. They really have nothing. It's just the math doesn't work out in any way. I mean, all of it doesn't work out. And once that gets passed on from enough internet savvy people that are coming up in the school system, it's going to be hard for them to continue on with the charade. I think.
Not from students. It won't. It has to be a societal thing.
No.
Not
well, if it was,
all it would take
process look like.
All it would take is everyone to say no.
Yeah.
What would the process look like if it's a societal thing? Look the fuck out. And I'll speak to the United States. Their ass is grass. That's what's going to happen.
It would take the entire society altogether to come to an agreement and just civilly disobey every last word they say, and that's just not going to happen.
Nope.
People are too scared.
Not that I can see.
No. I'm just too scared. They've got too much rhetoric and bullshit pumped down their throat that they're willing to do whatever they say. And then some.
It's been what, 6 years now? Shit.
Fucking crazy, man.
What are you gonna wait for? How long?
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. Not that I can see. I could be wrong, but I don't see it.
Well, it was 10 years after we all talked about what happened in New York in September, and every one of the people I was trying to convince it, 5 years after that.
Yeah.
5 years later, they were coming to me and saying, "Yeah, you're right. It's impossible." Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So, to try to teach that as a fact any longer in school might have a lot of problems. And it's kind of the similar way with this. After 10 years, most everyone's heard. It's like a good joke. I always put it as like a good joke. Everyone's heard it eventually, right?
A fact only stands until proven false.
Right. And it's gone too far, even now. People either they found out about it or they haven't found out. It's not that something you hold an opinion about once you've looked into it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's only one answer.
I wouldn't be surprised if they over time started to phase out, like publicly phase out slowly but surely, the way they do with a lot of the things. The moon landing,
Yeah, they
for
might have,
instance.
right? Mm-hmm.
Because they fucked up. They just did not do a good job, and they know it. I could see that happening, slowly but surely. Right now the moon's in our atmosphere all of a sudden.
Right.
Who knows what'll be next year and the next and the next and the next thing you know, the moon landings didn't happen.
Right.
But what do I know? I think the Earth is flat.
Well,
Yeah, I can't believe NASA. I cannot believe NASA said the moon is in the orbit of the planet. So what?
Not the orbit. That's an
Or the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Extends out beyond it.
And
that
it's like
that doesn't change anything.
I know.
Other than us, other than us saying we told you so.
Well, even Buzz Aldrin's thing on Conan that's come out, no one noticed it, but it was in 2000. He said you never saw the moon landing.
Yeah, right. I see it.
It seems like it's slowly going towards that direction of, I don't know. I'm just wondering.
I'm sorry.
How could they adjust for it? So.
What did Buzz say?
It's a Conan clip from 2000 that nobody noticed until, now, I guess, because no one's really seen it.
Let's
but he
check
was
it
just
out.
saying, Conan was saying, I remember going down with my family to watch it on TV. And he's like, you didn't see it on TV. What you saw was an animation. He even called it an animation.
That is so cool.
Reminds me of Deathbed Confessions,
Yeah, seriously, drunk ass. He's about to go. Wow, I can't believe you said that.
Didn't he take that trip to Antarctica supposedly with John Kerry, and then all of a sudden he says what's down there is pure evil, and then he started talking about we never went to the moon on his Twitter.
Yeah, there was a handful of people that went down there. What was it, like some kind of Russian priest or
like a bunch of Orthodox Russian priests.
Orthodox Russian priests. The weird shit. John Kerry of all people and Buzz Aldrin.
Right.
What the fuck's going on?
We'll never know. For all we know, that whole story was fabricated.
Yep.
I mean, but it's kind of funny how, perhaps they're playing like the devil's advocate just to create more confusion.
I could see them doing it. I don't put anything past them.
I put that clip in from Conan in the live stream.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. Questioning our reality. I'm going to have to probably subscribe to this guy.
And it's funny that the way they worded the headline for it. Buzz Aldrin tries to confuse Conan.
That'll get a copyright strike, wouldn't it?
Just the audio? I don't know.
Let's not test it.
Small transcription.
Tranquility base my ass. I got a tranquility base you can have, you motherfuckers.
Deleting it.
I have to worry how they'll try to claim flat Earth as if play it off like they needed to lie to us and it was for our own good. And
it was for your own good.
They'll try and prop up some messiah figure with the revelation of it to the masses. Same way, like Trump is the messiah figure of revealing the deep state and all that fucking nonsense.
Or they'll pull that bullshit. Or they'll pull that bullshit with the aliens coming, our creators to come to.
That's the
Von
worst.
Braun.
Deception. Deception so diabolical, right?
Yeah, the worst outcome in my mind is they play it off as not a big deal, basically, and they will be able to do it because people just don't want to get involved. They just want a quick answer and then forget about it.
Exactly. They're Google kids, man. They don't care if the answer's right or wrong. They just want one.
Yeah. They could play off the entire last 100 years of heliocentric deception, and they could get away with it. And that's the worst thought, personally.
And it's even worse is, they're probably going to follow through with this Virgin Galactic and all this shit. It's going to be a new form of travel for the rich, and it's just going to be a really fast way to get somewhere really high up. That's what it's going to be. They're going to give you some BS about, well, we're not quite at the elevation to see the curvature, but we're up here, and I can see them pulling all kinds of crap with that.
Yeah,
and you will know when we reach space because there'll be a down jerk to the craft, and you'll feel momentary weightlessness.
Parabolics.
They just have, they can manage to co-opt anything that has goodness in it. They could reveal flat Earth to all of the world, but they could have it in such a way that it further contributes to like an evil mentality in society.
From what I've noticed
out of it.
Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I was finished.
Oh, no, from what I've noticed, I lost my train of thought now. What were you just saying?
I was just saying how the powers that be or whatever, they can take the goodness out of flat Earth, like what it's supposed to bring, knowing this, having this revelation, and knowing that we're a center of creation, etc., etc.
To not accept authority, or those that have a false sense of authority, the crest of dominion that is owned by the House of England.
Yeah, exactly. That it gives to a person that knows the truth. They'll be able to take that out of the knowledge of flat Earth, and they'll co-opt it into a way that it just further contributes to somehow they'll do it a nihilistic society and all the shit we already have.
I feel so bad for these kids in the future. I feel bad for the future because of the kids. But
yeah, I don't know about you guys, but when somebody lies to me, it pisses me off, right? So how can all these people sit there and go, oh, well, it doesn't really matter? They're not human. They're not people. They're not the same as me and you.
Oh, that's why we're here.
They're definitely
that's why everybody else isn't. They're missing that fucking part of their brain, apparently.
I mean, I understand. It sounds stupid. I get it. We were all there. But it takes the intellectual. It takes someone that, with a little, something upstairs to actually, you know what? I'm gonna swallow my pride, and I'm just gonna look and see what this is all about. And the minute they do that, they'll see something that's gonna make them look more and more and more. But they won't even take that first step. Bullshit.
Pride, vanity.
Takes balls. Courage.
Gravitas. Takes gravitas.
I
right?
think most people in this world have the minimal level of intelligence or whatever cognitive ability to comprehend Flat Earth. It's not about intelligence. It's about courage.
I think if it were to be revealed tomorrow, I think might see if this even took place in history, but people jumping from fucking just like the Depression, jumping from windows and shit, like flipping out.
And
I wouldn't be surprised.
Fine. That's perfectly fine. That's the conclusion to some people's lives.
I can't take this. The Earth is flat.
No, I mean, if you're not already jumped out of a fucking building in this shithole world already, and then you're going to be told something that makes it a beautiful world, basically, again, and then you jump out of a building, then you're retarded.
Shorter for some people, but life is short.
Yeah. It's as with anything that's repressed, you know. If you leave it too long, it will completely blow up in your face when you finally, the floodgates open. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, not realizing your entire worldview is just a deceptive lie, and you're like 50-year-old, for example. That's a heavy toll. But everybody had the opportunity to ask questions from the youngest stages of cognitive ability. It's their fault. They didn't do it, and they just let it grow and grow and grow. And then, yeah, as I said, you open the floodgates.
What the fuck are we talking about?
I'm just rambling, man.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. I came out at a bad time. I just came upstairs and
we were originally talking about
what's up, Battle Mod?
What'll happen with society if Flat Earth comes out,
Listen to you choke on your hooter.
That was
choking?
that was Ryan choking.
My bad.
Good hit.
Yeah, that Delta 8 makes me cough like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, it does, dude. I was smoking that, but finally I've been finding some good.
But the potency of the flavor, though.
Free THC pens lately, which oh man,
nice.
Dude, why waste your time with the Delta, right? The Delta 8 and 10. You guys got Delta 10 where you're at too?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
It's kind of. I mean, I don't know what kind of smoker you are, but like, I'm a little high strung myself, so I prefer like the more like indica type stuff. If you're gonna go with the Delta 8 or the Delta 10, if you're high strung like me, maybe you want something that mellows you out more. You're gonna go with more of something like similar to like an indica. That would be like the Delta 8. But if you want something that's more like a sativa, like more uppity, like get you going, do shit, that's gonna be more like Delta 10.
I prefer weed.
Yeah. I've been smoking the flower too, but like honestly, dude, I don't have the lungs like I used to. My vape pen gets the job done quicker, easier. Like nobody's gonna fuck with you with it, and like you can just smoke it in the middle of a crowd. Nobody gives a shit. Like you right next to a cop, doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, but it's kind of expensive, and I tend to burn through them too quick, like 4 days.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
I haven't had any flower in over a year, or going on 2 years now. Ever since I moved here to Oklahoma, I don't want to get an ID here, so I can't get my rec without an ID. So I've just been sticking at the Delta 8 and shit like that.
I could probably send you some seeds. Indeed.
You get a wreck in a lot of states and you won't be able to buy a gun.
Yep.
I'm surprised that Delta 8 is legal here in Texas. I'm really surprised. I tried it and I was like, whoa. Surprised it's legal.
It's funny. You could be smoking. You could be puffing on a vape that's like 99% THC, like literally feet from a cop, and he probably won't even flinch. Or you could like take one hit off of a bowl, with like 45 feet away, and he'll get a whiff of it and be like, "Get that dirt ball, get him."
Hey, is Delta 8 like in flower form?
Yeah, you can get it in flour too.
Yeah.
So what if you just have that Delta 8 container and you just have the regular stuff in it?
When I travel, and that's what I do.
In
Texas, they say they cannot tell the difference between hemp and marijuana. So here in Texas, they don't even prosecute for marijuana anymore unless it's over a certain amount, because they say that they cannot tell the difference. They're going to violate your right.
They can
by doing so.
They can tell the difference. It doesn't.
They say on the street that they can't.
If they can't tell the difference, then that sucks for most states, because just because you can buy it at the vape shop or whatever else, like if it tests positive for THC, they're still going to convict you on it.
You can't have Delta 8 without a container.
You can get those CBD buds delivered to your house in any state through the mail, because it comes with the analytics for it, and I think that's what it's needed, is the analytics.
The CBD versus the Delta 8 and the Delta 8 flower is different than the CBD flower. Like CBD flower it's got a very low amount of THC, but the Delta 8 flower has a pretty significant amount of the Delta 8 THC, which is one molecule off from Delta 9 THC that they normally test for, and it'll still ring the test. So, even though
they got to do an analytical test
even though it's sold legally in the store, if they test for it, it's going to test the same as the illegal substance.
Yeah.
That's why in the state of Texas, they said they're not going to prosecute.
Well, they're on the way to medical right now, aren't they?
Here, seriously, I will be the last state, I bet, to make marijuana legal.
Terminal cancer patients is what I know of right now, where they're trying a pilot system on it. I'm not sure if that was Texas or Arkansas.
Are you guys familiar with CBN? I think I might have brought it up the other night, but I don't know who
CBN, CBG. Yeah, isn't CBN good for your stomach? Like if you have the gastroparesis?
Yeah, I guess it's good for quite a few things. One of the main things I remember them telling me, supposedly, like, if you take a dose, it's about like the equivalent of taking a Xanax. Makes you tired, makes you relax, that kind of thing.
And it tranquilizes your gut so you can digest your food, because some people have a condition where like they can't hardly eat anything. They can only eat specific things. Otherwise, their stomach just turns into like a huge knot and it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
I feel for those people.
I wonder if that would work for passing parasites.
DMSO is really fun. I've been finding some good uses for that lately too.
I heard Mullen is really good for passing parasites.
Mm-hmm. Very.
And like mullein seed is really good. It's illegal to do, so don't do it. But mullein seed is really good for catching fish. But it's illegal as shit. Don't do it.
Wait a second. I've been a fisherman my whole life. I've never heard that before. They literally tell you're going to get fined if you use a natural seed as the bait.
Yeah, because what it does is it releases a tranquilizer-like toxin into the water, and all the fish knock out and float up to the surface.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Oh, so you wouldn't like put one on a hook. You wouldn't put one on a hook. You would just throw it on the top of the water in an area.
Yeah.
We just wait for him to start floating up. What the hell? It's like fucking Crocodile Dundee and his dynamite.
Yeah, it's dynamite fish.
Except quiet. It's silent dynamite.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
It takes like 2 years for it to go to seed, but you could also use it for toilet paper.
As a kid, I was ruthless. I would go down to this like park in the city, and I would find string and a hook just tied up in the rocks around the area, and I would go ask one person that was fishing for like a worm or something, right? And I would catch one fish, and I would pull it up because these things they would just bite at anything. And I'd pull it up and I'd rip its eye out and use its eye for bait.
Yeah.
I'd rip its eye out for bait for the next fish, and I'd throw it back.
Remind me to fight. Remind me to fight till the death if you try to arrest me. Okay.
It was probably crappie. Crappie got that really paper face. Faces tear really easy.
Oh yeah. Like whenever I do that to a bluegill or a crappie, I feel bad, so I take it home, put it in an aquarium for like 2 weeks until it nurses back to health, and re-release it, reintroduce it.
Have you ever seen
Otherwise,
Oscars?
it'll die. Yeah.
I don't know why we're talking about Oscars. I love them. The fire Oscars. They're so cool looking.
A buddy of mine has like 3 albinos.
Oh wow.
I felt really bad when I caught a one-eyed fish, by the way.
It was probably the fish that you had scraped an eye out to catch its brother, and it's like, hey, it's my eyes. Oh, what?
He's like, I'm a celebrity, motherfucker. I was on The Simpsons. Put me back. Oh, you know those 3 eyes, huh?
Yeah.
Like, I think you got your mask a little off there, man.
Not bad. It's the Delta. It's the Delta 20. I mean, hey.
Unless the fish was wearing glasses. Oh. Missing one eye, wearing glasses. That's
by
cool.
the way, in a survival situation, though, that's like actually a really good tip, because fish do for some reason they really like fish eyes as bait. Like they reflect light in a funny way or whatever. They love.
It's a really good way to get water too. Like because I think like 80% of the eyeball is made of water. Something like that.
Yeah, but if you have a river where you're getting the fish,
it's true. But I mean, that goes for any eyeballs. So
you have to just boil it to make sure, like the beaver shit isn't going to make you sick.
Eating bear eyeballs. Or what was that? With that Chevy Chase, he was having mountain oysters. Am I right there? Was that what they called them?
In my bug out bag, I have little snail hooks. You can pretty much catch minnows with those things with no bait.
Yeah.
You just throw it in, let it, then you could catch your first one and use it for bait.
Yeah, we used to do that all the time.
If you bug out, where are you going when you bug out?
Anywhere where there's no people.
The point of bugging out, dude.
I have to run. I'm going.
You don't tell people where you're bugging out to. That's like rule 1 of bugging out.
I'm gonna hide and wait for everybody to finish detoxing and stuff. I'm gonna hide for like 3 months before I come out.
Just detoxing.
Then I'll know. Only like the smart people are left.
Yeah, I anywhere where there's no people. That's bugging out for me. I got my bags ready. I got my guns ready. I got it all ready. Hope I never have to use it.
Large area where there's no people.
I don't know where I'm bugging out to, but I do have a group that when it's time to bug out, I'm getting a message and it's time to bug out, and I'm meeting them, and then we're bugging out. We have a rendezvous. Like,
is it like a Facebook group?
Unless they use chemical warfare in my area, I'm not unless they use chemical warfare in my area, I'm not going nowhere. But if you come here, meaning harm, there'll be a body count.
We got we just recently bought a bunch of those old school gas masks with the replaceable canister filters and shit. We have those in case.
I'll be down by the river fishing for catfish with my AK.
There you go.
Mandates.
When I lived at my cousin's house, he lived along a creek, and already had 2 signs made up, like a metal ringer, and it says, if you pass the sign without ringing this bell, don't pass the sign, ring the bell and wait. If you pass the sign, you will be shot at. And I kept them in the barn in case anything ever happened. I was going to go put those out. That way I wouldn't feel as bad about just shooting somebody.
Yeah, that is cool. I have never seen that before.
Put a bear trap on the fence.
The people from the city are going to be following the creeks once it gets bad enough, you know? I mean, if they're having to, like, leave the city and it's just, you know, shit just straight up hit the fan, they're going to be following the waterways.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing everybody will be doing. Unless you know how to survive otherwise, like be able to dig for water, you know, if you're in the desert or whatever.
Just put a bear trap on a fence with a sign that says...
I'll tell you, in the Great Lakes area,
Redneck door.
Anywhere around the Great Lakes, that's not really a problem. You dig anywhere, you will find water.
Yeah, but same here in Oklahoma.
Here's the problem. You better have your shelter built and your wood chopped before the winter comes.
That's for sure. When you think you have enough wood, triple it.
You can never have enough.
My wood math is pretty good.
I got enough white gas to last me the first year because I don't want to be seen. I don't want.
You know what's illegal? You know what's illegal in Oregon? Wood burning stoves.
Yeah, they're becoming illegal everywhere.
I don't know what to tell them.
Same thing with water collection. That's their water. That's their
mandate. Rain. Mandate is just a mandate, right?
I'm grandfathered in. I'm not getting rid of my resonator. I got wood burning heat and wood burning hot water.
Did you guys hear me talking about that radium heater? I'm sorry, Battle Mud. No, the radium heater. Were any of you in here? We were talking about wood stoves.
Yeah, no, I was the one you were talking about that with.
Okay.
I've never heard of it until you said it. Like, at least not that I know of. Maybe I've heard of it once before, but didn't pay much attention, you know.
Google it. Or don't Google it, but look into it. It's pretty interesting.
It sounds like something that if it existed, it was still very obscure at the time. Like,
are you talking about an antique radium?
Yeah.
Wood burner? Yeah, I got one of them in the barn. We don't use it, but yeah.
Where would you even find radium? Is that fine? Is that something you can purchase in today's market?
I'm pretty sure that's the name brand. It's a wood burning stove, bro.
It's not what it runs on. It's the name of it.
Yeah.
It radiates heat.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It's a radiant wood burner by Radium.
These are actual, like, just look into it, I promise. You don't have to believe me, just look into it.
What kind of wood burner? What do you mean? Is it a wood burner? Hold on.
No, it didn't even have it didn't even have a chimney.
It's a radium burner.
Yes, it didn't even have a chimney. It was not a wood burner.
1800s, 1950s. When are we talking about? When people?
I'm thinking mid to early 1800s.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll show you a picture of one.
I don't even know if that's in the future or something because I already see the picture.
Well, that's the front. That's just the door that says Wood Everett.
Oh, okay.
And it does have a smokestack that goes out the back. This one just doesn't have one connected to it. My dad used to use his in his body shop where he painted tanks for motorcycles and side panels.
People get pretty carried away pretty quick. You know, you see a name or a word or whatever, and I don't know. I'm not saying that radium.
X radium heater, a little marvel of comfort and economy wanted in every home. I guess fuck it. I'll find it. I know. I understand it was a brand name, but they literally ran on some kind of. I think it was radium.
You can get
iridium.
radium. You can do. You don't have to burn wood. You can burn corn. You can turn it into a used oil burner. They got conversion kits for these.
Either way, it's going to need a smokestack, right?
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
I know they got these pocket warmers, like hand warmers, that uses like Zippo lighter fluid, and there's no flame to it.
Yeah. Just like kerosene lanterns were part of the heating system for the home.
Can you stop breathing into your mic, dude?
I got a big collection of antique kerosene lanterns. My mom, I got one that's like 4.5 foot. We had 2 of them. My mom bought them somewhere up north, but one got broke during a fight one day. Me and my brother was fighting. I still say
you broke the dang stove.
No, those old fashioned wood burning stoves though, like
no, it was a kerosene lamp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be a mess. But when it comes to these stoves though, like people you don't understand, like these things aren't made anymore. They like to duplicate them is just something that just like can't be done. Not the way that it was. Like they're antique collectors for a reason.
Like John Levi would say, it's Antiquitech.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this one. I still use these sometimes just for the hell of it.
I got like I got a couple of those that are almost exactly like that. Got a different base.
Yeah, well, that's a popular one there. If you center all the oil in the middle, then it's balanced. Well, it's hard to tip over. So they make them, a lot of them like that. But I like the scented oils. I have some of them that are brass. I have a couple that look like a railroad lantern. But it's a kerosene lamp with a wick and a roller. My mom loved that shit.
It's actually interesting. Like it's all about like just burning combustible shit, right? Like, yeah. But these wood burning stoves, which are in our cottages up north, and you know, like these things you'll never see them again. Once they're gone, they're gone. And the actual like functional fireplace also is something that most fireplaces built today are there just for aesthetics. Like there's an art to building a proper fireplace, one that's meant to heat a large building or a house. And there's only a few old timers left in the world who know how to do that. Like,
well, you got to pipe it. You got to pipe the heat vent right. Some of them old timers would wrap that heat pipe 3 times around the ceiling before it go up all the way around the room.
It's all about the masonry, the shape of the fire pit, and like and all that too. Like it
projects the way it projects heat. See that lamp right there on that mantle? I found one. My mom had a set of those that looked just like that with the carnival glass and all that shit. And we broke one. She was mad as fuck.
But yeah, like this is all stuff that we all need to know that's lost. Like there's only one, like there's the generation that knew how to do it. They're all like Alzheimer's age at this point. There's a few left who know how to do it. And that's once they're gone, knowing how to properly heat a house with fire is gone.
listen.
We have to figure it out again.
Not we. I already got it down. I'll just make me. I'll fabricate me a bunch of gas tank looking, motorcycle tank looking corn oil burners, and we'll build a fireplace. I already got one, but what the fireplace don't heat, everybody will have a fucking oil burner in their room.
No, I'm sure there's some people who those types of things got passed down, but for the most part, it's lost. It's in society, if they don't figure it out, they're gonna be fucked.
Those lanterns put out a lot of heat. If you get a big enough, fucking kerosene lamp, they put a lot of heat out. I grew up in the 70s. We used to have kerosene heaters and kerosene lamps in the barn when we was working on shit. If it just was too damn cold, we'd throw up a couple more tarps, fill up all the kerosene heaters to the top, turn them all the way up as high as they go, and turn up them kerosene tower heaters.
It's about, I just when it comes to building, I just find it, the more I get into building and construction, the longer I've been doing it, the more I'm into figuring out, like why certain materials are used in certain instances, or why a certain building method is used in a certain instance, or why do you use this joint versus another joint. And like all that stuff was figured out a long time ago by old timers who were using hand tools and
are we talking
with their amounts of fasteners,
tongue and groove fasteners? Just compound.
Joinery without fasteners, like.
I watch Amish people build shit.
It's incredible what people were able to figure out. Most people today, what you would call a carpenter, know nothing about that stuff. Like, carpenters today are good at firing a nail gun. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Hey, real quick question. What do you call an Amish with his hand up a horse's ass?
I don't know.
A mechanic.
Yeah, right.
A mechanic.
A mechanic, yeah.
I get it.
There's something wrong with my horsepower.
All I want to know is that horse having a breech pony or what? You hurting that horse or helping it, son? You're a little far in there. Take her back down off the elbow now.
Little less enthusiasm there, son.
I guess my point here tonight is just so important that people learn how to do actual things in reality, like turn something into something else, or because most of what people are spending their money on for a degree is all just a construct of society. You can't really do anything with it if society falls, right? Like, yep. And you need to know how to do something.
I can build a home out of scrap shit. And
I could build a sluice box out of scrap metal.
Yeah. This man's going to be looking for gold.
While the rest of you are fighting each other for food, I'll be getting all the gold, laughing at you fools in the valley where all the smoke is going.
What is your gold actually going to do in times like that?
Hey, I was just going to say, when you get hungry, come down on the farm, we'll barter.
Right?
I'll take some of that there gold, make me some jewelry. I might even pay a man to fuck off and die, make me a few gold bullets.
Silver bullets. I got a couple of these Freemasonic medals for my grandfather. They're made out of silver. I'm going to melt them to bullets.
I don't throw no lead out. I got piles of old lead plumbing.
That's something I've been saying for a long time, man. Like, people like to buy up gold and silver. Well, doesn't matter how much gold and silver you have. I'll take all your gold and silver with my lead, right? Like, if you the guy with the
but you might have lead, but I have lead and copper.
What are you gonna do with lead and copper? What am I missing?
Higher muzzle pressures.
Yep.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm not trying to get into a chemistry debate.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm just saying because the full metal jacket round as opposed to just a lead round.
Right. No, I'm not. Like I only said that just as like
I know.
I'm not,
aluminum. That's the way to go if you want.
No, I understand what you're
speeds.
trying to do. I was just being pedantic.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want some weight to it though. That's why they make the jacket a little smaller and wrap a casing around it. The casing rips apart and the lead punches as it flattens in.
Yep.
So you get a larger impact area.
Harder metal's fragile, therefore semi-frangible, but if it's a bonded jacket, you don't usually have the separation issue.
Yeah. I don't want to give the wrong idea. I'm not like a gun collector or anything. I worked at a gun club as a kid. I personally actually don't have any weapons in the house right now. I probably shouldn't tell that people online. I should let them think about it. But
however,
I know how to handle one, and I've got a plan. Like I said, I'm a pretty good shot actually for not being an owner.
I have a muzzle loader, so that helps, right?
But
muzzle loader and Navy pistol. All right.
I got a different set of skills. It's
Navy coat.
More on the building side, and my friends who they basically they've told me, like when it happens, we're gonna let you know.
Yeah, but how much ammo do you have before all that becomes useless, right?
You don't want to have to use any ammo. The idea is to get as far away as possible from everybody.
Well, it depends. I got
be the last motherfucker with ammo.
At least in the tens of thousands of rounds of a certain caliber.
The ammo that we're going to carry is not going to be so
expensive.
much for self-defense. It's going to be more for,
well, they were 63 cents a box. I couldn't walk by it. Now they're like $11 for the same box.
You got a lot of small.
If your bug out plan has to do with fighting off other, people too much, then you don't have a great location. You need to be out in as far as you can from people, and others will show up. But the idea is anytime, you're not going to use ammo if you can help it. The ammo is going to be for hunting for the most part.
Exactly.
I'll be hunting with the bow. Do I have a whip? I got a few horses and some dumb cows. Yeah. I have a horse whip. Yes. He's asking me in text.
A riding crop.
I actually got a few different whips for the horses, but I don't whip on them. But the motherfucker knocks the fence down and runs towards the road. You put a good crack on that whip and tell him, "Don't make me chase you." He starts to think twice. God damn it! I just want to run, Dad. You don't have to hit them with them things, and things scare the shit out of the animals. All you gotta do is crack it.
Yeah, this is the sonic boom.
Yeah.
Sonic boom! Reminds me of Pistol Shrimp.
Yeah, if I ever did crack a horse with a whip, it would be to save his life so he doesn't run out in the roadway. They run 50, 55 mile an hour out there. Kill him and them, or her and them. You hit a horse at 55, it might kill everybody in the car.
Yeah, you don't use those whips on the animals. You use them on other kind of animals, marauder animals.
Well, see, that's what I got two bulls now, man. I won't even let end of the world, I'm getting in the whip's cage, the bull's cage, and I'm cracking the hell out of that whip and letting him run.
Yeah,
Stampede them, boy. They're on your land and they're out playing dumb clown.
The whip is almost entirely used for sound. Like it's just a loud crack that gets them startled.
Yep.
It's not really.
You can head them one way or head them the other just by cracking the whip. The hard part is getting the horse you're riding while you're doing it to not pay attention to the whip and want to run. Sometimes your horse will want to split too. There is still some cowboying out there. If you got enough of them, you don't just go out there and go, "Come on, herd, get in the barn."
Yeah, cowboy doesn't mean big wheeled truck and hanging out at the bar.
Nope. It means, damn it, my supper's waiting, bitch. You got to get in there. What crack? What crack? Crack it a couple times. They're like, "Yep, the door's open. Get moving." They push each other.
Work. The time to work is before the sun comes up and after the sun goes down.
Yep. Work is definitely constant.
Kind of miss living on the farm.
Wouldn't trade it for anything. I won't go nowhere, like I said. I'll judge your intent when you come here. If I even get a whim of a worry, I'll leave you laying where I found you.
We had a goat that thought he was a horse.
You can ride my goat if you stay on.
Well, that's what Mason's ride. Mason's ride goats.
Yes, I do.
You want an egg?
Give me a home where the buffalo roam, and deer and the antelope play.
Any of you guys watched Into the Wild before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I watched
Can't
it
remember.
once a long time ago, and I was not that interested in it. I think I probably fell asleep halfway through it. But I watched it again the other day, and I was like, "This is a good freaking movie." And I knew it was. I just never gave it a chance. But maybe I had to grow up a little bit. Good. I was disappointed that it ended. I guess I won't spoil it. I was disappointed at the end. How about that?
I don't remember.
Well, it ended too real. Is basically it. It ended too real.
That's what you get.
Oh my God! Look at this burger. Damn. This is against the law. I just made a burger.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Yeah. I don't think I can finish this, but it's gonna be good.
Why are you saying it's against the law? Just put cheese on it or something? Bacon?
Yeah, it's bacon, eggs, all kind of egg, runny.
So you put an egg on top of it. Do you know what's even better than that? Now, hear me out. Hear me out. Thick Texas toast, hamburger, hash browns.
Texas toast.
I've already
Gravy.
added the sauce.
It's like a very thick piece of bread.
Any of you guys watch that How to Weld with a Car Battery? I can weld 1-inch plate all the way down to 1/4-inch steel with that. All in the amount of batteries you use. If you use 5 batteries, you're going to go positive to negative to positive to negative to positive negative. You're going to gain voltage every time from 12 to 24 to 36. You can weld 1-inch steel with that shit. It works best if you have welding rods, but you don't need welding rods. You can cut your own slices of metal. You can use a coat hanger on thin shit.
The porosity might not be what you would like, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be perfect, but dude, I welded the tractor up and said, yeah, I'll clean it up when I got home. And just kept driving on it for 3 years, and then finally I just replaced the swing arm. But I welded it right in the field with batteries in the truck. I didn't want to. You can't run an extension cord 20 acres. You know what I mean? You got to load up fucking generator, haul behind generator with a big ass welder. Fuck that shit.
You know,
basically, you can hack it. Basically, what you're saying is you can hack it. You just need
You know what irony is? Irony is the pop media pushing hybrids or not hybrids, even just full electric vehicles, right, for the New Deal. And now, since the power issues with the heat and the lack of water, they're urging all people in California not to charge their vehicles.
Yeah,
puts too much strain on the system.
Fuck that shit. Mix me up a batch of fucking Henry Ford's hemp fuel.
Hell, you can even brew your own. You can even distill your own fuel.
Well, you can use a gasifier. You can make your own biodiesels out of any vegetation.
Yeah. Have you seen that one where people are making diesel out of plastic?
I started to watch one about that, but I didn't finish it. I might want to look that up. I did want to do that.
It's kind of interesting. The only problem is after a certain amount of time, the distillate will harden. So it's got a lot of wax in it, just from what I can tell from it.
Damn. Yeah, no,
that's just from taking like a retort, putting a bunch of plastic scrap in the retort, and then heating it up, right? So that's not even, or maybe you might fractally distill it with a double boiler system, and that way you have two different fractions, but still it has that problem. So you might be able to do some sort of an additive, maybe alcohol or something, to keep the wax from freezing.
Now he's rednecking it. Put some of that shine in there, boy. We'll be all right.
A fucking shine adds 150 horsepower. Do it.
Well, yeah, that's why you just make biodiesel. It's basically ethanol. You mix it with shine.
Yeah.
You got E80 race fuel. You can thin it down. You can make your own fuel right on the farm.
I heard you can even make a type of alcohol from wood.
Wood grain alcohol. Yep.
It's not good, not healthy, but you can use it for fuel.
And I love cooking burgers and barbecues.
Yeah, but bong. Throw some hash browns on that with some country gravy with an egg.
No.
And forget about it. I call that the itis.
Oh, man. Yeah. That country breakfast T-bone steak with. Oh yeah. Colorado. What is it at IHOP? The Colorado omelet. That's what I remember. IHOP.
The Denver omelet. Or
yeah,
no, that would be IHOP or Denny's.
Denny's. Yeah. Yeah, IHOP was the Colorado omelet. I don't know why I don't order anything else.
I've never eaten there. I've never eaten at IHOP. I've always eaten at Waffle House. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. Same thing. Oh, Sundays, after church. Yeah.
I mean, there's too many old people in IHOP. There's only young yippies in the Waffle House.
Yeah, that's why I like it. Yeah, it's nice and peaceful. Remember me and my my first experience at a restaurant was with my grandmother, Denny's. So it's nostalgia type of thing. Yeah.
The Grand Slam.
Yeah, she's like, order the
2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and 2 pieces of bacon.
Making smash burgers, onions, sauce, bacon, cheese.
Now,
no more macros, no more fast food.
If you're into heathenistic swine, then you could always add pork sausage to the hamburger. Therefore, it would actually.
I've got bacon, bro.
Burger.
I've got bacon in. Oh, bacon burger. I guess you could say. Yeah, I'm making cheeseburgers. My bad. Cheeseburgers with homemade. Well, not homemade. The missus. I was gonna make homemade Big Mac sauce. Yeah. But
yeah, but it's not going to be the same because you're lacking the quoted natural ingredients, the secret ingredients.
The secret ingredient is pickle and mustard.
It's Soylent.
So, oh yeah, that's why I'd rather make it at home, right? Because damn, homemade cooking burgers are so much better than fast food.
100%, man. You got to make them with coconut. Like coconut husks.
Yeah, you got to use that coconut charcoal, eh?
Gotta get that flavor in there, yeah, that coconut flavor, that oil.
Oh, dude, I would love to have some coconut. You know what? If you could sell that as like coconut charcoal and like real steaks and grilled burgers.
That's exactly what I've been trying to tell people about coconut shells, man.
Instead of soy.
You know the kinds of barbecues you can have with coconut.
I got an idea. You go back to the people in Samoa, right? And you know how you got the Kingsford charcoal briquettes and shit, right? It's like compressed charcoal. My brother has a wood smoker. It's like pellets, wood pellets of apple wood, hickory.
Dude, those pellet burners are fucking awesome, man. Go ahead.
I got a couple.
Yeah, he's got this, right? So if you could do the same thing with coconut and sell the coconut pellets, dude, that would be man.
Call
that
it
would be
the
a
bong
huge thing
smoker.
because I'm sure that you could utilize that. You know what I mean? As a smoke product, like you said, like
and a renewable resource.
Exactly. That's exactly the idea I had.
Call it bong smoke. The bong smoker.
the bong cooker.
Pellet burners, instead of using something that you have to prepare, they basically use your waste. Like if you can burn like sawdust in that shit up in a pellet burner. You can. It's amazing the amount of heat from waste.
After you take the meat and the juice from the coconut, if you could sell those, like maybe compress them and sell them as a product specifically for cooking, I bet you that would become popular. Even if it's just a niche, that would be I don't know what they're doing with it now with the husk. People just burn them themselves. But if you could bag them and sell them, that would be a nice industry that nobody's really got their foot in the door with it yet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if because there's countries, Asian countries that have a lot of coconuts. I thought they might have gotten onto that idea. So I was like, maybe it's already been done. Like coconut shells as charcoal. So you can smoke. But
a bong.
Yeah,
you would only have to sell 2,000 of those smokers at $500 to be a millionaire.
Damn, that's
so. You sell the bags. You sell the bags of the briquettes of the product,
and that's another cash crop. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That's part of what makes a pellet burner so good is that you don't have to buy briquettes. Like that's something that you can do and you'll do most of the time. But like I said, they basically burn waste. Like if you create sawdust from building, or if you have chopped wood, like you can burn anything in those things. And it does it efficiently. It burns very little and gives you a lot of heat. Like,
and then make another one like that does bamboo and make a machine where you can grind up the bamboo and press it into briquettes or little pellets type thing. Same thing with the coconut shells, and even add some of the coconut oil to it as like a binder. That way it has the smoke and the flavor that's induced with it too. And they're just corner the market on Asia right there, man.
My sister's husband is too much like me. He's a carpenter also, and they bought a house together. They bought a house together, and he was talking about buying this pellet thing, which that's where I heard about it, honestly. So I don't know that much about it, but he was talking it up so big, and I'm like, I'm sold. It sounds good.
When Bong was telling the recipe to make chicken cooked over a coconut husk, I was like, dude, I got to try this. That's on my.
Yeah.
I'm like,
bro, there's nothing like because the coconut shells, right? Like when I use it, grind it, there's still a little bit of coconut stuck on the shells. So when you're cooking your chicken, right, the coconut oil is going up to the chicken, and the chicken is dripping down to it. So it's this awesome flavor and smell. And I can't share it with anybody unless you're on the island. Because if you buy coconut shells, it'll probably not have the coconut in it because you got to preserve it and all that stuff. So there's nothing like fresh, ingredients and
Is sprouted coconut worth it?
Sprouted coconut? What's that?
Oh, what? Apparently, I think that's like a Taiwanese or Thailand type thing. You take a coconut, you bury it in the sand, and you water it until a sprout pops up, and at that time, that nut will be completely solid. There'll be no hollow spot in it.
The thing about coconuts is you need salt water. It's weird. Hey, you need seawater. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Add some salt, and then it'll grow properly.
So basically, you just wait for it to sprout and shoot up a stem, and then you kill it.
No, and then you put it in the ground.
Well, yeah, you just take the coconut and put it in the ground like you're planting a coconut tree, right? You're just putting the seed in the ground.
Whole thing with husk.
And when it sprouts up, then you take it, you chop that part off, and you let it dry out in the sun, and then cut it open, and you're going to have a whole like meat nut instead of just a hollow shell of the meat with liquid. There's not going to be any liquid.
You're talking about that meat, that white big fat meat inside that you're talking about. That's the actual coconut tree about to sprout and grow, right? Yeah, so you can eat that. That's really good. Yeah, but it's usually when the coconut has fallen off the tree and it is matured, for maybe a week, and then that'll start growing. When you see it start sprouting, you can open it up and you'll have a nice full. But that's not what we use it for. We don't. That little thing in the middle is not because it's really soft and fluffy, and it's a nice snack for the kids, when they're watching you do it. But it's not something that we really, I don't know if you could use it to cook with, but
I think they use it for like curries.
Yeah, but the part of the coconut that's good is for cooking is the shell with some of the meat inside, some of the oil that's still attached to the shell. That's what gives it the flavor, and it's like, man, I don't know how to explain it. But.
So most people on the island, that's their source of cooking fuel, right? Is the coconut husk?
Most people. Well, yeah, but most people still use charcoal. They buy the charcoal from the store. I don't know why. Well, my family uses the charcoal.
You can make charcoal briquettes out of the coconut shells and press the charcoal that's left over with like tapioca powder. Or let me put this instead of tapioca powder. What is it called? Taro root powder, right?
I just want to point out
and bind that together and like make briquettes out of that.
I just want to point out, like, coconut though, like it's good because it can sustain you in an environment that pretty much has nothing other than coconuts. But does anybody really fucking like coconut?
Oh yeah, bro.
Yes.
Bro, when you find
a lot of people like pina colada.
Like creaming, like cream, right? Especially with seafood. When you use coconut cream with seafood to cook with, oh man, whether it's baking it or creaming it or boiling it, like soup it, it's like, oh my god.
I mean, I've had coconut. I've had a coconut on a few things, and like it's like you seafood. Take a bite and you're surprised, and then you're like, yeah, that's kind of good.
Well,
you're like,
well, you gotta think about it. Coconuts grow near the ocean, so if you use it for seafood, it's what it's for. It's almost as if the coconut was made specifically for cooking seafood.
Yeah, but Lou have tried coconut flavor, not real coconut.
No, I've had real coconut.
Even a pina colada has the coconut flavor. And then if you ever had a coconut cluster, it's coconuts with chocolate, and it's like the best chocolate ever. There's like toasted coconut with chocolate on it. It's like a coconut candy. It's not almond joy. It's like high end.
All right, look, coconut is one of those things. Like, I only said it almost jokingly. I know there's some people who do seriously like it, right? But it's one of those things. It's one of those flavors that you either like it or you hate it. Like most people, I think most people are
No,
not.
I don't think it's like that. I disagree. I think coconut is one of those plants because it's not everywhere. It only grows in certain places, like the tropics, and it grows well there. Those people would know the awesomeness of it. You know, where if you had to buy coconut, yep. Like especially
what would
coconut
happen?
cream.
What would happen if you were to put a lime in a coconut?
And then you shake it all up.
Yeah.
And you put the both
an explosion of flavor in your mouth.
How would you put the lime in a coconut? Wouldn't you put the lime on a coconut?
You put the lime in the
on
coconut.
On the coconut.
The lime in the coconut.
I'll tell you where to put the lime. Put the lime. Okay, squeeze the lime into a papaya. Just cut the papaya in half, right? Take out the seeds. Squeeze the lime into there, and that's the breakfast of champions. Mm-hmm.
Lime and papaya. I never had a papaya. That sounds interesting.
Oh yeah, that's
You ever
another
had
tropical food. That's awesome.
Does anyone that lived in the United States know what a pawpaw is?
I've heard of it.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
There's a county in Michigan called Pawpaw.
Yeah, it's like the only indigenous fruit to North America. All other fruits, even the apple, comes from China or other places.
Prove it.
The pawpaw.
The pawpaw.
Papa,
The pawpaw
that's
was
potato
here.
in Spanish.
Gosh.
Papa.
I know that's pawpaw, but it's paw, like dog paw,
Like a bear paw.
P-A-P-A-W.
Paw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been through Pawpaw County.
And it's like a soft custardy, and then the other one that's considered a pawpaw is the papaya. It's just larger and like pink flavor or pink fleshed, and like the flesh is a little bit like more tough, and the seeds are smaller and more numerous, whereas the pawpaw has rather large seeds.
Oh my!
And it's more like a custard texture. And it doesn't travel well, so you have to like be in the area. Like I can't remember which where it's at, but they have a pawpaw festival, like pawpaw ice cream, all that stuff.
Yeah, we probably got them here in Michigan.
I would go. Sounds like something to take the family to.
No, the Cherry Festival in Traverse City. The cherries in Michigan this time of year, boom, you got the best black cherries. It's part in the northwest part of Michigan.
Yeah, coconut is the best. Coconut shell.
Oh,
we call it the tree of life.
It's like you either like it or you love it. I don't know anyone who hates coconut. Like,
I know a couple of people that really don't like it.
But it's not what you just said, where you either like it or love it. I don't like it or love it, but I don't hate it. It's like if I had to live on it, I could probably see living on it. But
you don't live on it, dude. It's a treat. It's like you eat it once in a while.
No, every treat that I've ever had that said this treat has coconuts, I've said I'll pass on that one.
You're eating cheap candy, dude. The cheap almond joy. The almond joy is a cheap ass candy. Get a good quality coconut.
I hate coconut flavored. I hate coconut flavored candy too. I can't stand that shit. Like coconut rough and all this stuff.
Actually,
so it's like.
I actually know two people they're Hispanic. They're actually family members. They're uncle and niece, and they both hate coconut. Like they can't stand it. The flavor, or their smell. They can't. They hate it.
A lot of people.
They're weird. They're just weird.
A lot of people. You guys are acting like there's only
Chinese
people who
don't like soy sauce.
who love it. Are you kidding me? I can guarantee you, like. It's at least 50% of the population of the United States says that they hate coconut.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
prove
agree
it.
that.
That's why. Prove it.
I don't buy it. I don't.
You got a citation for that?
Yeah,
dude, you and I are going out together. We're gonna put that lime in the coconut, and
we're gonna put this coconut debate to rest.
Yeah. We need to have a cookout. And we'll have people grade the food. Okay, how would you grade the food? And then we'll see Bong's coconut chicken versus people, how many people don't like it versus like it.
Yep. We'll do a survey.
I'm going to say that 40% says that they hate it. Okay. Like,
nah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean,
40% says they hate it.
So you're just going to assume a number? Huh?
Well, yeah, that's how
you're acting like a Glober, bro.
I make them up on the spot. And that's just what it is.
That's like 40% of people hate grapes. Like, I don't know, 40% of people would hate grapes or cherries or.
No, I would say like 10% of people hate grapes.
I have. Gotta have my burger. It's too big.
See, grapes are way more popular than coconut.
Well, coconut only grows in tropical regions. You can grow grapes in a lot of areas.
People like grapes.
They like strawberries. They like a lot of fruits.
They're accustomed to grapes.
Even people like bananas.
Coconut's a weird flavor. It's not for everybody.
Banana is a weird one because it's not. It's something that it expires. It rots really fast, and it's grown in a tropical region. But look how many bananas they sell in the United States for how for how perishable it is. It doesn't last long, but they sell a shit ton of bananas.
90% of all bananas go rotted before they're eaten.
Right.
You have not really had a coconut,
I just made that up. You just agreed with me. I made up a stat.
If you haven't had fresh coconut, then you don't know what coconut is. Like I know, like every coconut cream I've bought from a can smells like crap. Like seriously, like it smells like it's off.
Talking about
all of them, because coconut. The coconut is only good when it's fresh. That's the problem with it, with canning it. That's why I don't.
Get actual coconuts here that you crack open. Like it's not that hard.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same because the coconuts that grow in the tropics grow properly, where those ones there are struggling. So it's not. You know what I mean? It's not going to have the same.
A few days to get one.
The seawater.
It takes a few days to get one from you to me. Is it?
No, it takes. If you pick it,
takes years for it to grow.
If you get it fresh off the vine, like you take a fresh picked tomato and you eat it, there's a difference between one that's been sitting. And even the bananas, I don't know what you said about the stat, but most of the bananas, even when I buy green ones, I end up throwing half of them away. They rot before I use them most of the time.
Oh my God. This burger is sinful. I might go to hell for making such a burger.
But how did you grill it or did you fry it?
I smashed it. Smash fried it.
It's a coconut vegan burger. It's a vegan burger.
Gross.
Bacon. Beef.
Oh, baby truth.
Vegan bacon.
I'm in Wisconsin. It's like hard to find a burger that doesn't have bacon on it also. Like
oh wow.
Send us a pic, man. Send us a pic. What is this burger you're holding out?
Okay, let me take a photo. Oh, I cut it in half so I have to with my son because. But I'll take a photo of the half that's left.
You can't be greedy. You got to share something of that quality.
Why is the camera so tall? Oh, okay. Oh, look at me. I'm taking photos of my food like a freaking NPC. Okay, like whatever.
Look at the burger I had today. Blip.
Instagram quality or no?
All right. I hope this picture captures the flavor because I don't think it does.
Can you put the aroma? Can you send the aroma too? I want to see.
There you go. Oh, I'm in the lobby. My bad. Shit.
Make sure to get the lighting correct so that it's glistening and looks juicy and edible.
Here, let me post this and let me open it up and then
let me check the lobby pic.
No.
Hey, I got something to say about these people that are always. I got something to say about all these people that are always posting pictures of their food they're eating. Like, I wish that every single one of these people instead just took a picture every time they found a really interesting looking bug and posted that instead.
Honestly, that
At least that's a little bit interesting sometimes.
Okay, I opened it up a little bit, so I hope this one is.
Oh, he's got everything. He's got bacon, beef, tomato, lettuce. He's got everything in there. Man.
The sauce is in there, dude.
Damn, Bonk is like a real chef, man.
Dude, it's not like the prettiest picture, but it is.
It's not supposed to be. Bro.
It is half eaten.
It's ugly.
It looks tasty.
Oh my god!
It does.
Yes.
Look tasty.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. That's what I wanted to.
It's a used sandwich.
No, but the layers, man, the layers of the meats and with the lettuce and tomato, and I'll buy one. How much?
Yeah, I'm opening it right. I just took another bite, but let me.
$7.50.
Well, my son reckons he'll pay $10
$1 pesos.
I never seen the bacon and the meat. Is there 2 meat patties in there? Is that why? Is that 2 layers?
There's 2.
Okay.
It's a double cheeseburger.
I gotcha.
2 strips of bacon. My bad. That's an ugly photo.
Well, because he was half eating it, right?
Yeah, next time I'll take it right when I make it.
I mean, yeah, it looks like he took the time to make all the layers, and he's got the lettuce, tomato, meat.
You made that yourself? You didn't buy that?
No, we just prepped it. You know, while we were talking in the last hour, I was prepping everything. I just cooked it. Yeah, we just had lunch.
That's pretty good effort for a sandwich at your house, man.
Yeah,
oh, bro.
Bong is a chef. He's a chef, man.
If we're gonna spend $20, $30, $40 at McDonald's to get some crappy burgers, right? That's how much it costs down here to get a meal, right? To get a meal, yeah, it's like $15 here for a meal. Then hell yeah, I'm gonna spend the time and the effort to make a better burger.
Oh, you could eat that, yeah.
Oh wow, Arnold.
It takes a long time to make a burger.
Arnold.
Did you fry the bacon first and then fry the hamburger in the bacon grease?
I fried the bacon next to the burger. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're kind of infused, right? Yeah. So the oils and
Is that the bacon? Is that the maple kind, or is that the applewood smoked?
Must not be that well because you put it down.
Dude, my brother made some bacon with jalapeno poppers. He took the bacon and wrapped it around a jalapeno, and he smoked it with applewood. Those applewood pellets, and they were so damn good.
Is the best.
Oh, dude, it was so good. These jalapeno poppers.
Texas Twinkies.
Thin cut
Texas Twinkies.
Those are called applewood bacon. Is this?
I like it thick. These were thick cut applewood.
No. Thick is good. Thick is good. Thin is even better. I'm telling you.
But with the jalapeno popper. I don't know what else was in the jalapeno. If there was cheese. It was nice, man.
If you take a jalapeno popper and you add to it some brisket and then wrap it in bacon, it's known as a Texas Twinkie.
We made some habanero ones too. They were a little, a lot more spicy, but I didn't try one. I wasn't down for the habanero yet.
These gringos with their.
Hey, I like jalapeno. I like jalapeno and cheddar. Okay.
I love how we're salivating over bacon and cheese now too. You come back in an hour or two, and there's gonna be a bunch of people saying how, like if you're really woke, that you'll never eat anything that's a pig product, like period, and cheese is bad for you, and you got to be vegan, and all that. It's funny how this group is.
You're roboting real bad, Orion.
He's fine.
Is it just bad?
I was gonna say, I think it's a bad idea to eat pork, but I think it's a bad idea to eat vegetation also. So I think people should stick to eating just red meat and not eat any plant food at all, and not eat pork. How do I fall into that mix that you just said?
What if people should just eat insects? Is that really the best for us? Possibly. They got a lot of nutrients.
No, not insects. I mean, like beef, lamb, goat. just not pork.
But if you're against like vegetation as consuming vegetation, that means you can't take any like aspirin or Tylenol or anything like that because it's derived from bushes and plants.
Well, I never do.
Well, that includes
Bro, your
marijuana.
mic is roboting really bad. I can't understand shit he's saying.
You guys know what chimichurri sauce is? Chimichurri for the chips. Hot
That's
chip for the-
Dominican. That's Dominican stuff.
Oh yeah, it's so good, man. That sauce on French fries. I mean, on your fries. Hot chips. That's the next sauce I'm working on. Chimichurri sauce.
Hey, wait, one more time about the pork.
Ryan, turn your 5G.
You're still roboting really bad.
No.
Oh, the thing about pork too that I want to say is, I think a lot of people are like, they're like, yeah, pork must be bad because it tastes so fucking good, and they, for some reason, they just want to like cut it out. They're like, I can't have that; it's too good for me.
No, bacon
It only
is the
tastes good
best cut.
because of the flavors that they add to it.
Bacon is the best part of the pork. The bacon and the ribs.
Bacon smells like hair when you cook it.
What?
I don't know what kind of bacon you got, but you get some quality bacon and
Cook
it
some
smells
bacon.
awesome.
Cook some bacon. Walk out of the room. Walk back into the room. You will smell burning hair.
Not the bacon
I
I
don't know
buy
what
smells
you're
good.
cooking. Dude, it smells like
Maybe it's the bacon.
It smells like a celebration.
There's something wrong with your
Well-
snout then.
If the skin is attached, right, then there must have been still some hair left on the skin. That's probably what you're smelling.
No, this was just regular bacon. I went over to my mom's and she was cooking it, and I go, "What the
If
hell
you
are you
burn it-
cooking?" She goes,
If you
"I'm making bacon," and I go, "Yeah, I'm good on that."
if you burn the bacon, it does smell like that. If you scorch it, but that's not like Bong didn't scorch it. You want to cook it so it's cooked right. You burn the bacon, it will smell like shit. You burn anything, it stinks.
Okay, you can have all the pork you want. I'm
Yeah,
not.
but
gonna do
that's funny because even burned bacon tastes good. Like it's like crunchy bacon. That's funny.
Oh, we do.
I mean, I'm Samoan. I grew up eating pork, man. I love the Bible and read the Bible, but like the pork that I don't know, man. Yes, I guess it is. What do you call it? It's the kind of animals that why we don't eat them because it could have disease.
They don't sweat. No, they don't sweat. That's why they wallow in the mud.
Prove it.
Oh, when you cook it, it sweats. When you put it on a spit, it sweats like a motherfucker. Constantly wiping it.
Hey,
It's
Bong,
sweating
what's
now.
the do you guys wrap it into banana leaves and cook it under the sand too?
Let me tell you how we prepare it. We gut it, right? So first you take the pig, you kill the pig, right? and then you take the pig. The umu or the oven is cooking hot rocks, really hot. It's hot now. The rocks are. You throw the pig on it, and you burn off the hair, right? And it's warming the skin. And then you take it off of the thing, you put it down, and you start scraping. And you scrape the skin, and it just comes right off. And you see that white part, just comes right off. And then you gut it. And you gotta be careful not to butt. We don't have to. You got to reach in with your hands and pull things out. We save the liver, the heart, the lungs, the kidneys. We throw everything else away, and then we pack. We put a hot rock inside first. One of the hot rocks. We chuck it in, right, and then you pack it. And then you pack it in the stomach, and you pack it with mango leaves. Mango leaves, right? And then you put it. Then you open up the oven, with the rocks all flat, and then you put the pig right in the middle, facing down. And now the mango leaves is infusing into the pork, and then you put your food on, and then you cover it up with the rocks, the hot rocks, and you cover it all up with banana leaves and breadfruit leaves, and you wait for an hour, or depending on how hot it is, how big the pig is, hour and a half.
Is that
And when it
Kahlua?
comes off, it's a umu. Yeah, it's the same thing as they do at the Kaluas or the umu.
Yeah, it's cool.
UMU. Yeah.
You got that island style, like all the the pig roast and the island style, and around here, I'm mostly Irish, but around here it's Irish and German. I am also Irish and German, but mostly Irish. And there's we do a lot of pig roast and stuff around here too, but it's more like German on a spit style. But but
and you dress it, you paint it, you paint the flavor on it. Yep.
Yeah, but you can't get away from pig being part of tradition around here. Like it's in there. It's part of the meal.
Yeah.
Well, what do you put on it? Like, say you have to serve the roasted pig with the rocks. What is the it just as is? Is there a special sauce that you make?
What? No. Well, so the mango is what gives it the flavor. Like when it's cooked and you bring it out, like the bone just falls off of it. Like it's not like it's so tender and good and juicy, right? You don't need anything. Well, maybe a little bit of salt. If you want to add a little bit of salt, but man, the flavor is already in there. Like that's, I think that's how they used to cook it. They used to cook it that way because it's fast, easy, simple, but the flavor is there. The flavor comes from the ocean. You grab some seawater if you want some salt. But I've seen barbecues done in I think there's a barbecue place. I forget, and somewhere in the mid east, I forget. But people drive there to so they can taste the barbecue pork that they have there. It's like one of the best, and it's kind of similar how they do it, But over 2 days, 3 days, they would grill it.
How different would the style be between a Samoan and a Hawaiian pig roast? Are they similar?
Yeah, it's the same
Same ingredients. Mangoes.
Same way, same style. Yeah, it's called the umu. Also in
it's
in
about
New
how
Zealand,
they cook it, right? And they're gonna do it
with the rocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
New Zealand calls it a hangi. The Maoris, they call it a hangi. Yeah.
So wait a moment. Saying there's pigs. Is there even pigs on all these islands?
Yeah, we got pigs. In the past, the king had a farm of pigs and a farm of chicken and all kinds of farms down there. And this is money. This is our money. This is wealth and trade. So yeah, it's been going on for a long time.
So what does the pig eat actually on the island? Do they eat
papaya? I'll tell you what I feed my pigs. We got a lot of papaya cheese every day. This papaya is just falling off the tree. Birds are eating it. I'm eating it. The papaya, coconuts, bananas, green bananas. Are you getting the kinds of? See, this is the kind of meat we eat down there, right?
Why the
pigs
taste so good.
Listen, pigs have really good snouts, and they're used for like hunting down like mushrooms and stuff like that.
Truffles, yeah.
So they're big into like undergrowth, like mushrooms and stuff like that. Also like legumes, like and even grubs and stuff like that. So like they like to get their nose in the ground and pretty much eat whatever has like substance in there.
Taro is a tube. It's a root. So pigs, when there are wild pigs, man, that's a problem for farmers down there because they're digging everything up. So if there's a big problem, pig digging, we'll go up at nighttime, right, and listen, and we'll go up with the dogs and try to catch this pig. But yeah, they dig up the taro roots. Yeah, and we got so many root plants.
They have a huge problem with wild hogs that are ripping up all the vegetation in those places. I didn't know if we're destroying the island, like if there's wild pigs like tearing up all the trees and stuff.
We have some wild pigs, not a lot.
Have you seen those guys hunting those wild pigs with a minigun from a helicopter?
Yeah. Oh, a minigun.
Yeah. It's not even sport. It's just eradication. Because they're causing
Well, you
so much
want
of
to
a
eat the
problem in
meat.
certain places. I'm not
I
eating no
don't
meat.
think the meat would be full of too much lead if you're spraying them with bullets like
or worms. You know, here, yeah, I wouldn't eat a wild pig here. It got worms.
No, they got worms.
Okay,
yeah, but if you roast them with rocks, the worms will be roasted. You got to gut it.
See, I'm going to put up a sign in front of the house that says no pork products found on premises. So that should keep all the marauders away when the shift happens.
Bring your own bacon. BYB.
You're afraid everybody's going to come running for bacon or what?
Yeah, they're going to be like, "Where's the pork chops?" I ain't got no pork chops, but I got some lamb chops.
Hand over the bacon now. I've got lamb.
Bacon won't cross the mind as long as you don't cook any. As soon as you cook some, they're gonna smell it from miles away and be like, "Oh my god, I smell bacon."
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Where's the bacon?" I go, "What are you talking about? I just burned a bunch of hair."
It's fed tropical fruit. A pig that is fed tropical fruit versus one that's a factory farm pig. There's probably a big difference in the flavor.
Oh yeah. There is. And some people down there order feed, right? Like people have come down and they go from America, you know, from the wherever, and they're going around telling farmers that they should start feeding their chickens and their pork, their pigs, and you know, this special feed from America that's going to help them, you know, like. So not on my island though. Like it, yeah. Some people on my island order the feed, but nah, it's too expensive and it's not as good as the fruits and all the other stuff that we feed them.
It's probably corn.
Who is it that
Probably
keeps
dried
saying
corn
that
feed.
Who is it that keeps on saying that bacon smells like hair?
Me.
Joshua.
Yeah,
you're Joshua. Hey, since I stopped eating it, whenever somebody cooks it, to me it smells like burning hair. And they just put it on the hot. They just put it on the hot skillet too.
I have a story specifically for you. So, probably 30 miles away from me, we have a Patrick Cudahy plant. It's a big ass place. There's just nothing but bacon, and you know that's what they do. Years ago, on 4th of July, there was a veteran who brought back like a military flare and launched it off for the 4th of July celebration, and it landed on the roof of Patrick Cudahy, and it started a fire that burned bacon for like more than a month and a half. And I'm like 30 miles away, and my entire neighborhood smelled like bacon for almost a month, like cooking bacon, like for a month. I was, oh my god, every morning it was torturous. Like I just wanted like some maple like syrup and some pancakes and some eggs. I'm like, you know, like it just, it was delicious.
Oh, but a true carnivore.
How much have you been drinking, Lou? You sound like Helio. You sound a little bit drunk.
You know what? I am buzzed, but I'm telling you, this really happened, and like it was literally like kind of like living in, I don't know, Candyland,
North Korea.
Like no, like it was like the best thing ever. It was like a dream come true where the air always smelled like bacon.
You're such a pig.
Yeah, where I grew up, there was a mushroom plant. Like they grew mushrooms there, and whatever mixture of manure they used, it was just horrible. Like once every week, there'd be just this horrible waft that would just come through the town. Horrible. It smelled like straight pig shit. I don't know if that's what they used, but that compost pile, whew, for their substrate. And these are like the canned mushrooms that you buy in the store.
You say while preparing the pig, you guys will take out the heart and the organs and throw that away?
No, we use it. No, we use it. We it's called blood pudding, I guess that's what they call it. But
blood pudding.
Yeah, you chop them up.
You eat the blood. Right? You vampire.
Well, it's cooked for. It's cooked. we chop it up, right, and we put it in foil. You know, the little portions in the foil, and then you add some onions, salt and pepper, and just chuck it in the oven with the pig. And I mean, it's good. It's beautiful. You know, like yeah, blood. I know, right? Yep.
Well, no, because you know, I don't know if like the vampires drank blood or ate blood. If they ate blood, that means it was cooked. If they drank it, it was raw, right? I don't know. Maybe. I know the blood-sucking mosquitoes. They do liquid blood.
Yeah.
So, are you afraid of? Are you allergic to garlic?
Nope.
Okay, so that's just a fallacy. I've never talked to a real life vampire before.
That's a myth. Yes, that's not. Yeah, I know, right? Like when I was.
You should ask that one again when Geppy Get is around.
I'm just joshing you. Just trying to take the jape.
Yeah, joshing you. Yeah. But yeah, when I first heard about it, you know, when I first kind of realized that, we're drinking, you know, it's blood pudding. I kind of had some feelings about it, but now it's okay, I guess, because.
What did it taste like?
Like it tastes like meat. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but the taste is good. It's good. It's like a delicacy. Yeah. All right, and then there's lobsters and shrimp and all this other seafood that we're not supposed to eat. But
you know, I've eaten shrimp a lot of times in my life, and every time they said, "Oh yeah, it's deveined." No, then what's this black vein, huh? That's a poop vein. It's not deveined.
Dude, poop vein. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, and then it gets worse. I mean, we used to be cannibals back in the day. Like, not cannibals, but, you know, you eat certain warriors that are awesome so that you can acquire their awesomeness. You know what I mean?
Well, I heard man tastes according to it, like the taste of humans like changes from person to person.
Tastes like chicken.
I heard pork tastes like humans, or humans taste like pork. That's why I was kind of turned off about. I mean, not that I'm
like
go find out,
like
but.
Salty pork.
Look, if you're too caught up on the poop vein of a shrimp, like you're gonna have a hard time surviving. Like when shit does hit the fan, you know, like what if you think like you can't eat pig, and that's the only thing that's left to eat, you know, you're gonna start eating pig, and that shrimp with a poop vein, you're gonna forget completely about that poop vein. In fact, that poop vein.
Here's the thing: you don't need to eat meat. This might be scary for you, but you don't need to eat meat. There's nuts you can eat because nuts are considered a meat. It's called nut meat, right? I mean, you can eat other things besides meat. It might be scary for some people, but it can be done. I mean, the meat, what does the meat eat? The meat eats grass, right? The meat that you're eating eats the grass. So by proxy, you're eating grass if you eat meat. Well, grass-fed meat, right?
Yeah, like grass only grows in certain seasons, you know? Like the meat is around all year round.
Like, okay, like the blood sausage, that blood pudding doesn't it have like oatmeal or something in it too to get it thicker?
Yeah, the Scottish one does. The English one has got chunks of fat in it, and it's horrible. But the Scottish one's the best one. Yours sounds good as well, Bong. Homemade is the best.
Back to the grass thing. So, what nutrients that exist in the grass will bioaccumulate inside the cow? And then when you eat the cow, you're eating the nutrients from the grass, but in a much more condensed form. So there's omega-3 fatty acids in the grass, but your body, isn't designed to absorb, an appropriate amount of omega-3 fatty acids by digesting lots and lots of grass. But a cow is able to do that. Same thing goes with salmon and the algae.
I just find it really ridiculous when people like to argue about being a vegan or a vegetarian or a carnivore. I think it's very clear that we're meant to eat both. And the proper balance for you is dependent on your lifestyle and your body size and type, and your diet is dependent on you. Like, for somebody to push a lifestyle and diet onto somebody is ridiculous. Like, you're designed clearly to be able to do whatever you like, whatever fits you.
Well, you get nutrients from both. Like, you see Bong had lettuce and tomato with the beef and the pork. He balanced it with vegetables.
Wait, hold on. Did Lou, did you hear my question?
Maybe I just didn't pay attention. Sorry. No.
I think it was me. My end was dropping out somehow. So I was asking you, so what essential nutrient can be found in plant material that cannot be found in a meat product? Is my question to you.
Vitamin
C.
Vitamin K.
Incorrect on both of those.
Then where is vitamin K found in an animal?
Well, I'm not entirely sure with the vitamin K, but probably the organs, but I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere. But vitamin C, I know for sure is in there.
I'm pretty sure the only natural source of vitamin K is fermented soybeans.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that's a more recently classified one. In fact, I think that might be one of the most recently classified essential nutrients.
There used to be a lot more fermented foods in our diet that's been taken out, and I think a lot of these essential things come from that culture of the ferment of a bean. Now, if you think about it, yeah, it's a ferment and it's a colony of bacteria, so it's living. So technically, it would be meat, right?
Yeah, or just another way to get.
They're just smaller animals.
That's why. Well, that's all the more reason to not be surprised if you found that nutrient inside a cow or a sheep or a goat. But my question to you is: do you know what, would you know how to spot a vitamin K deficiency in someone? What symptoms they might have?
Usually, they're pale or flush in the face.
Yeah, I guess probably more likely to be 100 different things. So I guess that's kind of pointless. But the point is I'm pretty sure that's in there as well. The point is, there's not really as far as I know, there's not an essential. So there's there's four main groups of essential nutrients. There's the omega-3 fatty acids in the three forms that comes in. There's the 60 minerals. There's the vitamins, and then there's the amino acids. And to the best of my knowledge, all of these different things in the form that we don't have the ability to produce inside of our own bodies, all of these essential nutrients in every category can be found inside the fat or protein of a steak, as far as I know. But that depends on what the cow ate. So if you're eating McDonald's beef, you're not eating a cow that ate something healthy. God knows what the hell that thing ate.
I just found something about vitamin K. Hang on, because it says found in different foods.
Is any found in your mama's milk?
By the way, if you want to know what part of the animal has the most vitamin C, it's the kidneys.
Yeah, but look, you're kind of acting on a foundation where you think that you know what the body needs instead of the body telling you what it needs. Like, your body is designed to take in everything that it needs, and it will tell you what it needs. You don't need to like learn some shit about what and have an ideal and like something that you need to like force onto other people about like this is the right diet to have. Like, nobody needs to be doing that. Like,
well, I'm sorry if I was coming
like
off that way.
cravings.
I'm a libertarian after all, Lou. So I mean, it's not like I would be doing anything but.
No, I'm not
make
saying that you're
suggestions to
exactly
people.
doing that, but I'm saying that a lot of people who do take strong standpoints on diet, that's the way that they come across. So I'm not saying you specifically, but
Hey Lou, were you talking about like cravings? Like, if your body's craving a certain nutrition that it's lacking, you'll have a craving for food.
Into that, like pregnant women, they have a craving for banana for some reason. It's because they need potassium in their diet. Like that's the way it works.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and when your body does tell you what it needs, like there was this dude that was stranded out in the middle of the ocean, and all he could do was fish. He was just stuck in his life raft, and when he caught fish, he only ate the eyes, and he doesn't know why. But that's what kept him alive. His body was telling him what to eat and what not to eat. So yeah, I think your cravings, but other things in your body can also trigger a craving, right? Like parasites.
Candidiasis makes you crave sweets. You think you have a craving for sweet things, but you really don't. It's a bacteria in your gut that's taken over. It's the only thing that'll really survive like massive antibiotic treatments. It's candidiasis. It's a type of yeast.
Right. But if you fast and clean out your system and you don't have that crap in you, I think it's your body tells you what you need to eat, what it needs, and where to get it from. I mean, if you look at an animal, right? If it comes from a plant, but you can't find the plant or the plant's not available, but you see the animal, and it's in the animal, like, you're probably going to want to eat that animal. Why? I don't know.
I like fermented tea, kombucha. That stuff's bomb.
Ooh, sounds good.
Have you ever seen it being made? It's really gross looking.
Yeah,
Kinda
the
interesting
Scroby.
looking.
The Scroby, yeah. Have you ever seen how beer is made?
A little bit. But the beer doesn't have, something that looks like a freaking liver cut out of somebody floating around in a jar.
Well, it might, but you don't know that because of all of the floating bits that eventually sink down because the yeast will form like a stone type thing, which will sink when they die. It's called brewer's stone.
Sounds
So
more
instead of it being
painful
on
than
front,
kidney
it's on the
stone.
bottom. Yeah, I know, right? So it's like at the bottom of the vat instead of on top of the vat. And then you have different types of yeast. So an ale yeast is a top brew yeast, whereas a lager is a bottom brew yeast, which takes longer to ferment. The ale, which will impart flavors because it's a different kind of yeast because it's on the top, interacting with the anaerobic environment. Because if you have oxygen in there, it'll make it off. You'll basically, it has to be one of those controlled things where air from the outside doesn't go in. Not necessarily just for the sanitary reasons of having other bacteria or yeasts or funguses coming into the nutrient-rich environment that you're fermenting. So, like, if you're going to do like a wine, bottle of grape juice from the store, 100% juice, no added sweetener. It's already sterilized. Pour a little bit out of it, throw some yeast in it, and put a condom over it. Take the tip of the condom and prick a hole in it, and it'll expand. And as soon as that condom starts to deflate, the wine is ready to drink. And then it's under 5 gallons because it's
Is everyone taking notes?
maximum of 64 ounces. and you can do that legally. So I urge everybody to try attempting to make wine. You'll know it's you messed up, because if you have like an acidic vinegary taste, that means that air was able to get in, and the mother of the bacteria that causes vinegar, the mother of vinegar, gets in there, Acetobacter. Then it converts the ethanol to yeast, or to not yeast, excuse me, vinegar.
So if you fail, at least you've got vinegar.
Yeah. And the best thing is with the store-bought yeast, with the store-bought juices, they're in the bottle, sterilized. So you don't need to boil it. Just pour a little bit out, throw some yeast in, put a condom over it, poke a hole in the tip of the condom. 2 weeks later, it should be deflated, ready to drink.
I'll try that. Yeah.
I've gone a step further, and I've added raisins to it and sugar, made it really super fortified, kind of sweet and strong. Then you just freeze it solid and pour the juice out, and what the juice comes out of it's high test wine. Because only the alcohol won't freeze, and some of the sugar will come out with it.
I can't even enjoy being buzzed anymore. You know what I mean? Like just a little buzz. I don't know why. It's like I haven't drank. Yeah, I haven't drank in so long. It's like it feels like I'm poisoning myself if I have a drink.
So yeah, if you guys are wondering or asking, yeah, I am an asset in lockup jail. I can make hooch.
Orange juice.
Oranges, apples, and Kool-Aid for the sugar.
Yeah. Man, I didn't drink that shit when I was in jail.
$5 a cup. 5 soups for a cup. 5 sopas. 5 sopas.
I always just throw in with
make that in your toilet or your sink?
We had community toilets and community sinks, so we would take our tub, our bucket, our tote, and take like a garbage bag, mash out in there, and throw everything in there and keep it under the bunk.
Yeah,
it's fucking gross. Okay, but
people
and then while it's expanding, while it's gassing out and expanding, like it only takes like for a day for the hooch to be ready, because it's different kind of process. It's like wild yeast and all that, so it'll be like a weird funky flavor. But when it expands and that gas goes off, if you just release the gas, then it's going to smell like a brewery. So people have to inhale that gas, and that's another money market because people inhale it and get high.
Yeah, no, my family owned a brewery. Like they actually just sold it last year. I know what you're talking about. That fermentation smell, like they don't inhale all of it.
Yep. And then they're like, wow, falling out. They're like, dude, this is awesome. It's like, yeah, you just keep go ahead and paying me to kill your brain cells, bud. I don't have any coffee left. I don't care. Give me an envelope here. Inhale this. Hell, just for free. Just come on. You're gonna get us rated.
Good times.
Yeah.
I used to make this dinner with the ramen noodle and the sausages, Vienna sausages. Everybody used to pitch in.
I would always throw fish in there, and they'd be like, ew, why are you throwing seafood in there? And I go, hey, it's my spread, right?
I'll eat whatever you guys make, man. There you go. Here's my Vienna sausage.
Chili, like 4 packs of chili ramen. Make like
it's
a
good
salsa.
Too, man. It's like shit. Yeah.
Throw some Tabasco on it. It's a complete meal.
Throw some spicy Cheetos in that bitch. Turn that whole thing red. Get some mayonnaise and some tortillas. Make some ramen burritos. Woo!
Dude,
people would trade their dinner plate for that.
It's like a WAP party every day in prison, isn't it?
Yeah.
People are very resourceful, man. When you take things away from them, they'll figure it out. They'll figure out how to get.
We had a way of making orange chicken in there by taking the chicken patties from Sunday night's dinner and some oranges and what do you call it? Jellies.
Wow.
Pretty good. Oh, and then we got that whole we called it peckerwood pie because that's the name of it, where you take like a honey bun and you take peanut butter and you mix it with hot cocoa, and it turns into like this chocolate peanut butter frosting, and you put it over the top. Oh, that's fire.
Damn. Well, damn. Peanut butter and hot chocolate and hot cocoa. Mix it into like a paste and then spread it on the bun.
Something unusual I've done a few times is take egg yolks and use them as creamer in iced coffee.
Yeah.
Works reasonably well.
In the public prison toilet? Is that where you're going with this?
No, I just mean like, like iced coffee, but instead of putting heavy cream in it, put egg yolk.
Egg yolk?
Yeah. Hey, it's got more mono unsaturated fats than cream.
Yeah, I heard that about back in the day. They would do something special with coffees. They would add egg to it and sugar.
I gotta try that
instead of creamer.
Yeah,
like just an egg yolk.
Just egg white or
no egg yolk? Just the egg yolk.
Oh.
Yeah, the egg white doesn't really work for it.
I'll find something for it. Pete Townsend or John Townsend and Son. They do like 16th century, 17th century cooking type thing.
For some reason, I
sometimes make chocolate.
I keep getting these like YouTube wants me to watch videos where they like put a whole bunch of eggs in rice and teach me how to cook. I forget what kind of style. I don't know. Asian rice or whatever. But I don't know why it's doing it. It keeps on showing me this shit about eggs and how to. Anyone else getting that?
Something you.
Nope.
I don't know, but something you can do with eggs is so most chocolates, the way that they're made is they have a fat base, which is either cocoa butter or cream or coconut oil. You have to have some kind of a fat as the fat base. But I've made lots of chocolate with using beef tallow from a jar that's very refined and has a neutral flavor. So I actually use beef fat to make chocolate. But an easier way is to just separate the egg whites from the egg yolks and just, have like 3 egg yolks in a bowl. Throw some stevia or monk fruit extract or erythritol in there. And then throw in some cocoa powder and just stir it up. And the egg yolks function very well as a fat base. So you can have egg yolk chocolate really easily. It's probably a lot better than regular chocolate.
Yep.
Like, as far as the taste and your health, I think.
I'll be back. Alrighty. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I signed it. We'll be back.
I really hate the fact that these planes have to fly over the house. They've never done that before. Hey, if you're catching me on microwave film, get this. Fuck you, bitches.
My dog is blind. I have to take him for a walk. His nose is all he has left.
Uh-oh.
So I let him smell as long as he wants. You know, like when we stop, it's like, all right.
He's like, I haven't smelled that in years.
He's got cataracts.
He smells something, his tail starts wagging and starts getting happy. It's like, uh-oh. Calm down.
And he can hear. He can hear, like, oh, I think dogs can really know certain English words that people use, you know? Just like.
Oh, yeah. They know. They know.
Yeah.
I've seen a thing where they know like something like 30% of what you say, actually.
Really? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because right when I said I'm going to take the dog for a walk, he starts walking into the room, like looking around, like, you know, where I am. I was like, oh my God.
Once they get to know you, they heard that speech patterns, they understand a lot more of what you say than what they're able to say back to you. You know what I mean?
Yep. And pay attention, like, because I've noticed that with the dogs that I've had. Like, they'll give you, like, subverbal communications, and it's just, like, usually with their huffs and their puffs and the way that they step and look in their ears. It's like, oh, you're really trying to do sign language, aren't you?
Just gesturing, eh? You're trying to communicate.
Look,
like, you could say bath, and the tail will drop and I'll hide.
If you have a dog that's your dog, and you've been down around your dog, that's how you know that they know. They know exactly how you feel.
Exactly.
And
the tone of your voice.
You start talking to them, and you can see like the facial expressions on their face. They give them back. They totally respond 100% to how you feel. Like if it's your dog.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I love dogs.
And you know how people say, oh, this dog's stupid. Like, I always say that with this poodle because he's stupid. I was sitting there, he's like, you're talking about me, ain't you, Dad? Like, I'll come out sometimes, or I'll go into the house, and he'll be out there and, you know, all happy. Look around, okay, no messes on the linoleum, you know? All right, cool, good boy. And then sometimes I'll go in there, and he'll, like, cower and go and run and hide. And I was like, all right, where's it at? Where's the puddle?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the puddle.
Yeah. Yeah. They know exactly when you've done. Man, I saw this dog on TV help this little girl watch TV, right? And when the parents came in, the dog helped to like turn off the TV and pretend like they're doing their homework, reading a book. I forget. I was laughing my ass off at the dog, how the dog knew what the little girl was doing and was helping her. I was like, oh my God. She was like,
have you seen that
5,
video of that savage cat that saved that girl from this one pit bull?
Yeah. The black one ran out. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. That cat was gangster, dude. Pit bull was. I ran.
See, it's not about.
They're like little lions.
Here's the thing. And even military tactics dictate this. It's not about the size of your forces. It's about violence of action.
Yeah. The will to act.
Yeah. With impunity.
Yeah. I discovered that when I was a little kid, and I stood up to some bullies, big bullies, like 3 years older than me. I just got super violent on them and scared them, and I was like, holy crap, this works. I'm just going to work on my violence. Like, what'd you say? Oh, nothing. That's right. Yeah, even, if you're in the military, like, you don't really know what you're made of until you're out there, and you have to shoot some poor farmer and his son. Because you trained really hard to fight some super commandos, right? And you come out here and you find a bunch of freaking farmers who don't even know how to coordinate themselves. It's fun, right? It's okay. I mean, like, violence of action of like what? I can't do this. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. Right? Cats though are like little lions, you know, when you look at them, they just sit there like they're the king of the house, like or queen.
For cats, you are the pet.
Yeah. Think about it. You're the one that cleans up their poo.
Yeah, there was an old lady that used to live next door. She died, and her cat, man, her cat just won't leave the house.
So I seen it was studied. Like if you were to say blow your head off in your house, your cat, it'll take a matter of minutes before your cat starts eating you off of the walls. Whereas your dog will mourn you until it is starving and all of its food is gone, and then it'll take a matter of days or weeks before your dog will rely on eating you.
Yeah.
That's why the Egyptians feared the cat. Stop eating our dead pharaohs.
Yeah, the cat. It's like oh, it's dead. Time to eat. Like that for the cat. That's it. The dog literally like feels bad about it, and it'll avoid it until it's like time, like where it just needs to survive.
You know, people
Cats got
walking their
9
dog
lives.
or where
They don't care. You know, that's the problem with cats. 9 lives, they don't care. With dogs, they got 1 life. Besides that, what's up with the cat's eye? It's very similar to a sneaky snake.
Yeah,
But then again, a goat's eye is trippy.
I'm seeing people walking their dogs too. People just walking around, you know, and they're wearing masks. I'm like, what the hell? You're walking your dog and you're wearing a fucking mask.
And for all you cat owners out there, you ever seen your cat just staring at you from across the room, like looking really devious?
Like,
you know what he's thinking, right?
One day I'm gonna get that motherfucker.
He's thinking, I wonder what he tastes like. Fucking
Seen those lions? That guy that raises lions, people that raise lions, and the lions remember them when they go back, or gorillas.
Christian the lion.
You know, these animals know what they are, what they're supposed to do, and who their creator is. You probably even know the earth is not a ball. What about man? Well, man doesn't know shit. He thinks he knows.
The only thing I can be sure of is that I really don't know anything.
Well, I know we are all going to die one day. That's one thing, right? We know that 2 things are certain: death and taxes.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
No.
you could be one of those blessed ones that sees New Jerusalem coming down and will enter it without seeing death. So death is not always a guarantee.
If you die twice, that means you're only born once. If you're born twice, you die once.
Oh yeah. Like you become born again, that old you has died and passed away.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Born once, die twice. Born twice, die once. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah.
Then that would make more precedence and sense to the second death. Huh?
Yep.
Now, this is interesting, philosophical, but are there any dumbass?
No, wait a minute, Joshua. How could Joshua? There's no way you just said that's philosophical. Don't.
No. I said this conversation is very philosophical and enlightening.
No. That's what I know, Matt. I know, Joshua. Come on, no. Philosophical is the love of man's wisdom. There's no man's wisdom in truth, sir. Just trying to point that out.
The love of Sophia, right? Sophia.
I stand corrected.
I'm just.
The love of the goddess of wisdom, right? Sophia.
Yeah.
No, love of man's wisdom. I mean, philosophy means Satanism. Sorry to always use that word 10,000 times a day. That's what.
Love of the world's wisdom, right? Which is stupid.
Yeah, it's trash, bro. They don't even. There is no such thing. It's an oxymoron. Man's wisdom. Yeah, stupid. That's the greatest oxymoron ever. That's why it triggers me, Joshua. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
So there's a lot of times where you trigger me, but like I agree with you completely on that. Like the wisdom of man is one of the most laughable things I could ever think of.
It's not funny.
I stand corrected, and I thank you for that.
That's right, Jemsy. Amen, Joshua. You took it very well. I know it's you know, I'm hesitant, but with your name, I have to, man. You got that name.
I know. No, it's just, you know, I couldn't find a better way to describe. You know, I was trying to like get things back to wondering if there's any dumbass ball earthers that want to champion their ball.
I'll have well, hopefully. I don't know. For some reason, every time I show up, I can't get any to join. I've tried to ask Jemsy to help me get these people in here for quite some time. And Jemsy, are you going to help me or what?
I'm trying in the background.
Thank you. I really need you to put a lot of attention. I think what we need to do, guys, we really need to start a GoFundMe account for these atheist globers, because $60 million a day isn't enough to afford to put an iPhone on a rocket that doesn't glitch out. So we really need to help these people get some money together so that they can afford to take rockets up in the. Listen, Bong, we need to help them afford to put an iPhone on the rocket when it goes up, because the cameras they keep using keep glitching out every time it matters, coincidentally.
Yeah. Conveniently, you mean, right? Conveniently.
Well, see, you know how they had that one program for students for these microsatellite payloads on these stupid rocket things? I was like, well, that would be a good thing just to waste $80,000 and build one of these cube type things with a motion wheel, because that's what the science indicates. That's how things move without propulsion, is propulsion wheels and stuff. Anyways, do all that and have it set up like a cube to where there's 360 degrees of high definition cameras, right? And it's on a delay to where it's recorded and then sent to a central relay back to a tower somewhere so we could receive it, right? And prove A, nothing goes up, and B, that it indicates there is no curvature.
Well,
you know what I mean?
What's wrong with that fast rocket? Oh, what? Like, that has to be explained.
They refute it because it stops too suddenly.
Exactly. So that has to be explained. Are they saying that that's fake? Because if it's real, it has to be explained.
Well, it wasn't
That's a
launched by
conspiracy.
NASA or a millionaire, so it's got to be fake. It's amateur.
But it looks so real. That's why it's got to be fake.
Well, we're going back to they don't have a claim anyway because there isn't a video shot of a rocket showing the Earth going from flat to curve. There isn't even a claim for it. There isn't even I can look this up for the DoD. Where does NASA or the Dry Flight Research Center tell me that Earth curve starts? There isn't a claim. It does not exist. There is no argument. That's how easy this is.
It should start at 1.225 miles if you are 1 foot off of the sea level, right? That's where it should start.
Do you know that a sphere doesn't have a flat spot? On the water, on a sphere of water, does not have a flat spot. Period.
Yeah. Or a sphere of anything. I mean, do basketballs have flat spots?
Right, but the reason we have to say because of the Earth, because topography could confuse. They'll use any excuse there could be. So you go to the water, which makes sense since the God, our Heavenly Father has told us how important water is. So it does make sense to go to the water. And that's the thing, guys. I mean, over the ocean, when you're in a plane over the ocean, you see hundreds of thousands of square miles. Do you know they're called square miles? Has anybody thought of that? They're called square miles for a reason. Square miles.
Yes. And it's called sea level for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you call a surface area of a ball then? Right? The surface area, like say 1 by 1. What do you call that? It's not squared.
You don't have square, right? You have 0 square miles, 0 on a ball.
But that's just because people used to be dumb, and now we're smarter than before.
That's right. And according to Matthew, listen. Oh, wait a minute. Matthew learns a couple of days. Remember, this guy says he believes the Bible. I want to vomit every time. He says that God just had to talk to us that way because we were a very simple people, and that's why he had to describe it that way. Even though it's the exact same terminology when describing a carpenter planing on a flat surface, the line, the same word is used, but that's because we're stupid and God had to talk to us.
Not really, because Solomon built a temple that no one today can recreate or build as awesome as it was built. So I don't think they were simple, man. I think they knew way more the craftsmanship. Think about it.
How about this, Bong? What about this? Is something I always like to point out, even to atheists, is that 3,000 years ago, they knew which ant, before I continue, if I were to take a few different ants and put them in front of your faces right now, including the people listening to this hangout outside of the 24/7 Discord at 1121 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just of Mexico. If I were to put an ant in front of your face, you would not be able to tell me. I guarantee 99% of you would not be able to tell me which one is male and female. But 3,500 years ago, because you can't just look underneath your dog or your cat, right? It's an ant. So 3,500 years ago, those goat herders knew which one was female, and that's the level of intelligence. Thanks.
Are you closing in on my location?
No, I'm just north of Mexico. I think. What didn't you say you're a few hundred miles up?
Yeah, I'm like 2.5 hours from Yuma.
North of Phoenix?
No, north of Yuma. I'm east of Phoenix, or excuse me, west of Phoenix.
West of Phoenix. So like adjacent from Phoenix, kind of. But
pretty much the same distance from the border. But
okay, yeah.
On the Colorado River. It's like the 10 freeway, about 35 minutes north of that. So from Quartzsite on up.
Oh, I love that area. I got some great shots up there when I drove all the way to the border of Canada. But yeah, that's the most beautiful place on earth near the Grand Canyon.
Mm-hmm. I like the stars. The night sky. It's the only place I've been able to see the Milky Way. Then it just makes me wonder, are those the windows of heaven that opened up? I don't know.
I don't think I've seen that Milky Way, but we have it's pretty clear here because you're away from the city too,
Yeah, I'm out in the country. There's not we don't even have paint markers on our road.
What's the elevation?
like 850, 860.
Oh, so you're still low though. I'm at over 4,000 over
Oh,
here.
wow.
I don't know if that helps me. It gives me a little bit, but yeah, just just type in Fort Huachuca. But yeah, it's pretty clear out here too. I know Mount Graham is 80 miles north of me. I can actually see the mountain from certain spots here. So just one.
Yeah, next
I can make out.
next month we should be able to start seeing it. Or this month, August to November.
And there's a lot of mysteries out here besides the Old West folk tales, which I don't really care about. There were people living near here, had some interesting archaeological things all throughout, hundreds of miles of stuff, caves, hidden places, treasures, you name it. There's ridiculous amounts of archaeological things out here. I think they're hiding a lot. I think the Grand Canyon has had structures in it. They very well could have been destroyed. I don't know. I think that there were some people living here after the Tower of Babel. I think they came over from Babylon all the way over to here 4,000 years ago. And that's just a personal belief. That's just because of the structures we find here, pyramid.
Did you see that
fast.
video I shared from Flatwater?
I watched some Flatwater. I like some of his things. Some of them no, but yeah, I don't know if you showed me anything. I've seen him for years.
Let me see if I can't find it. It's called 5 months ago is when he did it. It's called The Ancient Hebrews of America.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Okay, I'll drop it in the thing. So you can watch it at your leisure.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job. He doesn't, he gets his information and he gets it together in a pretty cool way. He gets all the art,
Yeah.
yada yada. He does go with some of the trends. Unfortunately, I'm obviously that I'm very particular about this topic. So I don't want to use the Nazi word, but I don't like it when there are things that are tied to things that confuse and deceptions. But I'll give him the credit of the work he puts into it, but he kind of takes all the bad stuff too and also makes videos about some nonsense, which I'm not mad at him for, but it's frustrating because that's that is what Satan does. Satan will let you realize a great, beautiful truth, and then he's going to put thousands of deceptions in front of you. Flat Earth is no exception.
Yeah, I've noticed that even with my YouTube. Like, I'll look something up, and I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting. And I'll look it up and say, yeah, entomologically sound on what this guy is saying. And then there'll be 3 pages, for 3 days of just videos that are going against what they're saying, and it's just baseless SJW claims where they don't actually give any citation for it. They just say, well, this one guy this long time ago said this, and so that's right. I was like, huh? Yeah. It's like the most idiotic thing, right? There's this one pilot, and he goes, I have globe Earth proofs, and I'm a commercial pilot, and this is one thing I never wanted to talk about. But the Earth is round. And I go, you're a commercial pilot and you're still flying, so you have to say it's round. Otherwise, it would take your wings from you. Do you have any proof of bendy water? And he goes, have you ever looked at a drop of water? And I go, that's meniscus, surface tension. That's not bendy water. And he just, I think he blocked me.
Yeah, it's not the meaning of the question. He's not answering the question.
Yeah.
That's the misanswer. Yeah.
I always just say, well, let's look at a water droplet at rest. Well, there's a little model there. If I don't, use that term loosely, but there's a little model of a little snow globe and a drop of water at rest. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that actually is the only true hemisphere. But again, these terms are wrong. We shouldn't be using any of that. But that's the thing is that a water droplet at rest. What's
Dodge has a hemisphere. Dodge has a hemi.
All I care about pilots, okay, all I care about that a pilot does is that he does not skip any of the checks or make any fucking mistakes before takeoff and when we land, and that they monitor air traffic. That's all I care about pilots to do. Ask them about the shape of the Earth. They'll turn into just any normal glober. They're drive planes. They fly planes. You know, just it's like asking a taxi. You know what I mean? Like whether you're 30,000 feet in the sky, 3,000 feet on the mountain, or 1 foot off of the ground, the horizon is still there, and it's not curving away. You know what I mean? It's like we don't have to go up to see that or to know that the Earth is a ball or not, because we have geometry and math and we understand how planes work. So, you know, it just turns them into a glober, like, you know, just a typical glober. He's probably intimidated. He doesn't know what to say, right? So he'll probably say something he heard or something that he thinks makes sense. But,
well, what really
you know,
irritates me is I can only get like 55 subscribers out of maximum 310 at one point. But this guy just putting out baloney with no real evidence, just, well, I'm a pilot, so you could trust me. Wink.
Yep.
And he's got like 30,000 subscribers, and I'm just like, why do people love these lies?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, because he's a pilot, right? People think that he would know, but we're all missing the point, right? That curvature is not that if the Earth was a ball, it's always more sky than land because it's curving away. The horizon wouldn't look the way it looks. It would look like a ball, like we're on a ball. So, you know what I mean? Like, just because somebody's a pilot, all these 30,000 whatever subscribers he has, you know, they're all also following that same way of thinking that this guy's a pilot, so he must know that the Earth is a ball. Like, how would a pilot know that and you not? You know, like, how do you go up in the sky and see that it's a ball? You know, the horizon will always be at eye level. So it's like missing the point and using this authority bullshit because he's a pilot. You know what I mean? Like, you listen to a pilot, like what does a pilot know about the horizon and what he should see if it was a ball? And yeah, and of course he has his job to look after, and he's got a channel that he would like to blow up, and the government is on his side, and you know, there's all these things.
It's almost as if the pilot has washed his hands from that matter and moved on completely to something else.
I mean, in a cool people meter, pilots are just under astronauts. So.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know. There's this one chef over there in Turkey. He's pretty cool. Does a lot of cool stuff with salt.
I don't know if they're cool.
No,
I don't think they're cool.
You know that one meme where that guy kind of looks like the guy that played Tony Stark. I can't remember his name. He kind of looks like him with like round glasses on, and he's just sprinkling salt. That's the guy. He's got like a huge restaurant where all he does is meat with no seasoning and puts raw salt, like good sea salt, on it, and this Wagyu covered in like gold leaf and all that.
Yeah,
it's pretty flashy. I like watching him.
What's his name? I've seen his videos.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Salt by.
Yeah. I mean, he's not an astronaut or a pilot, and he's pretty cool.
Well, the Globers actually have the coolest guy in the world. They actually have Logan Paul, which is the #1 cool guy on the planet.
Oh my gosh, he's not even cool.
You know, he is just so cool. And also, you know, Logan Paul, he's so cool. You know, he's doing boxing fights now, and yeah.
The dumbass that wanted to fight Mayweather. The dumbass that wanted to fight the other dumbass. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's good.
Mayweather? I've never heard of him either.
He won it. He fought Mayweather. They fought, bro. It happened.
No, he lost.
I don't know any of them, so they're not famous.
It was
I don't know them, and they're not famous.
Exhibition, no judges.
Well, that's what I mean about clout chasing and people who would use, you know, this content that we're talking about to boost their whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me just explain, Bong. This guy sold his soul. He went out and mocked all these people. Remember, I don't get along with anybody, but I don't go out in public and make fun of people with a proud look. Again, these 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination to him. God hates that behavior. Now, the thing is, though, is that he's mocking a truth that challenges the world, literally, right? That the whole world believes something, and this truth obviously interferes with that. So he publicly had to make a mockery of it and then laugh about it. And then, of course, you know, that's big, you know, millions of people saw that he, you know, Rob, what's his name? Robbie Davidson fell for it. Obviously, he's not very bright. You know, unfortunately, flat earthers are still stupid, allowing people to troll them like that. Thanks, Jemsy. And that's just the sad truth. But the thing is, what you just saw was a suicide. When you saw Logan Paul or Jake Paul, whichever one it was, I don't know. Whoever did that, do that publicly, that was watching faces. Thanks.
Faces of death. Yeah.
Oh wow, is this the guy right here? He's got some he's got some weird ass tattoos.
Yeah,
like that whole crest of an eagle on his chest. If this is who it is.
That's his brother. That's
if
Jake
you do
Paul,
something,
right?
Yeah, you know, in cloud chasing, if you do something, the more controversial something is, right, and you don't get into too much legal trouble, the more famous you become, and the more famous you become, the more influence you have. People YouTube might even want to make a movie with you because you're so famous, even if it's doing stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you're famous like that, you know, there's got to be a reason behind this fame on why so many people that are other influencers are going after this one influencer. Because
I'm not saying he's not a plant. Obviously, I think he's a plant, but it could be anyone. I mean, but I think he's a plant. I think he's been.
I mean, they come from the Disney child programming. You know, they are from that Disney. How do you say? Superstar group of children.
Yeah, when people like that are famous on the internet, you know, parents and people like us are like, man, you know, face palm. What the hell is this crap? It's like the internet. That's the reaction they want. That's the feeling they want you to have. You know, they want to normalize it, normalize things that are not normal, and then you get more and more degenerate. Accept things that aren't supposed to be accepted, like. Oh, it's like fame does something to.
You see, like Exo was mentioning, the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers. Their fame right now is based on mockery and making fun of things, and everything is a joke, and that's the way they do things. So.
And that's why people think they're cool.
Yeah, it's a mockery of everything. And they brag about how many women they sleep with and stuff like that.
Oh well.
See, that's the thing that I don't understand.
I gotta add on to that, Joshua. I add on to that real quick. Jemsy, pretty soon they'll be bragging about how many men they sleep with. Continue, guys.
I was just gonna say, you know, since when did it become an honorable thing to break wedlock?
We are in Satan's ritual. That's what this world is, Matthew. As you know, it's been this way for a long time. It's just now being publicized and accepted worldwide, just like it was, again, Sodom and Gomorrah was the example of this in a small factor and whatever you want to call it, you know, relative to this area. Now it's the half or whole plane of existence, the whole face of the earth, influenced by Babylon, you know, fine linen, scarlet and purple, which is the red, white, and blue. I'm telling you guys, this place is going to get wiped off the face of the earth, and it's going to be beautiful.
Now, okay, here's a scary thought, okay? Now, regardless if you think nuclear bombs are real or fake, okay? Just regardless of it.
Well, they can't.
The United States is the only one that has used them in anger. We have to reap what we sow. We've sowed two of those things of disaster. Right?
But we've done way worse than that, bro. We've done way worse than nuclear bombs, right? But here's how you know nuclear bombs don't matter. I'm not going to claim they're fake or not. Actually, yeah, I kind of know that God won't let men destroy his creation. God destroys. He decides, you know, when that's going to happen. So that's not even a possibility. That's all. I know that for.
Well, that's what I was saying, you know, regardless, it's one of those things to where it's an inequity, right? Like all of these wars where we've just gone over there and just completely decimated their culture and their way of life and defiled it and set up our own statues and statutes, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's, we're going to have to pay for that.
God damn, somebody just yelled at me to put on a fucking mask. Fucking idiots.
Hey, listen, yeah, you don't
have my
see me
scarf
though
on.
support. I have to say this, like, I mean, I'm not a country supporter, man. Like, I'd make a lot of people angry if, you know, the normal Christian American would absolutely be terrified of talking to me because I'm an anti anything of man, including the Constitution. I take the Constitution, I'll use it for toilet paper. And that's it. Like, I don't believe in any of these man-made laws. These ideas are all satanic ideologies to take away from the Bible. It's all a deception, man. It really is. The whole country's it's not a
See,
real country.
there's
it's
a
a
reason.
corporation.
There's a reason why I don't mind calling you executive officer.
Hey, Bong, just tell him you don't participate on satanic rituals.
Yeah. It's just this dude sitting in front of his house, right?
Exactly.
He's sitting in front of his house, smoking a cigarette, a mask, and he signals over to me, "Oh, mask?" It's like, "Yeah, I got my scarf." And he
What you should have said.
gave you a thumbs up.
Go ahead.
What you should have said is just keep smoking your cigarette, bud.
I was like, "Where's yours?"
No, because here's the thing. He's worried about if he's so worried about his health. If he's so worried about about his health by your actions, what about his actions that he's doing to harm himself by smoking?
Well, he's sitting in front of his house smoking without a mask and telling me who's walking my dog, "Where's your mask?" Like, touche.
Bong, just start
you at
speaking
work?
Chinese
Okay.
or something.
I'm
Bong,
walking my
just
dog.
start yelling words in Chinese or something.
China number one.
Are you at work, Bob?
Hey,
No, I'm
he's
walking my
walking
dog.
around.
No, he's walking his blind dog.
I'm blind.
I would have used that opportunity to have a nice conversation with that guy. If somebody said that to me, I would walk my dog over to him and I would make sure that he understood what we were, you know, as far as my opinion is concerning that topic. I would definitely have a conversation with him. You might want to take this opportunity to go walk over to him and live on air right now for the 24/7 Discord. Have a conversation with this guy and ask them, "Sir, do you see that I'm out in the street away from people and that's why I don't have to wear a mask, sir? Is that okay?"
Yeah, but he's in Australia, and maybe the military will fall off the air and put him in.
He looks like he just had dinner, so I don't want to
You should
ruin
have
his.
asked him.
You know,
You should have asked him. You should have said, "Mate, I bet you think the world is round."
hey, I was gonna say that.
I
If
think
I'm
you're a
gonna go over and
Glover.
talk to him, it's not gonna be about the mask. Be like, "Hey, do you know how sphere?" Like what?
Do you know how
Why?
do you know how ludicrous the spherical claim of the Earth is?
No. Don't start there. Don't start there ever. Just ask them, "Sir, do you know that the Earth is spinning around this thing called the Great Attractor, also known as Satan? Do you know that?" That's what I would do.
Yeah. I was gonna say, "Oh, I'm a flat earther. It's okay. I'm a flat earther. It's all right."
Yeah.
We're
Hey,
exempt.
XO,
We're immune.
you were mentioning about the Constitution, right? And you know
Come on.
this guy, you
Come
know this audit, you know these First Amendment auditors that go out there and try to get the police, you know, to argue with them about the First, Second Amendment and stuff like that. So the other,
I do.
I think it was maybe like a few weeks ago, I was looking at one of those videos, and it was this guy Johnny 50. I don't know if you guys heard of this guy, Johnny 50, and he's very vocal about this. But then he made a video. He was doing a First Amendment audit and getting his second vaccine shot. Like, I'm like, dude, you're protecting freedom and getting a shot. Like, are you freaking really?
He's still a slave of Satan and doesn't even know it. That is pathetic.
And then he was like talking to the girl, giving him. He was recording the whole process of getting the. He wasn't inside the car, inside the vehicle, and he was kind of like saying that people are so dumb for questioning the shot. People are just dumb. Just get it, you know. Like, I was like, oh my goodness, this guy.
He's just that's unbelievable. I just can't understand how people can be so stupid and contradictory and just they're looking for a purpose, Gemsy. They don't know what they're doing at all. They're looking for some sort of meaning, and they think that agreeing with their government that they're fighting against. That is so, how bass backwards is that? How do you fight my government, but I'm going to take this shot? I don't.
Fight the powers. Fight the powers that be.
It is backwards.
Listen. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not allowed to talk about religion, but that's all we do. Actually, that's all we do is talk about religion, guys.
Yeah.
Which is the
Which religion?
Which is
The ball religion.
Exactly.
Dispelling their religion. Yeah.
Touche. Oh my gosh! Why is everybody walking their dog today?
I was talking to some Catholics earlier, and I mentioned the Pope, and I was like, "Well, how do you guys feel about the Pope just agreeing with everything the world says?" And he says, "Oh, well, that's not what the church is saying. Just because the Pope says it doesn't mean the church says it."
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave. Thanks.
It's like, how many idols do you have to have?
He's blind.
Yeah, I have a little bit of an experience with
Good boy.
with Catholics. Friend of mine, her niece was getting confirmed or whatever.
kind of
I don't
dog?
even know what the hell that's even about.
What kind of dog?
But I went there just to help
Oh, yeah.
support
Beautiful.
her, right? And so this preacher's up there telling them just things, you're going to go to hell if you don't bring him here every Sunday, and it has to be on Sunday. And I go, what chapter and verse? He looked at me like he was about ready to sprout horns and just continued on with his thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was just talking about that with my wife, how it's literally in the law that God gave Moses, and it describes it so elaborately. I don't know why people have a problem with it. I don't understand it. It says, and God created the earth in 6 days, and the seventh day he rested. So I want you to obey this commandment to rest, and make the Sabbath holy. And I notice a lot of Bible believers have a problem with that, and I don't even know where to begin.
A lot of them don't even know what holy means, right? So I always like to start with like, hey, do you know what holy means? Just a question. It's all right to say I don't know, but they will never say I don't know, and they'll give their own definition, and that's the problem.
Separate.
That's the problem, even with globe earthers, is they make up their own definitions for words that have a clear definition. Like planet to somehow mean soil, No. Planet means a light in the sky that does not fall in suit with the constellations. It's a wandering star. It changes its position. That's all it means. Right? And, but I live on a planet. No, you don't. You live on a wandering star? And it's like, do you even know what Earth means? Well, yeah, it's where we live. It's tierra firma, right? Firm, but actually Earth comes from Gaia, which is gay, which means earth or dirt. There's even a verb for earth, and that's to compile the body, or to compile, or whatever it is, to give the corpse to the earth for burial. It's like, yeah. Anyways, it's just crazy on the amount of illiteracy that there really is. And these people want to ridicule me for not spelling words correctly when they're verbally illiterate. They have no vocabulistic understanding of things. See, I have a disability of dyslexia, and quite frankly, some words are just, like, for the longest time, I had a hard time spelling of. It was like OFV or something like that. And it's like, no, it's just OF. Right? Yeah, OVE or something. I was like, well, no, that's not correct. Well, what the heck? And I know I'm going to get laughed at for it, but you know what? I don't care. I've been ridiculed for that my whole life. So you think you're going to change anything about that? Your words don't hurt me. But some people will take words and make that offensive. Oh, I've taken offense to that. Well, that's your problem then, huh? You know what I mean? Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox.
It's like the heliocentric model. They created like a parallel universe of language, and they made all these words to have those meanings inside that universe, which is a fictitious place of imaginary land. They try to bring it into reality and talked about it like it's reality, and it's like made up language.
Exactly.
Like the word planet, and yeah, they say the planet means this place that you can go and play golf and set up base. And you live in one of those. That's where you live.
The legal fiction they've created is comical.
From the earth, from the dust to dust. Like we were taken from the earth, and we will return to it. Remember the Bible? Yeah.
Right, and where did the earth come from? Out
From
of
the water.
the water. Yes.
From the water.
So it's not earth with a little bit of water, it's water.
Yeah, that's why I've always said about 70% flat, 30% roughly bumpy dry land.
Right, but remember that the space religion is so confusing. Again, remember, there's no such thing as a heliocentric model. There's no heliocentric belief. That hasn't been in existence for quite some time. So again, these terms are so confusing because that doesn't even exist on anybody's paradigm. So we're shooting past each other so many times. It's so weird when you get down to the terminology, the spells that are cast upon people's minds with these words. It destroys their ability to think. Especially that word universe. That's one of the worst. Yeah, planet. And there's so many others. Orbit can actually be saved because orbit just means to wheel, which is what things do above us. The sun and moon orbit us. Yes, that is the truth. The stars orbit us. Balls don't orbit each other. So you can save that word. It's
it's like
amazing.
Universe is an oxymoron into itself. It's like a double negative or a double positive, right? I mean, uni is singular. Correct. And then verse is a single line of a sonnet or poem. So it's like
that would be the new meaning, not the etymology. It's actually worse than that. It's literally out of many one. If you were to take a sentence of the etymology,
e pluribus.
Yes, literally the same thing. That's what universe means, is the same as e pluribus. Yeah, that's why that's what Satan is. Universalism, Catholic.
Yep. It's amazing. Oh no, Catholic just means Christian. No, it means universal.
Catholics admitted that earlier. I was speaking to a Catholic. He admitted that, and then that's when I went down and I didn't get very far because the guy literally just started getting upset when I was pointing out that God is very specific in creation. That's why it's 7-day creation. He goes, well, how do you know it's a day? And I go, well, it says the evening and the morning were the first day. He actually interrupted me like 3 times. And then it's worse than that, though, because, again, going back to the law, God says it in his laws to Moses. He describes it. God made the earth in 6 days and rested on the 7th. And that's why that's how I know it's actually in his law. Thanks.
Yeah, but you're talking to a Catholic and they say, but that's the Jewish part. And then you sit there and you say, hey, you want to know who first tried to, or the last person who tried to separate Jewishness from the Bible? Adolf Hitler. I like throwing that little factoid out there. A lot of them just go cog dis on that whole thing right there.
Fun fact. Did you know, those kinds of pop-ups?
Did you know that your God Messiah, Jesus, was a Jew? Oh, but that don't mean nothing. We're covered by him. We don't live under the law. Oh, really? Then why does it say, faith without works is laziness? Yeah.
Oh, it's dead. It's dead. Dead fake.
Not one daughter tittle shall pass away until the heaven and earth shall pass away. But real quick, Clapstar. I don't know. Do you know this person, Bong?
Nope.
Oh, he's
New?
got a tag.
Is he new?
He's got a tag. Yeah. Got a tag.
What's up?
Oh, it was talking about boogers.
Hey, what's up? You guys hear me all right?
Hey. Yeah, bro.
Hey, check it out, man. I got a couple extra flat earthers with me here tonight, man. Got
welcome to our humble abode.
So you don't hang around with any Glovers at all, do you?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you go to like a family party, it's kind of hard to not hang with some of them. But any Glovers, no, I don't. If you're like dedicated Glover, I'm not going to hang out with you.
Because I'm in a Hangout. I don't know if people remember what Google Hangouts is. And it's full of Glovers, right? They just want to, it's like worse than the ones here because they just talk and they don't give any proof or citation to what they say or their claims. And to try to get one of them on here, it ain't going to work.
No,
they go, I don't want to go to Discord. Why? Well, because it's too controlled. Okay.
It's all control, man. I mean, Hangouts, Google Meet. I mean, it just depends, you know.
Yeah, well, like right now, I've been telling everybody. I go, you guys think Hangouts is so secure? I'm not even on Google Hangouts, and I'm still communicating with you. How's that happen? Well, what are you using? Chat. So there's robots all up in Hangouts, and I've told you guys this like since 2016 when I did a packet sniff. So, okay, this is supposed to be a safe haven type environment where you can't discover anybody's IP address. But I was finding IP addresses where nothing else was open, just that one specific web page with the call. Like I didn't even have the chat opened. And it was pinging to Quantico and all these other things, like level 9 servers. And I'm just like, you guys know that this is a controlled thing, right? Think about it. Gmail, Mason.
Clapstar.
Oh yeah, the M, the red M. Yep, apron. That's their apron.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Google is not just something that appeared from some guy's garage. Like no way.
But then again, those Glovers will sit there and say, "Oh, are you scared? Are you paranoid?" And I go, "Are you like not paying attention to the way the world's going on right now? I mean, really? You think it's going to go back the way it has been when you were a child? I don't think so, bud. Those are the good old days."
Those were some great old days. I like to reminisce sometimes. Just how amazing. I knew Google Hangouts was doomed. When I found out how damn good it was, I was like, yeah, they're going to get rid of this shit, man. Fuck yeah. It was so good. Oh, damn. You just go on YouTube and go boop, boop. You could start a Hangout and live stream, man. Fucking like 4 clicks, you know? And I was like, this is too good.
And if you had the permalink, then you could actually
I had that shit when I was 15 or 20. I would have been fucking over, man.
They used to have that permalink for the Hangouts calls to go live and all that. And you could even like use the phone, the dialer.
The dialer. Yeah, you could have people call in and shit. It was amazing. The good old days. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it was all, it was very hostile too, man. There was a lot of hostility and people yelling all the time and screaming about the fucking globe and flat earth. It was a fucking Wild West too at the same time.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. I got banned. Not only Flat Earth Dude did I get banned from all the atheist, Satanist channels, I got banned from all the Flat Earth channels. Just ask your buddy Jibby.
Exactly. It was like, why are you picking on me? I'm a Flat Earther. And other Flat Earthers coming after other Flat Earthers. I'm like, what the fuck mental retard shit is this, you know?
Agave got really upset at me because I once that No Forest on the Flat Earth scam came out, I immediately smashed it, and they absolutely were so pissed.
It happens, man. So yeah, just I try to be cool. I want to hang out with flat earthers, man, because you guys are totally cool. Anyway, everybody left.
I've been in your chat a couple times, Flat Earth dude, but I don't think I've ever been on your panel.
Oh wow, man. Yeah, we don't do
the
a
good
whole
old
lot.
days, right? 6 years ago.
We're pretty much offline now. We got a small group, about 30 of us or something, that drop in and out, hang out, take a piss on. We'll watch fucking videos of, that we most likely would get struck down on YouTube, obviously.
Yeah. Discord killed Hangouts.
I'd say the porn bombers killed Hangouts.
Oh man, that was another thing.
Yeah, I hated that.
Taking people.
Dude, one time, I don't know how this guy did it. He was like a master hacker, but he was able to join my stream without having admin rights or anything, and then snipe me.
Work out, man.
It was crazy. And then once I was sniped, I can't get back in for like 12 hours, and I'm like, this is my own room. I can't even shut down the stream. What the hell?
Yep. Yeah, getting sniped. Oh, man. Just a lot of great people, man. Lost some great content. Just.
Are you sure it wasn't someone from Google?
Possibly. I mean, I was talking about some heavy shit like I always do.
Like, if no one can hack Google, like if anyone gets into your Google account, you made a mistake somewhere. But if you make any mistakes and you get hacked, your Google account or your Hangouts.
Yeah, that's not true. I know Google mods. I know Google mods.
Yeah, so Google
they even had like a test type thing or a program to where you could be a moderator for like bug testing or something like that.
Yeah.
And like the license would last for 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months, man. Yeah, I got many 6 month timeouts. I can't live stream. Fuck, man. I don't know how many I went through. Probably a dozen.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, the CIA considers Google the Oracle, right? Like this all-knowing.
Yeah, the Five Eyes told me the only search engine and browser you will use is Google Chrome, and I go, no, I think I'll use Oracle. They're like, well, that's Chinese controlled, and I go, maybe Chinese control is better than Freemasonic control, huh? Or maybe it's the same control, and maybe you guys are just competing for money. Yeah, I got totally hacked by the Five Eyes. Had no access to my system. Everything was encrypted. Like, the only thing I could go to was like, I could only use Google. The only websites that I was able to like use was Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah. Wow.
Like, even my phone was screwed. I had to sit there and like just do a hard reboot. Lost all my information, everything. I mean, they were in my system, dude, like turning my camera on and all of that. And the last thing they said is, remember, we are always watching you. And they told me something about Q and don't trust it. And just look at it, don't divine from it or anything. And I'm like, who the hell do they think I am? Then, like, I went through and I found a token from the DOE of all places, right? Now, I'm probably going to get disconnected from talking about it. But it was labeled. The token was labeled psychopathic smartphone genie.
Ooh.
Good luck finding anything on it. I haven't.
Yeah. There's spyware in all phones. All phones. When you turn off your phone, it's not off. PlayStation, everything. Yeah, it's gotten a lot worse.
I think it might have came from one of those extra apps I had downloaded, but how was it able to jump from my phone to my computer in like 2 seconds? I don't know.
Well, It could have been anything. You know what I mean? It could have been you clicking on a link. It could have been something you might have popped up on your browser. It could be anything that the hacker can use to access. As long as they can get you to click on something, yeah, they've got you. So don't click on links.
Oh, and that was the other thing. They kept calling my phone, right? And I go, I don't have any service on my phone.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
So,
I don't know how that works, but.
Well, then I was also brought to an attention that there is a clever hack they can do to where, like, a lot of times it'll be a link or you'll get a phone call and the phone will ring and you'll pick it up and it'll be nothing on the other end. And then if you're to try to call that number, it's disconnected and has never been in service.
Yeah. You
And
answering
they
the
already have a
phone.
back door.
Yeah. You answering the phone is you getting hacked. So you shouldn't answer. So numbers I don't recognize, I just ignore it and delete it. I don't answer them. If I don't know the number or if I don't answer, I don't call it back. Oh,
And trust me, after that whole thing happened, I was wearing aluminum foil hats.
Yeah, because you got scammers doing that shit too. Like there's scammers doing all kinds of shit, and they end up compromising your phone. By you. So if your phone is compromised because of these scammers, then a hacker who knows these vulnerabilities will be able to exploit it. It's there's so many ways for us to
And now this is the deepest rabbit hole I could ever set you down. Okay, Gamergate.
Gamergate.
Yes.
Oh boy.
That's the deepest rabbit hole I can send you to.
Like Robin Williams toys.
Well,
what,
just look into it. Just look into it. Like,
let me guess. It's a
like
sex
the programming
trafficking.
from
It's a child sex trafficking.
No. Programming from popular games and the fact that Discord, GG.
Yeah.
Discord Gamergate.
Yeah.
Good game. A lot of the GG, GG. It's just something to look into, guys.
All right.
I would say GG.
Supposedly, they're listening to what these conspiracy game servers are saying and talking about, and are taking bits and pieces of their information and making programs about it, like making it happen somehow. But that's just like a conspiracy theory and a tinfoil hat zone, So happy hunting.
I know what to do. I'll have Gemsy look into that, and he's going to tell me what it means.
Can you give us the elevator pitch? What's the elevator pitch for Gamergate?
I don't even know what.
What?
So, like an elevator pitch is like a 15-second summary of a concept. Then you get like a 2-minute deeper dive, and then you go into like the full explanation. So, what's that like 15-second summary of what Gamergate would be?
Well, from what I can understand, it's a conspiracy that a group of gamers on a chat room are dictating the way things are going.
Going where? You got to
like the policies, the nation, all the world's policies,
censorship policies.
Yeah,
I'm pulling it up right now. I'm like looking at it.
And it's some pimply 16-year-old sitting in his mom's basement.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there again, a lot of times I'll be on like Google Hangouts talking to people. For some reason, something came in my head. These people that I'm talking to and debating are sitting in a cubicle with a suit and tie.
Yeah.
So you can't really be sure on who you're actually talking to on the internet. Like even Discord,
Yeah, that's why they made this, because of this. You can't tell them to turn your camera on so we can see you for real.
Yep.
Yeah, so Jamsy, when you research that, just make sure that you should probably use Bong's computer when you look into
Yeah.
Yeah, since his
Can I get
computer's already
remote
compromised.
access to your computer? I'm gonna fix it.
Yeah. Just post
And
your
then
Teams
Bong-
view.
yeah.
Just post your Teams view link, and then I'll log in quick.
Yeah, Solar, if you got to let Bong have your computer and then Gemsy borrow it from Bong.
Foolproof.
And then we'll take it when it says, like, take your user ID. We'll use my cat Gypsy Boy to take the ID and then.
My computer is not really a super secure computer. It's just a work computer. Yeah, I don't
That's
have.
fine because that's fine. Gemsy's going to throw it away after he's done anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, one of those.
Stop with the excuses, Bong. Give me the password.
We got to go down the dark web. When we go down the dark web, you got to give away your computer. Yeah, it's not coming back.
Yeah, passwords. I just create a long password and start changing out the letters with numbers. Like an E can be a 3. Yeah. So you
or
can
even
keep your
or
same
even
password.
ASCII, or even different ASCII characters that are shaped the same.
Or that. I mean, as long as it's not easy to brute force, with the and it should be a good strong password. Yeah. A supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, right? You can take that.
So are you saying that God 1 2 3 4 is not a strong password?
No.
well, G.
That was from hackers.
0,
the most common password for these executive types is God or 1 2 3 4.
Or God 666.
Yeah.
Password 1 2 3.
Yeah.
Oh, I've set up a couple of people's Wi-Fi before because they're like, I don't know how to do this, and I go, okay, do you have? It wants me to put in a password. So this is how you would log into it and do all of this. But in the meantime, I'm just going to put password as a password. Hey, what did you say that password was? Password.
Well, yeah, that's the first thing hackers have. So hackers have this thing called a list. And on this list are all the passwords that people would just not give a shit. Starting with the word password. Password 1, password 1 2, password 1 2 3, password 1 2 3 4, password 4 5 6 7 8. You know what I mean? So this is the list to brute force. So you go through the list of all the password lazy people would try to use, right? That's all already collected, and then these lists are online. So all I got to do is download these lists, right? So now I can brute force a lazy person's password easily, right? I do a little research. I go to his Facebook, I check him out, see what he likes, what kind of person, all these things, right? And then you can almost get the computer, the AI, the algorithm to guess your password. It'll probably guess correctly if you have enough data on that person. And you think your password is secure.
Well, at least the Globers are getting smarter right now. Let's go to the YouTube chat. Just 11 minutes past the new morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to existence.
What's the password?
Here we are.
Open Sesame.
Glatflobe. Hold on, we got to read this from Glatflobe here. Okay, we got Glatflobe in the chat. We got. I got to find this. Hold on, I got to back up to. Okay, so Glatflobe, what's going on, man? 1207 West Rock. He says, we should put on some beats, and then he says with songs like "Give Me That Gradient" and "Equations Are Experiments." Hot track. There you go, Glatflobe.
That's great. That's fucking great.
So what you're saying is there's hope for them still.
Well, no, there's no hope for them. No, we have Trillion in the chat right now. One of the greatest Globers you could ever ask for. She's a very special Glober, and she has lots of good insight and intelligence, and lots of etiquette and nice facts, of course, that she gives people like Glatflobe and What Question Mark all the time. She always answers every question, and she always lets you know that she doesn't care about Flat Earth at all. And every time she gets her account banned, she makes another one to immediately tell you that she doesn't care about Flat Earth. So God bless you, Trillion. Thanks.
I don't care about flat Earth, but I'll keep making these accounts and coming back because I don't care about flat Earth. Like, what do you care about?
That's always a good tactic, is to have a good 20 sock accounts in your back pocket.
And then
I
every time
only
they get-
care about not caring about flat Earth.
That's evolution. Thank you.
If you've got 20 sock accounts, you need a hobby. You need something in your life. You know, you got to, like, 20 sock accounts. What do you do? Like, do you work for some agency
troll.
that pays
No,
you to
just
maintain
trolling.
these accounts?
Just trolling.
Just make
I
20
mean,
more.
I own the maximum accounts I've ever made with trolling is like 3.
Bong,
Yeah.
let's
Go ahead.
real quick. Let's look at the psychological impact this person is giving themselves. Okay, when we're 3 years old and our Billy Joe in the class takes your dinosaur toys away from you, one of your defense mechanisms is usually, I don't care, I have better toys. Well, that's kind of what the Globers, have to do. There's really they can't present any evidence. I mean, how many options does Trillion have? And these people live in a cartoon. They're not going to attempt to give you evidence. So what do? Harass you all day and then tell you, I don't care. I mean, we've experienced it several times when you got these guys coming in the room and you're telling them, and then after about 5 minutes, they get a little bit scared, and their panic attack is, well, I don't really care about this anyway because it doesn't affect me. It's the same panic emotion because I'm scared to death of the fact that I can't defend my religion. I'm just going to tell you I don't care. But usually they don't immediately create a sock account and come right back. That's the funny thing about Trillion.
Yeah, Trillion. Yes, I've seen him many times in the YouTube chat, and yeah, I've muted him. That's why Helio took away my wrench, because I muted people like Trillion. I'll mute them, and then they'll go report me. So Helio,
I told Helio I don't want a spanner.
Yeah, I don't want a spanner anymore. This is probably the only wrench I can handle here in this sport. I'm not dealing with other trolls.
Yeah, I can only use a crescent one.
Don't they call those Mexican sledgehammers?
That's right. I can only use one of those.
Because the only thing they're good for is to beat on things instead of taking things off, because they strip it. So you just use it to beat things with it.
This is the last use of this bolt on your drain pan equation. Yep.
I've actually broke one of those crescent wrenches before. Didn't really break it. It just separated, like cracked.
Yeah, I can't find a socket. I can't find a socket, and I'm sweating out here. Where is the crescent wrench? I'll just remember to buy another drain plug later.
Those new drain plugs are kind of scary to take off. Like on the 2000 or anything from 2019 to 2021 Ford pickups, they got like a stupid plastic catch-all, like clipped drain plug that you have to have a special tool to take it off. Because if you break it, it's going to leak.
Great.
You save 17 cents on a car. You sell, 100,000 cars. That's 100,000 times 17 pennies. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a stupid car. When you make a part that you need a special tool for that you have to buy from the dealer,
then don't get a Saab. On certain Saabs, in order for you to change the starter, you got to tear the engine completely apart, take the valve valley out, and the starter's sitting in the valve valley.
Lovely.
Nice design.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's
it's
engineers, huh?
It's like space shuttle engineers, man. It's good. It's good engineering. Or space fucking ISS engineers.
No, we lost that technology.
Yeah, why can't we just wait a minute? Yeah, that's a good point. Why can't we just have NASA help Ford find out how to use the material so that entropy doesn't matter? Because everything NASA makes doesn't have to worry about entropy. Why can't they help the auto manufacturers do that?
That'd be sweet. Damn. No container for my oil. No oil pan.
I mean, are you kidding me? The outside of the outside of these spacecraft is hotter than the inside of my engine.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
And the side where the light's not facing is like frigid, right?
Yeah, it's 400 or whatever, 450 degrees below zero. Yeah, it's 450 degrees above, in the light. I mean, because space is very hot and cold at the same time.
Hot and
Yet,
cold.
There's no light there.
Kind of like a lot of women I met, hot and cold at the same time.
Yep, you got to be nice to science. I met science at the bar. I've also seen evolution, but she wouldn't talk to me.
Hey, if the sun is a fireball, can I use fire to make plants grow and give me vegetables and fruits?
I love that one, man. That's one of my favorites. I just built a big bonfire and grew a bunch of weed, man. Check it out. What?
Actually, if you just explode it, you might get. If you explode it and give it enough time, you'll get space atheist internet here to talk to.
Someone say weed.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, growing with firelight. That's good. That's a good new one.
Someone brought it up the other day.
Yeah, I like that one. It's one of my favorites.
In other words, if you increase the fire and just make it, take all the heat and put it right on the plant does much.
Yeah.
I had a guy ask me one day, man, and just fucking, I was stuck in my head that day. He's like, "What is fire exactly?" And I was like, "Well, shit, since you asked that, what the fuck actually is it?"
Chemical reaction of oxidation rapidly.
There you go. It's something that sounds like something I would have come up with. Like, it's carbon burning. It's carbon. It's hot. I don't know. I was like, damn, it's a good question.
Is that what light is? What makes, causes plants to do photosynthesis?
I don't know, but science taught me that diamonds burn in a pure oxygen atmosphere. Even though they have it like in a test tube and they say it's an atmosphere. No, that's a test tube. That's not an atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I seen a water boil in a vacuum. That's cool.
Yeah. I've seen water boil with an ice cube.
And that's even cool.
That blew my mind.
That is so cool, dude. That is real science shit right there, man. I love it.
Yeah, earth science.
Yep.
7th grade.
Yeah, it's just fucking cool stuff. That's why they do it.
Oh.
They get you thinking. We got all the answers. Oh yeah, you got the spinny ball over here, man, too. But they show you fucking ice cubes boiling water. What?
And then when I started learning about supercritical CO2, I thought back to that and I go, oh, that's right. It's just a phase diagram change. Because with the pressure, the phase diagram differs. It's dependent on pressure, like sea level.
That sounds like a Glober argument to me, actually. It's the phase diagram that's making the sun appear, the buildings appear behind the curve.
But they don't even do that. They go gravity. Right?
Gravity's making the buildings appear beyond the horizon.
It's the gravity of the water droplets in the atmosphere.
Well, the question is, what does gravity not do? I think would be the question.
That's a better question.
They don't pay my bills.
Mm.
Well, yes, it does. You just need refraction. You're not looking at it correctly.
Unless you're a furniture mover. If furniture movers, the gravity definitely pays the bills.
Oh, I haven't waited long enough. That's what it is.
Well, gravity ain't got nothing on butterflies. Because butterflies make gravity look like nothing.
That would make a really cool T-shirt, man. Gravity ain't got nothing.
Butterflies. Take that, gravity.
I saw an interesting video about a month ago. Somebody had removed the wings off of a fly. Like there's no part of the wing left, but they still have this part that vibrates. And
that's so
sitting there watching the fly, and the fly will sit there and hover for like a couple seconds and then fall back down.
Wow. Wow. Poor thing.
Or maybe not a few seconds, maybe a fraction of a second.
He was able to get up with no wings. That's a serious problem for the pushing off the air claim. Uh-oh.
But it's all right. Gravity's the container, guys. So the gravity of the bug is making its own container, and it's also what causes orbits and pulling to centers. So it's probably like the fly was just orbiting the Earth because of the gravitational attraction, you know.
That's just the fly that's just the fly realizing the gravity of the situation. That's why he can do it.
Correct.
I think what the guy was trying to say is a fly has a secret to anti-gravity. And I was like, define gravity.
What this also proves is evolution. Thank you, Dempsey.
Hey, some of these globers are doing the gravity. They just go to the bank and get a mortgage and pay with gravity. Gravity will pay their bills and solve all the problems.
The gravity of the seriousness of the situation, the weight, right? The heaviness.
No, you want no? I got it. Hey, Bong, I got a better one for you. Ready?
Yes.
The magnitude.
The magnitude.
Thank you, sir.
That's the word. The magnitude. Yeah, I don't think you realize the magnitude of the situation.
I don't think you realize the gravity of the situation you're in right now.
What's that? There's no curve. There's no curve.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna say that, Bong. Listen, next time when somebody says, listen, Bong. When somebody says, do you believe in gravity? I'm gonna say, no, I believe in magnitude.
Yeah, that's a good word.
I'm going to replace every one of these words before I retire. Okay, every single one of these words I'm replacing.
Yeah. Oh, you just call it gravity.
Also, yeah, and refraction, I'm replacing that with my cat's litter box.
Pooper scooper.
Oh, refraction. Well, I got cat's litter box, so there you go.
Because of space and satellites.
Wait a minute. How do we know that my cat's litter box isn't making it look flat? How do we know that? Can you explain that?
Yeah, because I don't have a cat's litter box, and it still appears flat to me.
Well, how do we know my cat's litter box isn't it making it look round? Because someone has had to eventually seen it being round, right? So how do we know that's that? How do we know that it's only an illusion? This is the thing you got to realize, guys. We put way too much trouble trying to re-explain when somebody asks us stupid questions. So if somebody asks you about, this refraction, this magical refraction, so you're telling me I can only trust my eyes when it's not what I'm claiming. Like that's what you're saying. So how do we know you can trust your eyes when it's not flat? Are you saying if it's not flat, which remember, they're not even claiming anymore, it never looks like a ball. So the question is, so if it looked like a ball, could I say that something is causing it to look like a ball? It's just so insane to even make this claim now. And remember, they've already admitted they can't trust their eyes. So their argument no longer exists. If somebody says refraction, they're admitting they don't have a claim. That's the reality. So all this explaining about, well, let's define refraction, this and that, you're just off in the weeds, literally just you're adding fuel to the stupidity. It just needs to be cut off from the get-go.
I think there's no need to talk about refraction because where the curve should be, right? That's not what they're talking. So they're talking about back there where the horizon is. See, that's what they're trying to explain, right? So it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with refraction because the curve, according to the radius, that thing you're trying to explain back there should be up here. So why are you talking about that? You know what I mean? Why are they trying to explain what's back there when they should be explaining that the horizon should be up here, not back there? That's why I hate that argument because it has nothing to do with the globe, with the size of the globe and the measurements that we've been given and testing. It's like that has nothing to do with anything. Like, what do you, you know what I mean? Like the horizon should be up here. Right. That's what we should be talking about. Right? Yeah.
Right.
So if the horizon was up here, and we still saw things back there, then yeah, that argument definitely is strong. Yes, but it's not even an argument because the horizon is back there, not up here where it should be. You know what I mean?
It's
and plus,
it's worse than that. It's worse.
There should be more sky than land.
Okay.
That's the other thing about living on the ball.
Well, it's worse than that because there isn't anybody that believes this except a small group of atheists on the internet. Nobody believes this. It's not a thing in reality. Just a couple, literally, we're talking about 9,000 religious atheist zealots who are desperately scared to death of reality, now using a word that doesn't mean what they're using it for. And nobody else in the world, it's literally the smallest minority on the plane of existence, is a psychopathic group of atheists saying refraction makes everything look flat because it bends, which is literally the dumbest Dunning-Kruger argument in the history of mankind's existence. Thank you.
And I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna say you're right. You're 100% right. But at one point in time in life, right, people start saying the Earth was a ball, and people like us. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This, that, and look at it today. And now everyone thinks it's a ball. At one point in the past, people used to think, man, UFOs, that's so bullshit, blah, blah, blah. And now people are talking about UFOs and aliens, UAP. So, you know what I mean? Like, I am expecting that science is going to change, that maybe they'll even start saying that it's refracting around. You know, the people that come here and say that argument only heard that argument on the internet and wants to come here and spout that argument rather than the curvature, right? Because when you bring up the curvature, they just start spiraling out of control. No. This argument about refraction is like, you don't even know what refraction is. So, you know, it's. I'm expecting them to make it a big thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, if it actually becomes a legit argument for NASA.
Have you ever been arguing? Sorry.
Because boats disappearing over the curve was dumb enough. So I wouldn't be surprised if they started, you know, doing some more dumb shit. Like refraction around the ball, horizon should be all that crazy. Yeah.
Has anybody ever been arguing with an atheist or debating with an atheist and asked them, do you know who invented the Big Bang Theory? They will automatically
we do
say,
this all the time.
Nobody invented the Big Bang Theory. Nobody invented it. So, really?
Who's nobody? Does he have a last name?
You ought to Google who invented the Big Bang Theory and just find out.
No, I'm talking about Odysseus.
Correctly first.
Remember Odysseus when he stabbed the guy, the Cyclops' eye, and the other Cyclops was like, "Who did this to you?" Odysseus said his name was Nobody. So the Cyclops was like, "Nobody did it. Nobody put on."
Wait a minute. You asked if I've
ever. It was probably
had a
Odysseus. Yeah. Wait a
minute. You asked if I ever had a debate with an atheist. No, I've definitely embarrassed a lot of atheists. I've never had a debate.
I don't think they exist though, because atheism is a religion in itself. So it's like, oxymoron.
Exactly.
Much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I also like to point out to them that atheism is a philosophical belief like Satanism.
Yeah.
By definition.
Yep.
No. Yeah. No. Okay, well, explain this.
Science.
That's not what my science daily says, mate. It's okay.
I got a request for Glat Flobe. Hey man, in the chat there, that person that said, did you already ban him? Man, we got some psychopaths out there. I mean, Trillion, you got to keep your children in line here. Look at this guy. Chaos GNR. I shouldn't be reading this, but I'll just say this. Commandment 1, worship the sun. Like, I mean, is this like, this is scary. I mean, I don't know about you, Glad.
Oh, that's a troll. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you,
that's a troll,
could you try out that wrench real quick? Maybe a 300-second timeout, because I mean, that type of Satanism should not be tolerated.
Where is he? What room is he?
YouTube. It's the YouTube channel.
Oh, I can't do shit on YouTube. He won't come in here.
No,
he comes in here.
I was telling the guy on YouTube. I was telling one of the mods out there to test out the wrench, because I mean, that type of psychopath just needs to be quiet for.
Trillion, get a life. Oh my God, how long has it been? You fucking hang out on YouTube Flat Earth channel. Oh my God, like, what are you doing with your life, son?
Well, Trillion is like the mother. She's like the mother hen of all the Satanists, you know. So we got to keep her.
Is it a she? Oh, it's a she. Oh my
See
gosh.
that particular atheist, I will now call a Satanist because they just played their card. They said the Son, right? No, it's the Creator, the Father.
Well, Freemasonry, in Freemasonry, they call the sun their father and the moon their mother. This is what Freemasons call the sun.
Yeah,
and the moon.
that's Mithras.
Right, it's obvious who this person is, but by what they're saying, because they know what they're saying, right? Or do they worship the sun? Christmas, what, the 25th of December? Heliocentric model.
I may have been misinterpreting that. I might have to take all that back because that person might be mocking the Satanists. I think I'm wrong. So
he said number. Kalsner said, "You must land a woman on the moon.
He's
colonize Mars."
He's got to be mocking the space zealots because nobody's that stupid. He's got to be mocking them.
No, actually, I think they're going into their satanic handbook now. Because Trilly said 5 hate everyone, right?
Well, that's an
that's
honest
satanic credo.
Yeah, she's an honest Satanist. I'm just asking you about.
How does it feel to be a slave, Trilly?
She probably likes it.
Trilly's a slave, a sex kitten, beta.
Okay, I was right. Listen, I was right. Listen, okay. With my correction, I'm right. So yeah, I was assuming that he was making fun of them, and he was. Yeah, so he's at odds with them. Okay, I got you.
Well, I would put them on mute. Don't give them any fucking attention, anything. Don't just put them on mute. Ignore them. That's what I do with these people. Like if you give them attention, it just adds fuel to the fire. They like it. That's what they want. Attention. So fuck them.
No, I'm gonna make them YouTube famous.
Well, hold on. Though. Trillion's an exception because remember, she doesn't care. So I want her to get all the attention.
No, I have a feeling she does care, but she's just scared to know that she's going to be Satan's butt puppet.
Oh, she's made her decision and she's serving her master. So she's doing what she's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, have fun. I hope you get rich.
All it means is accuser, and that's what they do is they accuse, right? So yeah, it's funny.
Okay, let me just try something real quick because I got to go soon anyway. So Trillian, real quick, Trillian is the name right that she's using. Let's see what did what say? Cancel culture, prime directive, cancel worship and law under Yorhe Vavhe. Yes, correct. What question mark? So Trillian, just real quick, a question. Can you just give a name? Maybe just name one person that has a claim for measuring the curvature of the Earth without a presuppositional religious belief. Just a name. Just see if you can find a name, Trillian, just of somebody that's done it. Remember, it doesn't have to be you. Anybody that's ever existed on the plane of existence that's measured Earth curvature without a presupposition, Trillian. It's the same question I ask all the time. So hopefully you have that answer.
She can't. She's got a monkey's brain.
I mean, I think wouldn't a claim help the argument? If the Globers just had a claim, wouldn't that help the argument? That's just my claim.
It's funny they worship a model. Now it doesn't become a model because you've bowed down to your creation, so therefore it's an idol. Nothing new under the sun.
False idol worship.
Graven image.
Oh, but it's not a model. No, it actually is. I mean, that's what the globe that sits on the desk. It's an actual model, right?
They're models, right? There is no model of the actual heliocentric model. There are models, and they don't, they don't work well together. So you have models, but not a model. Yeah. They wish.
Hey, Tyrone, we got Tyrone in there now. Tyrone, can you help Trillian out? We just would like to see if there's a claim for somebody, just a name of a human being that's measured the curvature of the Earth without a presupposition.
I can answer for her. No.
Groundhog Day. Yeah, Tyrone, Trillian, you guys, both of you can come in here. Just come into this room right now if you have any evidence or maybe just a claim for the globe religion. I would love to hear it.
Based on what she's saying, she's not a teenager or a young person. She's probably in her 20s or 30s. Who knows? Probably 20s, yeah. Maybe early 20s. Or maybe late 20s.
More like
Committed her life
49
to,
with 50 cats.
Or something like that, yeah. But she's definitely not a young person, yeah. But why so angry? Why so angry? Is this what you learn from Satanism? I mean, is that good for you? Do you like being angry all the time? At flat earthers? Hey, are you angry at Christians? What about Muslims? Do you hate Muslims too?
Uh-oh.
Hindus.
Somebody's getting really triggered. Somebody's getting really triggered now. What did you say, Trillion? Something about
Bang, bang.
yeah, they don't have any power in the real world, so this helps them cope. Well, actually, yeah, that's the point. Actually, is that we are presenting the real world, and you're scared to death of the. And you're scared to death of reality.
Do Satanists
I'm stealing her
only hate
gold,
flat
and she
earthers?
can't. I'm stealing her gold. She can't do anything about it. I'm stealing everyone's gold. Nobody can do anything about it. It doesn't matter. Blood over intent. I'm the master of the universe, and you were lost at sea. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to accept the fact.
I wonder if flat Earth is the only people they troll. So they must Satanists must think Christians are okay, but not flat earthers, right? Flat earthers are the only enemy. Okay, fair enough. But why flat Earth? Why
It's
not
funny. It's
go?
funny because I know a group of Satanists that know the world is flat. They're called Freemasons.
Yeah, there you go. So she's probably a Freemason.
No, she's not a Freemason. She's a woman. So if anything, she might be an Esther or a Rainbow Girl.
Yeah, she's too dumb.
Look at Tyrone. Now we got this guy. This guy is now making perverse claims in the chat now. So again, this is the best they can do. You ask for a name of somebody that has measurements of Earth curvature, and they go right to perversions. I mean, that's the best evidence they could ever ask for. Well, I'm not going to read it, but you could read it. So I'm just saying, like, that's the best they can do. These perverts have no choice. I mean, you ask them just a literal, serious question. I lowered my tone of voice just to see if they could just give us something to talk about. And they go right to talking about, that type of, again, I don't know what other word I'm supposed to use, but this is the best they can do, guys. There's not even a claim for their perverted space religion. They can't even literally say anything about it. They're scared to death of their own religion, guys. That's how easy this is.
Well, this is probably the only place they can really express how they feel about anything. Because if they try doing that in the real world, they'll probably get knocked the fuck out. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? So you gotta pity them a little bit, that this is the only place on the internet, on YouTube, that they can express themselves honestly, right, Chilean?
Right now, D-Rock,
because you can't do that in the real world, right? Because in the real world, you probably get slapped, right? Pow, bitch! Shut the fuck
Look how
up.
angry they are. Look at this other guy. So you got this other guy, D. Ross. You got the other guy, D. Ross, and here says the anger is over the discrediting of scientists, which have given us every modern day technology, while religion has stifled all science and most atrocity. Right. Yeah. Actually, it's literally the exact opposite. And how these people are just literally like perverted, demon possessed retards. Like literally.
Oh, that's exact
opposite.
That's what I do. That's what I like to do. I like to stifle the progress of science. Of course, that's my goal in life, is to slow down this bullshit that you call science and technology and progressing the human race. Fuck that shit. Of course I'm against it. What did you think, Trillion? My bad. Got a little. You're a wizard.
One guy, yeah. Well, hold on. Now, this one guy, D, though. This guy's really triggered. I mean, he's scared to death of his own claim too. I could try to ask him right now, since he mentioned the word scientists. All you have to do is ask them to name one scientist that gave them evidence for their paradigm or belief system, and he won't watch. I would ask. He will not be able to answer. There's nothing.
You don't know any scientists. You don't know who measured the curvature of the Earth. You probably don't know any science or math, right? And what are you doing, Trillian, or whoever's listening? What are you doing to advance science, technology, and progress the human race forward? What are you doing? Because hanging out on YouTube and talking shit about flat Earth is not doing that. It's actually the opposite. It's unproductive, and you'd probably get fired, or you'd probably be considered worthless in the new world order. A big idea. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, they're
So
really
you
important.
should
They're
probably go be a
well, they're- listen,
scientist. Yeah.
They probably took a break. Ross here probably took a break from making his "My Body, My Choice" signs, and he's just trying to pass the time.
Or they're probably taking a break from all the protesting against businesses that want to open, right? Taking a break from that.
I love how people that don't believe in babies want evidence for God. They're my favorite. Thanks, Ross.
All right. When shit hits the fan, they're the ones that are going to be crying out, "Where are those flat earthers? They were right." And we're not going to be here. You're going to be all alone. You're going to have to figure it out all by yourself. Lonely world you live in, right? No friends. Talk on the internet. Isolated in your room. You got to cover your fucking face in your car. What a lonely, pathetic existence. Like, seriously. Can't wait to become a god, though, right? Can't wait for science to finish their work so I can become a god and travel space like an asshole and raid other fucking planets and kill those aliens and those creatures. And yeah, what's up?
No. You're misunderstanding what they're doing, right? What the whole plan is it's all they're trying to do the singularity where artificial intelligence takes over and we're governed by a computer, right? But in order for that to happen, there has to be a super augmented reality, like a jacking into the system, and that is what Mars is. Mars is this creation that they are making, this digital world, this prison that everybody will be thrown into, brain in the box type of situation. And people are going to laugh at me for this, but hey, when it comes about and you have to put your brain in a box or chip on a brain or whatever, I don't want to hear no crying, because you atheists wanted to be a god, and the only way you can be a god is through a digital realm that you had created for yourself. You can't. How can you be considered a god if you do not create anything? If you're a god, create a tree out of nothing. That's like all these people that say, "Oh, I am this and I am that," and I've fought with them and debated with them, and it's just like, here's the basic thing: create something. Make a butterfly. Make a dragonfly.
Yeah. Everybody thinks they're God. Everybody thinks they're God until they get punched in the face and start bleeding. Yeah. It's like, now what? I'm God. You're bleeding. Wipe yourself. I thought you were God. My bad.
But I'm serious. That's what they're trying to do, and this is what my vision was about. Right? Is they want to put everybody inside of a computer program to where they can. Well, no, I mean like immersive, to where there is no abject reality because we're all not even there, right? That's what the transhumanism movement's all about, is uploading the consciousness of people to a machine.
Well, when they made the Matrix, the idea was not that the human bodies were to create energy. The idea, the original script was that to use the human brain to process information like a computer. That was the first idea. But the people that, fucking, what do you call it? That approve this stuff was like, nah, people are not ready for that, right? But it's like, no, that's too revealing, because if they would have released it that way, everybody would have been onto it. But they use this power. Oh, it's a power. It's like, dude, what power is the human body? It's such a silly idea. But if you think about being connected to the internet, when you solve the CAPTCHA, okay, are you human, right? What you're doing is you're training the AI. Click on the photos of a truck. You're training the AI there. You are, contributing to your own.
Yeah, and it's always like traffic questions like, where are the stairs? Where are the pedestrians? Where are the bicycles? Where are the crosswalks? Where are the stop signs? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that way the Matrix is pretty accurate. I mean, what if we were plugged into a network? You see all these computers, the blockchain is everybody's computer is being used. Everybody's got a receipt, the transaction receipt of everything. So it's decentralized. I mean, what if your brain was that computer? What if your brain is that computer already, training the AI on how people are, how people behave, how people identify things? I mean, yeah, it's.
Let's do some pondering, okay? You know how these science fiction nerds are all in love with space and their space balls and time travel, right?
Yep.
I believe time travel is just demonic possession. And the only one that's really traveling is the one that's traveling from body to body to inhabit the hosts, right? Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
These spirits aren't alive. They're not alive. They're dead. So they have to inhabit us. And they can live and jump throughout time based on who they inhabit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a thought experiment there.
But they travel forward in time. Not there's no time to travel through. You know what I mean? That's
yeah.
I've noticed you don't. Time is not something you can explore. There's only a now. That's all there is. Like time is like math.
It's kind of like you have like reality deniers that will sit there and say, well, I don't think there is a death. I think, when you die, you just go to another dimension where the circumstances are that you didn't die and you would have no memory of that. And I go, how does that even make sense? How does that whole universe get created? Come on now.
If that were true, I would probably live my life in the worst, most licentious, I'd probably enjoy all the pleasures as I can, because in the next life, it's not going to matter in this life. It's like saying your actions here do not have consequences, because in the next life, you'll get another chance. So why even bother with this life? That's so crazy. That's so like. Yep.
I was talking to a Freemasonic friend of mine, and I'm telling him, hey, what's going on, and this is what's going on. And he goes, let me tell you a little secret. I don't care what happens because I know I'll wake up in the next dimension. So they are deceived through and through. They're slaves.
No, he's right. He's right. He's going to wake up in the next dimension. And it's probably going to be the dimension where the judge tells him, look, mate, not good enough. You didn't listen. I'm sorry. You're not accepted. That's the dimension you wake up in. Yeah, it's not going to be what you expect, bro. It's not. You're not going to wake up in a land full of naked women and weed and surrounding you. And no. Like when you woke up in this dimension, when you were born, do you remember what happened to you in the last dimension when you died from? So what's the point? What's the point of waking? What's the point of doing anything in this life if in the next life we don't remember shit? What was the point? You know what I mean? That's not even. That's the thing with the reincarnation. I mean, I hated it when Scientology and Hinduism and all these. I hated the idea because that means this life is nothing. It means, you know what I mean? It's like, why bother doing right? Why not just join the New World Order and enjoy yourself?
Because New World Order, happiness is owning nothing.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what they're saying. I think they want you to own some stock.
I mean, hell, even in jail, you have your private property.
Even in the military, you have private property.
So yeah, I mean, it's like, so how can they say no more private property, which means everything you own, everybody else owns, right? Well, how will society work on that? Oh, I'm just going to borrow your wife because it's my wife too.
Own nothing, control everything.
I want to borrow anyone's wife. No thanks.
But I mean, that's
You were with that dude? No.
that's how ludicrous the whole thing is, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I feel like my dad, you know what I tell my son? I can't believe I'm shaking my head as I tell my son this, like, I can't believe I'm saying what my dad said to me, probably what his dad said to him. Back in my day, 20 years ago, before you were born, life
Yeah, you
was
tell,
so much
tell them we had to walk 20 miles to school and it was all uphill in the snow with barefoot, you know, and he'd be like,
one
be like,
pencil.
mate, weren't you born on the island? When did it snow on the island, mate?
Exactly, right? Like, the story that I was telling my dad is I had to use one pencil, son, for the whole year. That one pencil all the way down until it was like just the eraser left. And then I asked for a new pencil. I was like, damn, that sucks.
That's when you hand him the pencil and you tell him to sharpen, and he goes, I can't get a point. Okay, you need a new pencil.
No, he knows how to sharpen it with the knife, like, perfectly. I was like, yeah, I believe you, Dad. I believe you, Dad. Thanks. But now I'm telling my son the same thing. Back in my day, if I would have had the internet in my house, in my room, let me tell you something. Oh, my grades would have been, and my son is looking at me like, trying to play my game, Dad. Like, damn it. How do I, like, I swear I sound like my dad now. I don't know how to say this. Like, that's how you know things have changed, that things are changing so fast. You know what I mean? Like, 5 years, boom, change. 3 years, change.
Bong. I think they call that seeing the hill in the distance.
Yeah.
And that hill sneaks up on you fast.
Yeah, because you realize it later in life and boom, in your face. Like, okay. Okay, I get it now, Dad. I get it. I get what you're saying. So all these kids that come here, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, yep, still live with mom and dad. You think they know what's going on, and you can trust the guy. Blah, blah. It's that phase in life where you think you know everything.
Speaking of, I mean, it's different in other countries, but here in the States, right? You can't smoke until you're 21. You can't drink until you're 21 legally. And
smoke? I thought 18.
Vote.
It was 18.
No, they changed it to 21.
Wow.
And at 18, you can enlist to the army and kill people for the government and vote. But you're not old enough or mature enough to drink. But you are old enough and mature enough to vote for leaders, laws, and kill people for your government.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, I think Canada, legal drinking age is 18. It's like, sweet.
Yeah, same here. 18.
Really?
Yeah, Australia, 18. My son is never drinking. He knows. I already told him to, and yeah, he's not going to drink. One more year, man. One more year, and he's 18.
Dang. Oh yeah, and another thing here in America, every single, well, at least California, but every single place that I know of that has recreational marijuana, you have to be 21.
Oh yeah. Oh, that sucks.
Unless you have a recreational thing, or not a recreational, but a recommendation from the doctor, then you can get it at 18. Crazy, huh?
Should it be hard? Should it be hard to get one of those? I have PTSD.
No, it's not. It's not hard to get one of those. But the problem is when you get a recommendation and they just give that stuff out like candy. You just say, I have ADHD. Okay, here you go. Right? Yeah. People don't realize when you get one of those recommendations, you sign over your gun rights.
What do you mean?
You sign over your gun rights when you have a recommendation for medical marijuana.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because that kind of makes you, yeah.
So it's like, if you guys don't see what's going on here, and like when I got busted for growing, they're all, well, medical marijuana has been around forever and you have a disability, you could easily get it. And I go, but why would I get it? I have the right to bear arms. So why would I give up that right to bear arms? Why would I give up a freedom for a little bit of leisure? Because those that would give up their freedom for leisure and rest will seek neither leisure or rest or freedoms or rest, right?
Do they know this? The people that told you that?
Huh?
Did they know this? The people that told you that? Why don't you just get
the law? Yeah.
They knew that you had to give up your gun rights if you got a medical.
And they said, yeah, I don't blame you on that one.
Right.
And I go, is that why you don't have yours? Because you couldn't be an officer with a medical recommendation? Well, that's not true. Oh, so you're saying you have one so I can make a complaint to the judge that you have a dangerous drug addict with gun possession, right?
Yep.
Well,
what did he say?
Well, it's just, yeah.
Can't figure it out, eh? Well, you're right.
And then they started making me clean the cells and shit. Yeah, I have a bad habit of speaking when I probably should hold my peace.
Yeah. You gotta speak to the man, not the uniform, eh?
That's what I was doing. I was speaking to the man, and the man was like, huh? It's almost like Andy Dufresne, It's like, did you know I can save you about half of what you're paying on your taxes?
If you act now, we'll take.
Have you ever seen Shawshank Redemption?
The first, yes.
Yeah, Andy Dufresne's sitting there doing all of their tax returns and shit.
Oh man, that movie kind of reminded me of life. There was a interpretation of that movie that when they come in, they're all white. That's us being born as babies. And then when he escaped, he coming out of that thing, they said that was kind of like the resurrection.
What, 400 yards of pure human filth?
I know, right? Oh man. Red.
Hey, do you remember the location of that tree?
No, I don't actually. Do you?
Yeah.
It's been a long time, dude. It was 98, I think I saw it. Gee, 99.
Yeah, if I go by there and I throw a shoe on it every year.
When The Matrix came out, that was mind blowing. Oh, yeah, never mind. There's another one called Dark City. Have you seen Dark City?
Is that the one where they're all like, it's a flat disc, like simulation type thing where like the whole city changes? Yeah.
Yep. Where these aliens who are dying abduct people, and they've created this fake, this disc in space world city, and then all the people that live there, their memories every day, their memories get wiped. So they're trying to study humans to get a cure for their disease because they're dying, but they do it by, oh man, it's so symbolic of what's happening today. That, oh my gosh,
what that's
that
called?
one.
Predictive programming.
Predictive program, exactly. And that came out right before The Matrix. I mean, it came out around the same time, a little after The Matrix, but that's why that one didn't blow up as much. Yeah. If it was released a little later before The Matrix.
Not just that, but I believe, isn't Wachowski Kazarian name?
Oh, is it? I don't know.
They did have an awful lot of checkerboards in there.
When they became the Wachowski sisters, I had a brain fart. I was like, what?
Wachowski brothers, then Wachowski twins, and then Wachowski sisters. Huh?
Yeah, I'm like, what? You guys are brothers. What the fuck? I was like, these motherfuckers are fucking in it. Just like Bruce Jenner and all those guys. It's like, fuck the Matrix. Yeah, I'm not seeing the Matrix 4. I don't think. I mean, I'll see it just because it's the Matrix, but I lost a lot of respect for them, man. Like all respect for them. Like I think all directors are now in the same shit box.
I want to check out Wikispook again. Let me see what's going on there. I haven't been there in about a year.
Wikispook, what's there?
Huh. It's like a CIA stuff.
Wikispook. Yeah, sounds cool.
Wikispooks, excuse me. Wikispooks.
Spooks. Yeah, found it.
Oh, AOC. Fifth column. Gab, Telegram, Alt Tech, Locals, Platformization, Bilderberg 2021. Document the crown game of
Telegram. What's Telegram?
It's an app.
Yeah, but what is it saying about it? Like, what does this?
650 bytes. So let's see. Started 14 August 2003. Founders Nikolai Dorov and Pavel Dorov. Social media, Alt Tech. Telegram is a social media platform. It is an instant messaging IM software. Big League Politics uses this particular account for Telegram, and Big League Politics is a political independent news website reporting a pro-Trump point of view. Geopolitics and Empire, and they have their own link for Telegram, and it's podcast censored by Western corporate governments for CV-19 coverage and other deep state subjects. And then Neon
I don't use
Nettle,
Telegram. Yep.
media website, anti-globalist in nature. Newsmax, conservative American news, and it just goes on, and then that's it for this. So basically, I'm wondering if there's anything. I'm going to check it out. Flat Earth. See what comes up.
Yeah, that's why I don't use Telegram.
Modern flat Earth groups are organizations that promote the belief that the Earth is flat. Some adherents are serious, and some are not. In the more modern context, these groups date from the middle of the 20th century. And it says Wiki has notes on that part. And then it says, those who are serious are often motivated by religion or conspiracy theories. Yeah, this is the CIA data.
The CIA is saying that?
Yeah.
Dang. So I'm trying to type in Flat Earth and
Flat Earth PSYOP. Flat Earth map drawn by Orlando Ferguson, 1893. Says, while the Flat Earth Society straight out denies being controlled opposition, the work of these proponents may still be an effort of co-opted effort by the U.S. United Kingdom intelligence to equate people who are interested in conspiracy theories with believers in a flat Earth, with a general effort to discredit people that subscribe to conspiracy theories. In 2010, advocates of internet censorship of sensitive issues often used corporate banning or shadow banning of flat Earth proponents as a soft start to gain acceptance for a broader censorship. And then, Earth curvature. Let's see what it says. Standing at the back of a ship and watching buildings shrink in the distance from the top is the most simple test that everybody can do and see and confirm for oneself that there is indeed a curvature. It appears that videos by flat earthers try to debunk this fact are getting very complicated when trying to explain away this very simple, straightforward observation. While other facts may get discussed in these videos, there are not complicated at all. Yeah, but where's the curvature? Where's the measurement for the curvature, bud? You said indeed a curvature, so where's a measurement for that indeed curvature?
Well, this is a big fat lie. Earth curvature. Standing at the back of a ship and watching buildings shrink in the distance from the bottom up is the most simple test that everybody can do to see and confirm for oneself that there indeed is curvature. Bullshit!
I can see you found the website. Nice.
appears that videos by flat earthers. We're not the flat society, right? That's the first thing. But they want everybody to think that flat earthers are the flat earth society. Oh, shut up, man. And then they see, this is what I mean, like building shrinking in the distance from the bottom up. Like, do you really need to go through that? Like, do you really need to mention this, right? Like, do you need to mention that? No. But why are you mentioning it? Why are you saying this is proof, is a test to confirm for oneself that there is indeed a curvature? No.
Check this out. YouTube, right? At some point after 2013, when Obama equated climate change deniers to members of the Flat Earth Society, YouTube saw a surge in videos that promoted this thinking, like ElsaGate. The YouTube system made recommendations for these videos on a noticeable scale out of nowhere, but most likely primarily for those who watched conspiracy videos before.
Yeah. Related quotation. You see that at the bottom? Gaslighting?
Yep. Do you see the related document?
Yep. Flat earthers are the most dedicated trolls ever.
And it's put out by somebody that doesn't exist and is not real. Joe Jarvis.
I'm gonna read this. You know what? No, I'm not. Fuck your PDF. I'm not.
It'll just make you mad. It'll just piss.
No, I just don't want to open anything from this website. No, I'm not touching any of this shit. Just leave it. Yeah, that's funny. Working hard. I mean, who reads WikiSpooks? Like, who is it? Is it just like WikiLeaks and Wikipedia? You know, people, normal people, like who are interested in conspiracies, hackers.
It says an encyclopedia of deep politics. Right. That's all it says. And then, see, I think,
man,
this right here.
Weak. That's weak. You guys are weak. Oh my gosh.
Content is available under Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike.
So the CIA provides the content for this website?
Yeah.
Or yeah? Wow. We must be very powerful. Wow. CIA.
Yeah, but you can't find it on the main subjects, and there's 25 pages of results, or no, 25 results per page. Let's see how many pages. And I still don't find the flat earth topic on this. I find other things, other distractions, right?
Yep.
Oh, the Duran group.
Duran.
It's a website. Oh, look, 4chan is related to this. Lapedia.
Oh, there they are.
Alt censored. Detector Media. Breitbart. Jimmy Dore. Spike. But it's kind of funny because
4chan.
look at the symbol, right? Their symbolism that they're using. The pyramid.
Did you post a photo? I closed the website already.
Hang on, let me grab it. Freemasons. And I don't know, but to me it almost looks like a unicorn in the center of that thing. Let me zoom in on
With
that.
the eye in the middle. Yeah, there it is. Of course. That's the eye of Ra. Yeah. That's the eye. That's the eye in the triangle. Yeah. All seeing eye. That's WikiSpooks. I knew it. I knew it. So obvious. Yeah, more propaganda, in my opinion. That's just all propaganda. Yeah.
More control.
Yep. Yeah, controlled opposition, talking shit about controlled opposition. That's funny. Like, very deep.
See, I'm not sure, but I think this whole Wiki Spooks was created by a group of Anons.
Yep. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if Anonymous is the CIA. I mean, I think...
Nope. Here's my theory on that, okay?
Yeah.
Anonymous, my theory behind Anonymous, there's a large amount of bankrolling that would went into that operation, okay? Which multi-millionaire, billionaire recently died penniless with no money because it all went to Team McAfee. Well, I just said McAfee, but yeah, I believe it was his operation.
Really?
Because he claimed to have gifted a bunch of senators and Congress people nice laptop computers loaded with spyware.
Yep.
And it was like a viral spyware too. As soon as they connected to the network, it jumped from computer to computer. So that's how that large dump of information came out.
So you think McAfee was that was his operation? It was all part of the...
But then again, can't really be too sure now, can we? But that's just my running theory on it.
It's all part of the same... Yeah, it's all the same.
Yeah.
If you're not with us, you're against us. Spooks. Yeah, man. That logo is... It's so obvious. You know, you got a camera right there looking at you, right? Like on your phone.
Yeah.
That may as well be that eye. Yeah.
They're intercepting all those text messages you send to those women, you know.
You know, and everybody gets pissed off. I think I remember a story. Borgia. You know Borgia, the Pope? Back in the day?
No.
Italy, back in, there's a, you know that video game, Assassin's Creed? It was done in Italy. It was during that time. I think it was around, say, the time of Leonardo da Vinci. Borgia. I forget what the town, but it was so classic the way what he did. So he'll tell the guy, the governor, right, the guy that's governing the people to do this and do that and do this and do that. The people then get oppressed and cry out. So Borgia goes over and kills that guy, that governor he told to do this to the people, and then the people turn and praise and worship Borgia for it. You know, he becomes their hero. So
Machiavelli.
Yeah, Machiavelli, right. Nicola. So it's just all Machiavellian, right? Exactly, right? Like problem, reaction, solution.
Yep.
So because I always ask, is the New World Order going to be flat Earth?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we are the New World Order.
And then this game was...
So we really need to start thinking about things instead of going off on different rabbit holes. You know, just stick to what we know and not conjecture. And I know I'm guilty of conjecture a lot. Or, excuse me, that might not be the correct term.
Speculation.
Yeah. That one. Thank you.
In that game, Assassin's Creed, I don't know if you guys noticed. There's a computer, a machine. I forget what it's called, I forget the name of it. But what it does, it'll allows them to access the memories of your ancestors that's stored in your DNA. Oh, we all know memory isn't stored in DNA and you can't pass. But it's interesting. It's like the Matrix. You sit down, it plugs you in, and you're there. You wake up in that time, and you go gather information so that you can. They're trying to. It's all about the Templar. The Knights Templar versus you versus the people you are, and the people. You know what I mean? It's like it's the same. There's the idea that there's a bad guy and then there's a good guy, and the good guy is going to take the bad guy out, and people are going to love the good guy for it. The Antichrist, how he's going to appear, the man of lawlessness, all the answers.
You ever seen Full Metal Alchemist?
Can you remind me which one that was?
It's an anime where these boys tried to bring their dead mother back, and she came back something else. And like, first of all, the whole thing's forbidden anyways, but comes back as something else, and they're like horrified at what they had done, and it had taken his brother's body, his arm, and his leg. So he was able to like put his brother into a suit of armor, and he had, a metal arm and a metal leg. So like, everybody's like, metal arm, metal leg, suit of armor. I've heard about you guys. You guys done the forbidden thing. Stay away. You are the Full Metal Alchemist, and basically, like, the whole thing's about the Philosopher's Stone, which is just a huge blood sacrifice that's been going on for millennia. Wow! And it just takes enough blood to fill the chalice till it transmutes into a Philosopher's Stone, and with it, you have eternal life. You can bring people back from the dead. Anything without equivalent exchange, type of thing. Turn gold out of, take lead, make it gold, type of thing.
Yeah, it's like they're indoctrinating people. Yeah,
it's very occult in there. Like the whole series is occultish. But I have a feeling like shows like Full Metal Alchemist and all that captivates children. Especially because they've featured it on like Adult Swim, Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
And like the same time that these things are going on, there's like Illuminati type bumps. They just call them bumps. They're not a commercial or anything. It's just a bunch of strange images and sounds on the TV.
Yeah, it's like these movies and video games. Like they've got the strangest stories and rituals, and it's like, is this real? Was this inspired by history, by real life, or you know what I mean? That video game World of Warcraft, and I was playing it. It's like, holy crap! How many people love this game? MMORPG.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like all these games and movies are just teaching people how. Yeah, bringing back the old gods.
Yep.
Marvel.
Bringing it to the forefront of everybody's mind to where they're fantasizing about it. Yeah. Which, that whole fantasizing, where it's on the front load of your eyes, because you think about something, it's the forehead type of thing, right? It's the forefront. It's spiritual iniquity. The spirit's your mind, right?
Yep.
So if you're wondering about something and on about something that you cannot prove, that does not relate to God, then that's profane, right? It's like these Star Wars fans, forgive me if you guys are Star Wars fans. I don't want to get laser blasted by a Jabba, okay? But let's just,
Boba Fett.
Yeah. Let's just put it this way, okay? Like, the whole thing has spawned a huge genre and fandom, right? So it's like they're focusing on this fantasy instead of reality, even though they know the difference between that fantasy world and reality.
Yep.
And I'm kind of thankful for my parents and grandparents, the ones who raised me, said, be careful what you see on TV, Josh. What they're showing you on TV is just make-believe. Nothing on TV is real. right?
Yeah.
And then I kind of I knew that already, and I'm just like, yeah, I know, but it's just entertainment. And then I see them watching the news, getting all worried. Oh, what's going on? And I go, is that not on the same device you told me to be careful of?
What'd they say?
Oh, you're just being a smart aleck. Go play outside. No more TV.
Man. Yep. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
That's why I hate it about the military. It's like, F this. I will do as you do, not as
I
you
heard
say.
with the military, the best way to do that whole thing is just not think, just do as you're told.
Yeah, I can't do that.
You'll go far.
Yeah, I can't do that. It's like, yeah, nah, mate. I don't want to go far. I just want to go back to my coconuts. It's all right. You guys go ahead. Well, we have taro and cocoa and fish waiting for me. I'm all right. Yeah, you guys go ahead and go far. Be somebody. And go be a fisherman. I miss fishing, man.
And they ask you, so where are you from, man? You're like, man, I'm from paradise. Imagine an island in the middle of the Pacific. You know, that sounds like a great place.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, until you assholes came and
they're millionaires, man. They're trying to build paradise where they live, right? I look at it like poor fool. What a sucker. If he only knew what real paradise, you know what I mean? Growing up on an island where I grew up, I was like, that is so artificial, pretentious, and fake. Like, poor rich person. I pity you. Well, one of the men here, Lance Vader. I used to work for him. I pitied him, man. You know what he said to me? You need an old man like me to show you the ropes, ball. And his son is an addict, to ice, crystal meth. Wires like 10 grand every week to his son. 10 grand every week. He's a millionaire. And he says that to me. You need an old man like me to show you the ropes. I kind of like shook my head I don't think. I mean, if you can't show your son the ropes, what do you think you can do for me? Like, so it's like, it's all right, man. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, cool. All the guys that work for him work their asses off, like 24/7 on call, but they get paid really good. I just couldn't do that. I said, fuck you to the Navy, and I'm just gonna have to say no to you too. I'm sorry. Because it doesn't make you happy, Like I saw all the money he had. He's like 70, getting ready to, for the end of his life, and he's still doing things. And I'm like, nah, this is not the life. This is not the life. Rolls Royce, he's very rich.
You should tell him you can't take that shit with you when you die.
Yeah, no, right. I mean, he's still living his life like he's in his 20s or 30s. Like big things ahead. Like you're at the end of life. Son is a mess. I think, man, this guy needs to clean up his act before it's over. Like, who are you going to leave all this bullshit to behind? Your son? Hell no. It's probably somebody from the board that you fucking hate. And when you die,
if he left that to his
son,
if he left that to his boy'd be dead within a week.
Right. So I was like, nah, you're not showing me shit, old man. Like, I should be showing you something. You're just flat.
Flat, mate. Flat. There's heaps of evidence. Flat.
Let me show you one thing, old man. You know how to tell you the Earth is a ball? Yeah. Well, it's not.
There's more proof for a flat Earth, more evidence for a flat Earth than there is a sphere floating in space, moving around all wibbly jibbly to whatever decides to cross its path. I mean, well, who's behind the wheel?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he knew the Earth was flat. I wouldn't be surprised if he already knew that. He's one of the richest men in Australia. He's from Adelaide. Lance Vader. If you YouTube it, type in Lance Vater, Vater, right? And then type in Rolls Royce rain. So what happened was this guy left his his driver left the Rolls Royce out with the cover down, right? And it rained on the Rolls Royce. This guy repaired it. And I was wondering, like, why would he do that? Like, why don't you just buy a new one? Well, apparently, it turns out he has a fleet. He has a fleet of Rolls Royce that he rents out. So, he's a smart businessman. But not a good dad. Probably not a good husband either. He had, like, many wives.
Oh, man. Speaking of that, I've seen one of my friends post something on Facebook. Apparently Fetty Wap died. Or not, he didn't die, but his daughter did. His 4-year-old daughter. And they're all, this is so sad, so sad. And the picture of Fetty Wap is he's given like the one eye sign and smiling. It's like, that doesn't seem like he's grieving in that photo. Why would he choose that photo and not take a photo op about it?
Yeah.
And then somebody's like, well, he's only got one eye. What difference?
How did his daughter die? How
we can't talk about it.
Oh, the thing, the jabby.
Yeah.
Interesting. His career is over. I don't know why. I can't. When a celebrity's, family member dies, I guess it's all data that they can use, right?
Yeah.
With this one eye.
Somebody was saying, well, he's only got one eye. Well, doesn't he have an eye patch then? Or a glass eye?
Mm-mm. It doesn't.
So basically, the last thing I said is, look, all I know is to be wary of the man who winks or the one-eyed man.
You remember is it Tyrese Gibson? Remember Tyrese Gibson from Fast and Furious? So he was crying on the internet. I don't know if you've seen that. He was crying on the internet. He made a video and it went viral. Talking about his baby. Please don't take my baby. Not my baby. She's all I have. Please. Well, later he said it was him and he was crying to his wife, but it wasn't. And this guy and Paul Walker, they were,
sacrifices.
Man sluts. I mean, also that, but I heard Paul Walker wanted to walk away from it, from all of it. Like, apparently they go to Dubai to have sex with men there. So, that's a deep rabbit hole too, but his daughter, Tyrese Gibson was crying about his daughter as if somebody was about to sacrifice her. So when you mentioned what's his name, Fetty Wap's daughter, I started thinking about Tyrese. Like, what the hell, man?
Are there any globe earthers in here?
Let's have a look.
I don't see any.
Yeah. I mean, people that come here and say they're globe earthers are not globe earthers because they don't know the radius of the earth. So it's like, you're not a globe earther.
You're just a normie.
Yep.
Did you eat paint chips as a kid? No. Why?
Paint chips?
Yeah. It's Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
He's like, did you eat paint chips as a child? Why?
Where is this? Is this in the YouTube?
No. It's just
Tommy Boy, the movie, my bad.
Yeah. Chris Farley.
Crayons. Yeah.
The Yodis are barking.
I did consider joining Freemasonry a long time ago when I was having some problems before Flat Earth, but having financial problems. I was like, I wonder if I just joined the Masons like this. Before I knew who they were. And then I did research on fallen angels, and like how people pray to angels and all that crap. And that's when I was like, it scared the shit out of me. I was like, no. I was like, no. Like they have these rituals that they do. They pray to the angels, and you got to draw this magic circle, blah 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 blah. Like why? Like why? So the ritual of prayer. It's like, so you don't want to perform the ritual of prayer to the Almighty Spirit Creator? You want to perform this weird ass ritual or whatever, to get a demon that wants to kill you to do something for you. Like, pretend you asked a mafia boss, right? You asked him, I summon you to do my bidding. What do you think he wants to do to you for doing that? I think he wants to chop you up and feed you to the pigs. I mean, you're trying to ask a demon to do something for you? That's not a good idea.
You ever seen those, what's they're called? What are they called? Like Cyril and, what are their names? Like Chris Angel and like all those other ones. Dang it. David Blaine. These so-called demon magicians.
Yep. Levitating.
You ever watched anything about that rabbit hole?
I have not looked at it. I know it's demonic and I know power comes from demons, but I haven't looked deeply at how they get it, how they do it.
Like I remember one thing where it was an interview with David Blaine and they're like, that's an interesting tattoo on your palm. What is it? And he goes, it's the ward off of the evil eye or something like that. And he goes, that's interesting. What's it for? It's, to protect me from death.
Yep. That guy's doing it, obviously.
And basically what they do is they do a soul contract to where they get these powers for a time, and then the power will be taken from them, and they have to do the bidding of the demon, right? If they don't, they will kill somebody in their family and eventually them, and then they'll be theirs forever and have to do their bidding. So like a lot of these guys, and it kind of goes back to what the heck was that guy's name?
David Blaine?
No, not David Blaine.
Copperfield?
The magician. White country folk singer type thing. It's probably not even country song. Shoot, I forgot his name. Anyways, he was sitting there in an interview and he was dead serious and he goes, well, I did a deal and I'm just holding up my end, and I did a deal a long time ago.
Bob Dylan.
Yeah, Bob Dylan. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he's like,
60 Minutes. Yep.
As a matter of fact, the master of this world and the world beyond that we cannot see.
Yeah. Yep. I heard there was something called the Crossroads.
Yeah. Well, see, he had done his deal, but the power was taken from him, right? So now he has to do their bidding.
Yeah.
Which means all that wealth and influence that he got, he's now got to go along with their way, with the way, right?
Yep. Yep.
Secret society is repugnant.
Yep. I used to look at people like Britney Spears crying in an interview. I'm like, God, what's happening to me?
She's going to, I'm pretty sure, like her whole testimony is going to be censored out and scrubbed. Apparently, she's about to completely destroy Hollywood and the music industry. because she's a slave, right? She has no rights. Everything, she's owned completely by her father.
Yeah. But yeah, I looked at these people and I felt sorry for them that the people they rely on, like mom and dad, are the ones that are exploiting them. So they don't have anyone to cry to except God. And that's what I felt when I saw her crying. And when you see all these other celebrities like trying to say things, politically correctly or without, it's like so. Like, man, that's enslavement. All these people that watch these celebrities think that these people got it going on. That's the life. Blah blah blah. It's like
no, they're slaves. That's the thing people don't understand. They idolize that. It's like, do you even have any idea? If you had an idea, well, what should we do about it, Josh? What should we do about it? What would you have us do? Tell people about it and tell them to pray. Pray for them.
Yeah.
Pray for them that they lose all their power and influence.
Yeah. Don't listen to it. Don't play it. Don't promote it. Just ignore it. Man, Michael Jackson. I don't know what happened with Michael Jackson. Man, when I was little, I never believed all the the stuff with the children stuff. But then growing up, I'm like, I don't know. This guy tried to expose Sony, right? The CEO, I forget his name. And then he dies. It's like, oh,
yeah.
That was Michael Jackson.
Now, who else do we know of that just did some really twisted, evil ass shit? Who's a millionaire and owner of a record label?
All of them.
Richard Branson.
Branson, yeah.
Well, Josh, what do you mean? What evil thing did he do? The Virgin Flight made everybody think that, hey, you can go to space for a couple $1,000.
I lied to your kids. Hey, all you kids down there. If I can do it, I'm up here in space. If I can do it, imagine what you can do. Oh, man, I just wanted to punch his teeth out.
It reminded me of that Yan Can Cook, Hey, if Richard Branson can do it, so can you.
Yeah. I didn't even want to watch it. I only watched it because everybody was watching it that day.
Oh, I don't watch that shit.
Exactly what was going to happen, and it happened exactly as I thought it was going to happen. It's like, yep. Moving on. Hey, you guys remember that car they shot up in space? Like, what? Yeah. Don't even remember, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what was the purpose of that?
Right. Why would you put a car in space?
No purpose. It served no purpose whatsoever. Nobody questions it. Nobody questions it at all. Right? Yeah. But they admire it and say, well, it actually happened because I saw it on YouTube and I saw it on TV. Well, do you see any of those clouds ever changing? Do you see that landmass ever rotating? I used to go on the ISS space feed and I go, something's not right. Well, what do you mean? The video's looping.
And why are there always clouds?
No, this is a live feed. And I go, no, it's looping. Look, you can see, look at the right-hand corner about, a third of the way down, right-hand corner, third of the way down from the top, you'll see this little artifact pop up in a glitch, and then all of a sudden the whole thing will reset. Oh, yeah, I do notice that. Yeah, it's on loop.
Yeah. And you never see land. You always see clouds. Yeah. Clouds. Yeah. And then people come here and say stuff like, well, what about satellites?
Funny thing with microwave towers for communication, line of sight is needed, and they usually go 150 miles. How much curvature would there be, say, on a mast? I don't know. Up there. I don't know how tall those things are. To see another tower off in the distance to have direct communication. Microwave towers do not work off of bouncing off of any kind of firmament or anything. It is a line of sight thing. You have a burst and a capture packet followed by another burst coming from the other thing and a capture packet getting sent back. So it's a direct line of sight communication. Just like a satellite, dish network. It's a huge tower in Texas. Huge tower in Texas. North Star.
Yeah. That's where all the antennas point to. The big one. Yeah.
No matter where you are with Dish Network in North America, it's always pointing towards Texas.
Yep. It never points up. Why would it? Why would you point it up? What are you pointing it at?
Yeah.
Satellites? Like, no. You point it over there. That's where the dish is. That's where the signal's coming from.
The only question I have when they say, hey, you got to check it out. All these satellite images that you see, like of satellites in space, it's all CGI. It's all fake. Well, what do you mean? I mean, you can clearly see it. Who took the photo? Who took the video? I never thought about it like that.
You never thought that somebody had
that's rendezvousing with it. Sorry.
You never thought that somebody had to take the photo? What about when they were leaving? Who was taping that, and how did we get that tape when they left the moon? Were there moon people that were there left behind? Now we had a camera crew. They had their own pod, but we couldn't show it. It's about the astronauts. It's about the moment. How do cameras work in a vacuum of space? 1969. What kind of cameras did you have up there? Nice lighting, by the way. Is that how the sun lights the moon, though? What did we do on the moon, by the way? Plant a flag? Whoop-de-doo.
Play some golf.
What do people do when they reach Mount Everest?
Plant a flag.
Take photos and plant a flag, take a photo. Like it's what an event. And when they come back, they're excited to tell you about it. What did they do when they came back from the moon? When a basketball team wins, it's like, yeah, celebration. Not these guys. They came back like, what the fuck happened to us? I don't know. Did you see any stars? Oh. Yeah? No, we didn't.
Hey, I have a feeling, that movie Dumb and Dumber, I have a feeling Lloyd was very based. Was it Lloyd? I think he was very based, the one that he's all, no way. We landed on the moon!
We landed on the moon, yeah. Dude, that sounds like, these guys look traumatized. Trying to answer questions. They don't look like they conquered the moon. They look like something happened to them and they don't know how to explain it. What happened? Did you see something up there? Aliens, maybe?
Oh, we're not allowed to talk about it. Shh, don't tell them we're not allowed to talk about it. You just don't talk about it. You just ignore them like you didn't hear them. God, don't you know anything? That's it. You're going up in the next rocket and it's going to burn up. So,
or remember the astronaut's wife, the movie, Johnny Depp? Maybe it's like that. They come back and like, I was molested by an alien. Trauma. Yeah. I mean, it's so obvious. It's MK Ultra. Mind control / you remember Bill Clinton? How he just sat there while the lady was putting his makeup on. A lot of basketball players are doing that too. They'll freeze. Al Roker, remember? He said the Holy Spirit just kind of froze and stared at the camera, just like Bill Clinton, like all these celebrities.
I'm going to take it a step further. Okay, like last year, even with all those rallies that Trump was doing and all that, and he was always in front of one of these screens, right? supposedly bulletproof screens. What if it wasn't a screen? What if it was a giant, like, prism type thing where they
Projector.
could use that to project a hologram?
Very, very interesting technology if it exists.
I mean, what if nobody at all is behind everything? What if it's all just this AI computer that's making deep fakes?
You mean like Metal Gear Solid? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Metal Gear Solid, bro. Wow. Have you played that game? Have you read the cutscenes? Oh my god.
No.
This is like in the 80s. Dude, they're talking about everything that's happening right now. I mean, this is like from the Metal Gear Solid 1. You know that Snake. Those are AI computers. They've been taking orders from computers, the AI. And they the agenda is evolution. You know, they talk about evolution. So of course it's like full of propaganda. But damn, like this thing they call Metal Gear Solid, the control, you know, the data. It's about data, man. It's like I can't believe it. Like I couldn't believe it. When I was younger playing it, I was like, yeah, cool story. It's like a movie. But now it's like, oh my gosh. Go on YouTube and type in the greatest event in video game history, and then type in Metal Gear Solid. It'll bring up those cutscenes, and if you just listen to it, man. Yeah, you know what? Let me get the link, bro. Let me get the link. It's crazy. It's in a video game called Metal Gear Solid, and I've played it all the way to 4. Man, it's. Let me grab the link.
Now, see, the Metal Gear that I've played was on the Nintendo.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Here, it's that one and all the rest, y'all. I'm posting the link right now. Snake. Snake is crawling. So watch this one, dude, or just watch as much as you can. But that's why I'm saying, these video games, man. Like, god damn it, they're programming us and our children through video games.
Gamergate, dude. Gamergate.
Exactly. That's what you were talking about earlier. I was trying to bring this point up. There it is. I posted the link, that YouTube link. Want to have a listen to it, man? It is deep, bro. Like, this is like 20 years ago. Go ahead.
If this video self-destructs after I review it, I'm going to be upset.
Oh man, there are other. There's so much more, you know, like in this game. It's crazy. Metal Gear Solid was one of the best stories and games I've ever played. Japan. It came from Japan. Let's watch the video. I gotta prep dinner anyways.
To confuse and emotionally manipulate their audience in the most profound ways. Sounds about right.
Yeah, to cause confusion, yes.
And no, I was talking about 8-bit Nintendo.
Yeah, Mario, Mega Man 3.
Yeah, because it was Zelda, Mario, and Metal Gear. Those are the first games that we had.
Yeah. I think it was Super Nintendo that I played it on when I was younger. Was it Super Nintendo? Yeah, Super Nintendo. Yeah. Dude, and memes. Yeah, they go into memes like a gene, spreading ideas, Dawkins.
It's a spell. Memes is a spell, man.
Right. Right.
It's a fleeting idea.
Yeah, it's like a virus, what they call it. But it's talking about, like all this data. So it's like, man, how long has this been happening? Oh, this is the internet. 1960s. Damn, 60, like since the 60s. They've been doing this. Like,
That's why I told my mother everything she has ever done is on record called a digital tattoo. And she goes, whatever, there's nothing about that. And I don't have any tattoos like that. So what are you talking about, Josh? Your digital tattoo is your online footprint, your record, everything you've ever done. And it's permanent, like a tattoo.
Yeah. It's recorded somewhere, and then eventually it goes on to the digital, but it's always recorded somewhere. I mean, that's what all these forms are for, applications and stuff.
Well, whenever they say, whenever you hear them say, we pulled your file.
Yeah. Which means everything you've done and said on Facebook and all the social media platforms and your your emails, everything on your phone.
Every smut, every piece of smut you've ever looked at, regardless of a VPN.
Yep. Oh, yeah, it's our VPNs too, by the way. You didn't know that? Now you do. These companies only rent it from us. And yeah, this is the Navy. Put it all together, laid the cables, wires, the network, the infrastructure.
Hey, thanks, Bong.
Yeah, bro.
Are you alive, Bong?
Yeah, bro. What's up?
I just sent you something. It's Australia.
Cool.
This is Australia.
Australia. Oh. Mobile task unit forcing vaccines on unvaccinated. Ooh, really? Son of a bitch.
You're hot micing.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't know that was happening, man. What the? Oh, yeah, let me look into this. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, man.
Yeah, line in the sand, take a stand.
I didn't know this was happening. Terrorism. I'm just cooking dinner right now, bro. I'm listening though.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not standing for this bullshit, so I already know what I'm gonna end up doing. So we just can't talk about it.
Yeah.
Or
Oh, yeah.
rather on any kind of digital device.
Boys in blue, right?
Fucking thugs in blue.
Yeah. So I was gonna say.
Thuggy. Okay,
Look at
you
these
were talking about Assassin's Creed earlier, right? The Thuggy. Who were the Thuggy? The Thuggies worshipped Shiva the Destroyer, right? The Thuggy were also called assassins, hashashins. They would smoke hash and go assassinate people. Or sometimes they would Shanghai people in a hash den, and somebody would get all high and pass out, and they would take them and torture them and kill them and sacrifice them to Shiva or Kali, his concubine. Nothing new under the sun, man.
Yeah.
They're thugs. That's all they are. Thugs.
Terrorists.
Pirates.
It looks like I'm gonna have to grab get a gang together to protect ourselves, eh? Like we're gonna have to.
Like, did you hear what that guy was saying? You know, these videos ain't doing anything. We could just stand around all day, take these videos, but there's nothing's happening.
Yeah. I think if enough people are, know about it and are, you know what I mean, are aware of it, then
too many people are brainwashed. Too many people are still watching American Idol.
Yeah.
People are still watching, the X Factor. Come on, man.
America's Got Talent, American Idol.
Yeah. And then think about it. X Factor, right? The X is also a cross, which is also what? A mark.
Yep.
The Mark Factor, right? The Idol show. I mean, it's so spiritual and people don't see it. And that was the other thing. Everything in the end of days will be highly spiritual and people will not see it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Truth.
What's up, Josh?
How you doing?
Hey, Truth.
Doing okay. Little, just actually, I ran into a lady tonight, and she was like, "This is weird because it's kind of like it's like when I hear myself think about it, or even hear myself go over it in my head, it feels almost as if like when you meet someone that you want to look. I'm not gay, okay? I don't want to go out with the chick. It's nothing like that. Like just friends, right? But it's just meeting someone who's woke and who knows a little bit about a little bit of stuff. And because we could actually have an intellectual conversation that went on for more than 20 minutes. It's like I was so freaking excited. I was like, I mean, we exchanged numbers and we are supposed to, try to get together and, do some shit together. And I'm like, it's almost as exciting as going out on a date.
Yeah,
in
you
a
got a
way.
gal pal.
So I'm
Nice.
like, damn, because she knows about Tesla. She knows about, I mean, when she mentioned Tesla, I was like, damn. I'm like, she's looked into some stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. I wish I could meet someone here. Hey, that's exactly the feeling I was having if I ever met someone here. I was like, man, it's like.
What's
Yeah,
crazy is
exactly.
there's two people that have like usually listened to what I have said and taken it to heart and looked into it and said, hey, yeah, you're right about this. Right. One of them, when I was talking about the flat earth, he was kind of joking and all that. And now he's in prison and his dad died. So, and then this other one, my friend's mom, right? And like everything about Freemasons, she's like, oh yeah, well, check this out. This I got from my mother and her mother's, and my father was in the Masons and all that. And I go, yeah, you didn't join anything. She goes, no, but when I was young, there was some weird ritual that I was involved in. And I go, that means, you're being attacked daily. And I can always feel a presence when I'm over here, So I did some things and all that. And basically telling her about, all the political BS that's going on and the situation of the world and the fact that the world I go, now what do you know about, the flat earth? She goes, oh yeah, it's flat. And I go, nice. So at least I have one other person to talk to, but they live far away from here. So it's like
nice. That's like
You guys are lucky, man.
that's like party celebration worthiness. It's nice.
Right.
It's just like,
Oh my God, I met another human being, an actual human being.
that's what it feels like.
No, not a human being. I'm surrounded by humans, right? But
like an actual.
Thankfully, I finally found a fellow mankind.
Right. It's like a real, live, breathing, thinking
person. Yes.
You're lucky.
I've not mentioned Flat Earth to her because she's looked into quite a few other different things. I don't want to run her off in the beginning.
Okay, well,
she's probably telling her friends.
Easy into it,
She's probably telling her friends the same thing.
At the end of the third date, when you're saying your goodbyes, just say, "Hey, have you ever looked into the flat Earth?" And just let it go from there. And if she goes, "Huh? Well, what do you mean? I never heard this." Oh, well, just I'll talk to you about it a little later. Then that'll get her wondering to where she'll start doing some information searching. And if she's really like conscious about things, then she'll like try to test some things on her own, and that's where the worlds will collide. That's when wind will just come up out of nowhere and just throw sand in your face. Yeah.
It would be funny if she was a flat earther and she was thinking the same thing. Oh my God, I was about to say the same thing.
that would just be too much. That would be awesome. It wouldn't surprise me though. It really wouldn't surprise me.
Man, I wish I had. Well, Becky lives over there in the mountains. That's too far. She's a female, so it's like.
Yeah, I'm often reminded of this saying from one of these yogi type sages. Speak your truths, no matter what. And those who stick around, they are your tribe.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really looked at it like that as a saying, but that's kind of like how life has leveled out to be at this moment for me. Anyway, so I can see a lot of truth in that. That rings true for me. And I was thinking about what you guys were mentioning too, about the thing that's happening in Australia right now.
Yeah.
In the beginning, when they first, because this is like the second or third place that I've heard of that's claiming that they're going to come out with this and do this, or if they're not like saying that they're going to come out with it and do it, there's laws on the books that allows them to, like the one that Lou was talking about. So, and I think that was in Florida, right? I don't even know if that was like federal, like statewide, or all the states, or if it was just for that state. But anyway, it doesn't matter. My entire point is that in the beginning, when they're first claiming and they're proclaiming they're going to come out and do this shit, like if people don't, it's feeling, right? It's like a barometer. They're feeling their way around. If people don't resist this, and if the average people, react in a way to where they're going to be ostracizing those who don't actually go along with it and agree to do it, and they start, pointing the finger at them and judging them, then they're just going to go full blown with it. However, if it's the other way around, and if all the people kind of like are resistant to it and stand up against it, and they don't see a lot of division amongst the people over it, then it may still take some more time to, pull off some more false flags or whatever to get this thing implemented. But just watch and see how the people react, because how the people react is going to determine how far they go with it. Like they're
Exactly.
feeling their way around right now, and it's very important that anytime that you're around, like this is when it's important. This is when it matters. Speaking the truth. This is when speaking the truth matters, because when you're around people and there's that opportunity to maybe educate them a little bit about it, or to let them know that, if they're thinking negative thoughts against it and they're questioning it, but they don't want to go against those around them, it'll give them someone else like, okay, well, I'm not the only one. Maybe I can speak up about it, and then it'll grow. But like right now is when it's important to speak the truth, because when you're around people, just bring it up, just mention it, let them know they're not the only one, and to, let them know what your thoughts are on it, and what knowledge you have about it. Because if we get past this point and there's not a lot of resistance, and there's also a lot of division amongst the people, and it'll be too late after that, because, once they go, full force with it, then it's too late to start speaking up. Now's the time, is my point, I guess.
Yeah, the idea that silence is consent, right? That people, because it's not a law. Yeah, you're right. That they're relying on the people to bring it into a law, right? By not resisting it. Yeah.
Self-inflicted. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Self-administered law.
And see, I think that's what this whole defund the police thing is all about, is to bring in federal police, which don't abide by the same laws as citizen police.
Man, I'm just thinking about 1984, the movie. Man, I can't think. That's all I'm thinking about now. It's 1984. Do it to Julia. Oh my gosh, you gotta see that. It's exactly what's happening right now.
I know.
It's so crazy.
No need to see it, I guess, but yeah, it's funny that I hear about it all the time. I've never watched it.
Oh, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it because they tortured him. This man and this woman, they fell in love and everything, and sneak off to have sex and enjoy their time together, because you're not supposed to be, you're not allowed to be with anyone. Totally isolated. TV in the room, Big Brother talking to you. Spouting propaganda, right? And then finally they caught them. You're not supposed. And then they separated them and tortured them, right? They put this guy. They put a box on this guy's head and put a rat in there and heated the other side of the box and said, this rat is going to have to eat through your face to get out. And then he resisted. And then he gave in and like, no, do it to Julia, the woman that he loves. He gave her up like that. Do it to her. No, don't do it to me. And after that experience, right, Room 101. That's what that room is. After the experience, they went back to their original lives, and the end of the movie was, and he loved Big Brother. That was the end of the movie. It's what's happening right now. When I saw it a while back, I was like, yeah, too much. I mean, is it really going to be like that? But now it's like, oh my gosh, is that?
Yeah, no.
Oh, what the hell? It's only been a couple of years. How?
Even like 10 years ago,
Yeah.
everyone would have thought it would have taken 50 years to get to where we're at right now.
Yeah.
To me,
it's like they're using the people to enforce their agenda, like that we snitch on each other. Oh, usually it's not okay to snitch, but in this case, you know what I mean? It's like, what?
Well, the reason we have so much, the people make up the largest, potential army on Earth. So if they don't want to go against the largest army, which is all the people of the world, what's the better way to do it? You recruit those very people as your army, and that's pretty much what they're doing.
Yep.
I think more people just need to start drinking the toilet water myself. Turn the TV off. Start drinking the toilet water.
Your immune system will be great. I don't know what's different. I think the ice maker ice is dirtier than the toilet, though. So just keep.
Truth, have you seen Idiocracy?
Yeah.
Truth.
What?
Have you seen Idiocracy?
No, I think you were mentioning it to me the other night, and I haven't.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah, that's. If you had watched it, then you'd understand what I was saying.
It's a documentary.
Oh, actually, I think it promotes the agenda of gene. What's the genes? Genus. What's the word? Eugenics. Sorry,
eugenics.
Yeah, it promotes eugenics. Yeah, that genes. You know how high IQ people, they don't want to have sex or have babies because the economy was bad. Meanwhile, Joe Dirt was pumping him out with the
with all the neighbors as well.
With all the neighbors.
So survival of fittest no longer became survival of the smartest like it used to be. It now became to survival of who could produce the most.
Yeah.
And the world got dumber.
Yeah, and the world got dumber. So it's basically it's condescending. It's like talking down to people, to us, to you, the normal guy, average.
So, because the so-called smart people were waiting too long to have babies. They needed to get their career and everything in order and whatnot.
Doesn't sound too smart to me.
Yeah, well, Tony died while trying to produce a sample for the artificial insemination. So, well, God willing, my eggs are still frozen.
Everyone, stop baiting.
I object. He broke my house while I was watching Ow My Balls.
I don't promote any stupid ass movies like that, but that's the only one that I promote people to watch.
And we just had President Camacho.
I don't know. What's the guy's name in the movie? I don't know. Or
Not sure.
something like that, right? Not sure.
Not sure.
Not sure. Oh man.
So what is your name? Look, I'm not sure. Correction is your name. Not. Yeah, it's okay. Last name. Sure. Is it? No. I'm not sure. Confirmed. Not sure. Stand still and relax while we tattoo your identity on your arm. Ow! Ow! Hey, is there any way we could start this over?
Yeah. There's nowhere I could get some water.
Like out of the toilet? Guy wants some toilet water.
Because he sounded like an asshole everywhere he went.
He sounded. They said gay or something like that.
Yeah, gay.
Buttruckers turns into butt fuckers.
And he's all sitting there looking, and kids are sitting there having a birthday party. He's like, huh?
Oh man, that is the world today. Like today.
Yeah. Like I said, it was a documentary.
Yeah.
Well, so is there anything in the movie beyond the point at which we're at right now that hasn't happened yet that could, be predictive programming that we could expect? Like, I'm going to have to watch it now. Just
eugenics.
Basically, they were doomed because all the stuff to make burritos with, and all this, or the burrito skins, and all the stuff to make the tortilla chips, they were dying in the field. And they keep putting Brondo on it, and it's not working. They don't know why. They just keep putting the same stuff that's worked before.
Because Brondo has
electrolytes. Brondo is like Gatorade.
That's what plants crave.
It's kind of like how it's going to be now with, all the genetic modification of the crops and the Monsanto and shit like that,
No, it's more like their mindset, right? Because when you're like, no, put water on the crops.
It's about how advertisement affects people as well, because they have all been brainwashed into thinking that Brondo is just what you're supposed to drink, and it's good for plants too because it has electrolyte. Like everybody just copies the commercial. Like every time they say Brondo, they're like, it has electrolytes. It has what plants need.
It's got what plants crave.
And then they even had like an Armageddon type thing in there. It's like, after this smart guy did this, all of a sudden, panic breaks out because everybody works for Brondo.
Yeah, Brondo is the corporation that runs the world.
She's gonna watch it. She said she's gonna watch it. So let's quit giving her spoilers.
It's okay.
Oh yeah.
No, they couldn't tell. They couldn't tell me enough to cause me to, because they pretty much kind of went over the whole movie. But it's not the same if you don't watch it. I can see the correlation to everything that you're saying with what we've been dealing with and what we're dealing with. In reality, I can see the definite correlation. But I'm curious to, with the things to come, the schedule and shit like that. What's next? Because we kind of know what they want to accomplish, but we don't know the order in which they plan on doing it. And I think it all depends on when they test shit, like what they're doing now. When they, like whether or not to implement this first and then, the whatever. It's like, I can't explain it. How, like, I don't know that you're even understanding, picking up what I'm putting down, I guess. But just kind of like trying to see their moves,
They're trying to see how well propaganda's working.
And when they test it, they don't get resistance, then they go forth with it. Full force. When they get resistance, then they back up and regroup.
They are consenting. They are not consenting. We need more propaganda. We need them to consent.
What do we have to do for them to accept it?
But it's
what do we have to keep trying for them to accept the plan?
How many people do we have to kill for them to accept it? Right? How many people must die?
And I think,
oh my God, people are dying. Yep.
I think what they're looking for is the self-governance and the division amongst the people. That's what they really want, because then they can really, because they have agendas that they can't implement until that happens.
I just want to know what the Davidians had. They wanted the press, man. They all got killed for the information they had. What did they know?
Freedom. That's what. I don't know. I think there's more to it than.
My grandfather knew somebody that was on that case, and he's supposed to be a Seventh-day Adventist. And I was like, how can you be friends with somebody that supposedly went there? Oh, I was in the Navy with him. Or not supposedly went there, but was part of the ATF. And
Chief crew at? Where is everyone? Sorry,
he
I
be-
didn't mean to interrupt you. Guys say that.
It's all right. It's like I don't know where they went. They like dropped off after Gamergate.
Well, I did mean to, or I wouldn't have said it, but that wasn't my intention to interrupt you. But
That's all right.
where's our freaking third shift people here? Where is everyone? It's not that late.
Nobody wants to fight for the globe. It's sad.
When's the last time you looked at the clock? Their truth. Maybe it's later than you think.
Well, I'm saying it's yeah, but I usually hop off here. I don't know what, around like 8 or something like that. It's 5:30, 6 a.m. So
Yeah, in about 3 hours it'll start picking up again. When everybody wakes up. We're the night crew.
I'm in Australia, so
surprisingly we don't have any Indian people on here because they're like 12 hours opposite from me.
well, and that's what that's my other point. Just because it's 5:30 a.m. for me, or almost 6 now, it's not that for everyone.
And I apologize, okay, if that came off as nationalist or racist in any sort of way. I didn't mean it. I don't know what you would
Stop
call
being PC. Shut up.
the inhabitants of India.
If it did, Joshua, that's whoever takes it that way. It's their problem.
You're
exactly.
losing
If you
points.
take offense, that's on them. You know,
You're losing cool points, Joshua. Shut up. Retract your statement.
This world. I've moved on to this world, not inner world, because inner world is like played out. So it's like this world.
Imagine, if you will. Imagine if you're able. A world full of abomination. Where everything that is sold as truth is a dirty, filthy lie.
Yeah.
And those things that are truth are relegated to mythology. Welcome to the flat earth.
What truth is saying is on point, is exactly what's happening. Yes, and what people should do. Yes, it's consent because it can't be a law, right? They're watching and and seeing if people are going to go with it, and if they do, then full law. Yep. And if we resist it, then they'll back off. But people are.
They're
scared.
going distance.
They're going for speed.
I don't know why what he said at first made me think of that Cake song.
Because they're all alone in their time of need. Because they've forsaken the Messiah and nothing can rectify their ill will towards men. Yeah, I'm not a rapper.
So you chase people down, right? So the cops chase you down, tackle you, and then what? Then inject stuff into you?
Apparently. Holy
no,
crap.
man.
Right there? God damn.
Oh, you didn't see that, Chris. I don't know if you're by your phone, but I'll send it to you. I sent it to you. Truth.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's a little 1-minute video of something that happened in Australia. What's going on? They're under martial law.
Okay.
Well, haven't they been for like a year?
No, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, they just recently the military got involved over here.
Oh.
And apparently went around door knocking in hotspots, and
Did y'all
to
go ahead? I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. And tried to do what?
Oh, they're just trying to give people the vaccine or something, but everyone was refusing it or something like that. I don't know. This is
what? Did they have a 7th case or something? Because they did only have 6. What? Do they have a 7th one now? A 7th case? Dude, they are eating. Yeah, man. I'm really, really disappointed in society and humanity at the moment.
I've never had faith in it.
They'll only pull this crap in places where they've already taken all of their other freedoms. When they've already taken completely their First and Second Amendment, that's the only places that they'll try this in. They'll try it where in the U.S. They'll try it where the strictest and most stringent gun laws are, and of course Australia. They've already taken all theirs.
Yep. So we use rocks. It's just as effective.
Bong. Bong. Hey, Google this, Bong. Bong, listen, Google this. Fort Worth, Texas, gunman stoned to death.
Oh my god.
Look it up.
Oh my god.
But I think it's not going to be a battle of weapons and all. It's going to be a battle of the minds and how we go about things, educate each other, and
100%.
So, yeah.
I'm not going to say that, the only reason they're battling for the minds is because people still have guns. Otherwise, they wouldn't give a shit. Whether or not they had your mind or not, they'd just do it.
Well, if it's a battle of the minds, I would say that they won already, because look how many people had face diapers on.
Have lost their minds.
I mean, because literally for like 4 months, 6 months straight in Dallas, Texas, at this one Home Depot, I only counted over that whole time 6 people that didn't have on a face diaper besides myself.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of the ones that did comply with the face diaper shit and bought into it in the beginning that are questioning it now, and they're not going to be so easily, controlled. I don't think from this point. We just have to see how it goes. Because I don't know. What do you think?
That's it. All my mates, we know it's a load of shit and all that, but we still wear it just to get by, just to get through our day. So.
Even a lot of the very, very most blue-pill people are starting to question.
What was he saying about cucks?
He was saying they just use the mask to get by so they don't get harassed. But it's going to be a time to where they want papers like in Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
I don't have papers. Not that I care anyway.
It's time to be a criminal. When laws are unjust, should we obey them, or should we break them immediately?
It's not a criminal if there's no victim involved, man.
All I'm saying is like a lawbreaker. It's time to be a lawbreaker again for me.
No, disobedient.
Yes. Well, the resistance, the rebellion.
Didn't Gandhi use passive resistance?
Well, I told everybody that, would be like, say whatever just because they think I'm being an idiot and won't do something as simple as wear a mask. I'm like, yeah, well, if y'all were an idiot like me, this would have never happened.
Yeah.
Putting on a mask is not simple. I'm sorry. I have problems doing that. Like, which way? How does it go on? Like, I don't know how to use this thing. Sorry. Here you go. Like, it's so difficult. Like, I don't know how to do it. I can't spend all my time trying to put a mask on. It's like, that's what I tell people. They're like,
"Cool,
are you stupid?"
All I can say is put on the full armor of Yahuwah.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta breathe. Yep, all good.
Just put on the full armor.
So weird.
Sir?
Sorry?
I've been wearing one for 6 months. I can breathe just fine. Next excuse, please.
Oh, yeah. You think you were breathing. You think that's air you're breathing?
Go ahead,
You
sir.
think that's air you're breathing?
I think we have a lag between us because that's the second time that no one, it seemed like we both spoke up at the same time or something. But continue,
Oh, my
sir.
bad.
Please. No, not you, Bong, the other guy. That's
electricity.
Oh, yeah.
Quieter.
Yes, please.
Just trying to think about the Matrix quotes now.
Yeah.
Think that's air you're breathing.
I actually got chased out of a store the other day, and all I was doing was like, "Hey, real quick," and I didn't even walk into the store.
Do they think you're
called me
Nephilim?
Sir. No, they called me sir. And I'm just like, did you just call me what I thought you said? Did you just call me a master? All I want to know is if you have these containers here for water filters. Well, you have to have that because our great leader said so. Okay, well, in that case, I'm not spending another dime here, and no other people of my tribe will either. And I just walked out the door, or shut the door.
Nice
Right?
doing business with you. Have a nice day, right?
Yep.
Or nice not doing business.
Because my tribe lives on your land, but we're not of your tribe. So your laws don't affect us. We have our own laws
You know what-
that don't affect you. So why should your laws affect us? Right?
You know, it's scary, man. It's scary that one day it's not gonna matter. You know what I mean? Like, people coming to this store to shop or not. You know what I mean? Your opinion of a store and their service is not gonna matter. You know, like because there's only gonna be a couple of them, and they're all run by the same. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not even gonna matter like that. You write a bad report or comment on when you say something bad about a store, everybody it affects their sales, right? And one day that's not even gonna work anymore. Like, you can't threaten a business because it's what I mean, it's the only place people can get
hate
stuff
speech.
from.
And because it'll be hate speech.
And hey, well,
I remember a time where the cops would be called if you walked into a bank with a mask on.
Yeah.
Now it's the other way around.
Yes. Now all the bank robbers should be planning bank robberies, right? Like,
Well, I ain't putting it out there or promoting it, but y'all missing an opportunity.
Opportunity knocks, and it's knocking. So answer the door.
And this is not legal advice. I do not recommend it.
To all my bank robbing peoples out there.
Just remember, robbing banks all whacked on the Scooby snacks.
What happened? Why was the bank robbed? So this guy came in with the mask, right? Mm-hmm. And then, what kind of mask was he wearing? Well, those they like at the hospitals. Mm-hmm. All right.
So a doctor robbed the bank?
Well, it could be anybody that was in the bank. All right, let's look at the cameras. Yep, they're all wearing the same masks. All right, how are we gonna figure this out?
Yeah, we got a major crime syndicate going on here.
That's what I thought too. The first time I was like, "Damn! If I was a bank robber, shit, I'd be lining up some banks right now." Shit, states.
I'm really surprised the amount of muggings and stuff didn't go up.
Right?
Maybe it did. No one told us.
Well, I think they attributed that to
Yep.
Well, not working.
They stole those numbers.
No, racial tensions.
Yeah, because the COVID has a race, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Definitely
like
for
they're
sure.
stealing the numbers from every other so-called death, from stats. So I think it's all fake anyways, their numbers.
How dare they?
Dude, I've seen them like from one click to another click to go back to the website, and the information was changed.
Not sure has entered the conversation.
It's weird though. They just throw out numbers here, like 120 cases today, 150 cases today, 200 cases. Like, where are these stats coming from? Like,
From somebody's playbook.
Has it ever occurred to you that it might be hosts?
Hosts.
I don't know. Has it ever occurred to people they stop getting locked down if they just stop getting tested?
That's a good idea.
No,
I still like-
they love
I
the
still-
doctors.
I still like that meme that said something along the lines, if the anti-maskers aren't getting tested, what does that tell you about the people that are testing positive or something like that? You know, pretty much saying that the only people that get tested are the ones that wear face diapers in the first place.
Yeah. Somebody told me off today. I was walking down the street and he's like, your mask. You know, he's smoking a cigarette in front of his house as I walked by with my dog. He's like, hey, where's your mask? He gave me that. He asked me. And I showed him my scarf. I was like, my scarf. He's like, and he thumbs up to me. And he's not wearing a mask. It's like,
well, the thing
why aren't you wearing a mask in front of your house smoking your cigarette?
He was
Maybe he's testing to see if you're cool or not. Maybe he's testing to see if you're cool or not. And then by you showing him your scarf, you told him that you weren't cool. Maybe he's gonna have a cool conversation with you or something.
Next time, maybe. Next time I'll stop by and talk to him about flat Earth. See how that conversation goes.
Yeah, just as you're leaving,
you just like dive head first into things, huh? No warm up or nothing, huh? No foreplay, nothing. Just straight into. Look, buddy, I'm about to turn your world upside down. Flatten it out.
Yeah, at least wait for the third date, Bong.
You got to build some rapport or something first.
Yeah, they said, oh, you have to have a face covering, right? At Walmart. It just says face covering. I just walk in, sir, you need to have the thing. No, it says face covering. I grew mine. Don't be jealous because you can't grow one.
Well, the thing was,
So then they changed it to the mask, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
Jim Carrey?
Well, I was thinking about this guy. Like, do you think that you can just finish your dinner, right? Come to your front porch and smoke a cigarette without wearing a mask? Is that what you think you can do? Like, no. How about you go back into your house, put on your mask, and then come outside and smoke your cigarette? You just pull the mask down when you want to have a puff, and then put it back up. Why would you bother a guy walking on the street without a mask, and you yourself are not wearing a mask? I know you're sitting in front of your house, but I'm walking my dog.
Speaking of hypocrites, right? My grandfather was in the hospital, and I'm sitting in the waiting room, right? And they tell us, you got to have the mask. All right. And so, so I pull out my phone, and they go, sir, you can't be recording. And I go, you have me on recording, therefore I can record. Otherwise, I do not consent to this recording of me. Well, it's the law. I don't recognize that law. And get this. How come you inside that bubble don't have to wear this thing when we're breathing the same circulated air? Well, we're eating. I haven't seen you guys take a bite in 5 minutes. Security.
Did she call security?
Yeah.
I would have stood up and looked at the security guard like, where are you going? Oh, yeah, I'm stop one, so it's like, I'm scary looking. Security guard stop and be like,
some tall, fat, bald dude
walks in and stops and looks at you.
I'm just like, really? Can you even touch your toes?
Ready? Come chase me. Ready? I'm gonna run. Ready?
Right?
Go.
I'm gonna grab your walkie.
Just push the security guard over. Out of my way, bro.
Weebles wobble and they do fall down. Sorry.
What were you guys there for anyways? Your dad?
My grandfather.
Your grandfather.
This was last year. He was in the hospital because he had brain surgery because of cancer, because the CPAP machine gave him lung cancer, and the lung cancer spread to his brain. How does lung cancer go to the brain? Like, it was lung tissue that was growing a tumor in his head. CPAP. Big lawsuit against them right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They say it's because the foam filter or whatever.
I don't know what they said. Something about how The
Yeah, that's what-
respirator damages your lungs. The respiration aspect of it.
For a CPAP, the
Yeah.
CPAP thing that people that use that have sleep apnea, right?
Yeah.
No, it's because they say that there's this like styrofoam air filter in there, and when the machine gets hot, the foam was given off of a however you say that word.
Carcinogen.
But yeah, he's had like 16 of those machines. And then he just got real sick and went from using that to straight oxygen. And who knows, that oxygen device that he had, the portable oxygen device, was probably just filtering the air through one of those cancer carts. But he had a feeding tube installed, and they mysteriously ripped it out, kind of like what happened to Aldeon, his mother. And they sent him to the hospital, right? So we went there, and we made sure that we were there, and we're like, no, we are here to take custody of him. Habeas corpus. He belongs to us, not you. You are paid in full. He sold everything he had and turned over his whole savings, his whole life savings, to have this done. So you can't get blood from a turnip, and I don't owe you anything for what you're doing to him right now. So just know this. You release him, or you're going to have hell to pay. So we were able to get custody of him and pay $1,000 to have him transported. And he died that night. So, and it just pisses me off. I'm just glad I got photographs of their license plates.
And that.
Well, it's some real shit.
This
right
world.
there.
The death industry.
But yeah,
Not the
right now,
medical industry.
I'm not putting up with anybody's bullshit.
Try to stand up.
Well, I'm standing. The other foot has hit the ground. Just ask what I told the census man. I'm surprised the cops didn't show up.
Yeah, that's what I got. My roommate took it, and now I'm like, I don't know. Do I send it back with I don't consent or something? I don't know. Well, what did you say when they came to you?
Flipped him off, so then he pulled into the yard. So I went into the house, grabbed a rifle, came outside, racked it back, said, "You're trespassing. Get the fuck off the property." "Well, I'm here to here. Where's your badge?" "I don't have a badge. Get the fuck off the property. You're trespassing. You weren't called here. You waved at me, honked at me. I flipped you off. That should have told you something." "Well, I'm here to do this." "Is it the law? Is it required?" "No. Get out of here." "Well, how many people are living here?" Flipped him off again. I said, "Do you really want harm done to you? Leave. You are now trespassing." So he just took off. Never saw him again. So he probably just wrote one.
You sure are polite, Joshua.
Now, I'll give him every opportunity to leave because that's the last option, right?
That's a sad thing. You just got idiots who just get paid by the government and just do whatever they say, and not knowing, that they're opening themselves up for a liability and all that.
Well, the main issue is this is a sovereign nation, not part of the U.S. government. So why is the U.S. government doing a head count on the slaves on a sovereign nation?
That's it. It's because it's mostly slaves. Whatever with the corporation and all that.
Yep.
I like watching Futurama, and at the end they said, as long as everyone thinks they're doing right. No one thinks they're doing wrong.
This one
That's
officer
deep.
came by because there's a dispute about property, right? This officer came by. He's like, "So what's going on?" I go, "Are you addressing me?" He goes, "Yeah." And I go, "I'm sorry, I don't talk to liars." He goes, "What?" And I go, "I said I don't answer questions." He goes, "I'm not here to investigate you. I'm not answering questions. Go ahead, speak, but I'm not answering your questions." Right? So he started going off on this. Then my grandmother came out and started talking. I go, "Why are you telling him stuff?" Because all I have to say is, it's a civil matter. You're not involved. Leave. So then it came down to it. And finally, I'm like, look, hypothetically, somebody was working out of the shop. The man who gave him permission to had passed away. He was asked to leave. He didn't leave in time. So we locked the door on the shop. This stuff's perfectly safe, but we're not letting anybody work out of there and getting hurt. That's a civil matter. I have nothing to do with it. Thank you. Goodbye. And besides that, there's no contract, so your word is garbage in court.
What's the two things? Because it's like a civil thing and a criminal thing or something.
Yeah, you have a civil thing, which is like person-to-person civil issue. Then you have a penal issue, which is usually what the police are called for crimes, right? So it's the way it is. So you have the magistrate, and then you have the superior court. The superior court usually deals with criminal cases, and the magistrate usually deals with civil cases. So if you're going to sue somebody, it's not through a legal court system like, Your Honor, with criminal charges and all that. It's through the magistrate, so the civil court. Lawsuits are handled through civil court.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, O.J. Simpson, for instance, okay? He won, or he didn't win, he was acquitted on murder, but he still lost his civil case.
Which was what?
Because the family members were suing him
Oh shit! Like, what did they
Yeah.
sue him for? Like, negligence or something else?
for killing him.
Wait, but like, if he got off of murder, how? What the fuck? Confused.
Because they're two different systems, two different courts.
Weird.
It's like state court and federal court type of thing. There's different court levels, and then you have the superior court that stands above all other courts.
UNT still went to jail for a long time for like
Or
stealing
Supreme
his own
Court.
merchandise or something, like stealing his own sports memorabilia.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
And then he wrote a book on how I got away with it.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, it's so fucking bad.
Do you know much about common law?
He was a monster.
Not really.
O.J. Simpson?
No, because I believe Electricity asked me if I know anything about common law.
Oh.
Just like, because that's where like sovereignty comes from or something in the common law.
Well,
Then
from what I understand, there's two types of laws. You have admiralty law and law of the land, the law of one.
yeah, they say law of the land is the common law.
Yeah. And we live on land, so why are there gold fringes on the courts?
Maritime admiralty law was a weird concept. Like,
It's piracy.
Like, goods and ships on bodies of water, and like it's that little swingy gate and stuff you cross, like signifies jumping on the deck of a ship. It's crazy.
It's like a birth certificate, right? Just like when you birth a ship, you need a certificate of birth. Yep.
You're like the only other person I've ever heard talk about this.
Because apparently the ship is offloading products. And that's
You're the product.
Yeah.
The mothership.
My children don't have a birth date; they have a born date.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's apparently like the birth certificate and a birth
They have
record.
like social insurance numbers and so, or whatever you guys have in the States. Like,
Yeah, all that is a bank account for your corporation straw man.
What?
that
What
you
did he
represent.
ask? He asked a
Social
question
Security
that you're
numbers?
not answering.
Something about social security numbers?
What'd you ask, dude?
They're in the system, like you got like social security numbers and stuff.
We can barely hear you. No, my children have.
Your
Children have
mic
no
is very low, dude. I can barely hear you, bro.
Da. How's that?
Still not better.
Oh, really? That's weird.
A little bit better now.
I have to turn up my fucking speaker to hear you.
Here, let me crank you up to about 150.
But no, my children have
Turn
no
up, definitely.
no legal, quote normal legal documentation whatsoever.
Huh?
Did
I got four of them.
Did they like government?
You're in the system, like you have a profession and stuff like that, or are you like a sovereign citizen type?
Sovereign citizens, eh?
Sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. How can you be a sovereign
I don't
if you're
know.
a
Yeah.
citizen?
It's
What
different in
did the
Canada.
other guy ask? Not you, but the other guy. Somebody asked something else.
If you were in the system?
No, the other guy didn't ask that.
Oh no, the
Talking about me?
The kids did.
Oh,
because I've heard other people don't register their kids and the government comes after them. And
Can't they like try and take them or something?
well, anybody can try anything, but I mean that'll be the day I die.
Yeah, I know.
That'll be the day.
Shania Twain.
That'll be the day.
I don't have any kids. I
I'm
have
just
children.
making up shit.
And if the cops are asking, I have property.
Okay.
But I do know the song by Shania Twain, though.
Who's playing hair?
But yeah,
Oh, listen, Shania Twain.
electricity. Yeah. You know how you just asked about the kids? Those are actually considered small baby goats.
Okay.
What?
They're
What?
children. That's what a kid is a goat. A baby goat.
No, they're a sheep. They're sheep.
So they're
Children are sheep.
Children, not goats.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not goats. They're sheep.
Okay. I'm sure they have minds of their own. They want juice boxes and coloring shit and.
My children don't drink too many juice boxes. It's hard to find a juice box not full of sugar.
I just don't want to dictate what's going on with your guys' family.
No, we had our children at home.
Yeah.
Me and my wife. For my oldest son, my mother was also there, but he's the type that makes situations just tense. So we told her that
Bong,
go straight in the room and stay in there.
Hmm.
Bong, if you can hear me, bro, I'm about to have a bowl, man.
Oh, you're a little slow behind there, Enoch. I've been token for this whole conversation.
Oh man, I'm not slow, man. You don't understand. I was asleep because of smoking.
Holy shit!
You have another gummy bear?
So like I'm waking up and I'm about to smoke some more. So let's do it.
20. Yeah.
The ballers are like stupid stoner flat earthers. No wonder they're so
It
dumb.
doesn't matter what shape the earth is, man. We gotta get balance, bro.
God, you guys are stupid potheads. You should just drink booze like me.
Just we're going to research mode.
You guys don't understand, man. We're so high, we understand the world is flat. We see the world is flat.
Mr. Stanman, bring me a dream.
Na 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 na.
La 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 la. I don't know. I stopped smoking weed a long time ago because it just didn't do anything anymore. I think it broke my THC receptors or something.
Huh.
You just gotta find your strain, man. People are funny like that. Oh yeah, I can't smoke weed. It gives me it makes me think I've stayed up for 5 days on meth and I go crazy. And it's just you just need to find your fucking strain, man. Like, no, you need to not smoke
There's
weed.
some people that just can't do it, dude.
Yeah, man.
I don't know why. I know what you're saying too. I hate it when there's pot smokers that are like that, bro. Like, bro, there's just some people who have a chemical imbalance that cannot do it. Yeah. Not marijuana. See, people
called allergic.
Yeah, like I know that some people, bro, like I know it's herbal. We need to understand that it is herbal, but there's some people, dude, that it's not herbal for some people, man. It's actually just straight up fucking poison, and it'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, my cousin was like that. Her throat would swell up when she would be anywhere where a plant was growing.
I had that once, man. My buddy had a field.
You're allergic. You're allergic to it.
Yeah, you can't smoke.
He's like, eat this bud, just eat it, and fucking
no
bud, and fucking like almost had an anaphylactic shock in the middle of a forest. It was crazy.
Just tell them all that you're allergic to it. You found out, you got tested, you're allergic.
Mm-hmm.
The people can be doing that, bro. I don't care how much of a pothead you smoke, man. There's some people that you just can't. They can't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can handle some serious shit. It's just like, it's all good.
It's like a physician telling me to fucking take some more of his fucking pills because it's supposed to be good for me, but in the long run, like I'm getting allergic reaction from it and it's killing me.
Ouch.
But it's supposed to be good for you.
What's the movie that has that black chick in it from Saved by the Bell? And she's like the smart, like, is it How High?
Showgirls?
Yes. How High?
Okay, so like he made me think of How High when he just said something about how much. What did he say? You got to smoke a stoner or something? How many stoners you got to smoke?
What?
Did anybody else hear what he actually said?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said something about smoking stoners.
No, I didn't say that. I wasn't referring to something like I said. Did I say something like that?
No, I think he said he hates it when stoners do that.
Yeah. Yes. That's what
Stoners smoke stoners? No, he said something about smoking stoners, man.
They have to smoke it every day or something like that.
Is the live stream recording this stupid shit?
Yeah.
If it is,
Jamie, pull it up.
Go back and listen to yourself, man.
Jamie, I know what I said, bro. I said that I don't like it when stoners do that to other stoners. I don't like it when like people who smoke marijuana do it to other people who can't smoke marijuana, man. Like it's too I don't like it when people do that.
It's medicine, bro. You just like, like
it puts a bad influence on us, man. Like
bad influence?
I mean,
bad image?
Persona?
Yeah, a bad image. My bad. I'm using the wrong terminology.
Words are crazy.
Yeah, man. It puts a bad image on people who actually use marijuana medically.
Mm.
And sorry for those of you who choose to use it recreationally. Recreationally, hey, look.
Do you use it for your speech
I'm
impediment?
not against.
Hey,
I'm not against anybody who smokes it recreationally. Just be responsible. It's like like drinking alcohol. You want to if you drink alcohol, drink responsibly. Don't drink it like a fucking idiot. That's what I'm saying. Don't smoke it like a fucking idiot.
And the third bong hoot was just right.
Hey, Enoch, you said, I don't care how much of a pothead you smoke, man.
Nice, man. Just like relax you.
Did you go back and listen? See?
Yeah. He said, I don't care how much of a pothead you smoke, man. I was like,
It's like, I got what he said.
I know there was.
Make me think of how where they're smoking.
Mistake you made at the end of your claim, sir. I was going to concede it, but sorry about your luck.
They're smoking that dude's finger.
Smoking.
They go and dig him up.
Benjamin Franklin's finger.
No, they're trying to smoke their
bananas mostly.
Not
Benjamin Franklin was like
denying what I said. get. I mean, I don't know, man.
You're fine, dude.
You're high. That's all.
Yeah, I'm picking on you, dude. It's cool.
No, not at all. I'm trying to get high right
You
now.
don't gotta
man.
do shit. You just be like fucking.
Oh, you woke up. Though.
You woke up high.
You're so high you don't even realize it.
We're not picking on you. It's just
so
one of those
high, I'm
things
out of the
where-
Earth's orbit, and you guys don't even know it.
I am. I'm picking on him.
I'm not.
Out of, but not like meanly. Just
Well, we just gonna pick the life out of you real slow, so we can do it every day. Fucking, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of woodpecker in, a little bit.
Yeah, but the question is,
Mind fuck who's mind fuck. I mean,
how many potheads
That's not
did you
what I
smoke
meant.
today?
You know, like the resin and the adrenochrome is really worth all the work it takes, man.
let's get mind.
This is Sparta. Poor birdie.
Oh,
Sparta. Is that Tourette's?
Yeah, it's my ticks.
You mean Sweet Anita's?
Huh?
You actually have Tourette's?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I've been muting my mic. Like, it's been muted here, like, on and off.
Yeah, notice though when you play, you don't have ticks.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It happens every time when we're active.
Huh. That's like the same as Sweet Anita's one on Twitch. And she goes, woo.
Yeah, her whistles are a lot different than mine, though. I'm a little jealous of her ticks, man. Her ticks are.
She cleaned up, dude. She actually I think she quit because she was getting stalked. Like, not in a fucking good way either. Like, you
mean she quit streaming?
Yeah, I think so. Just she took a break because like somebody's like stalking her hard.
Yeah, dude. I don't. There's guys that trigger her masturbation tick, bro.
What's that?
They'll fucking sit there and finger herself.
Man, I don't know about that, man.
You don't know, man. I'm telling you, people trigger us, and you guys like you sit there and say, man, I don't know. When you don't know what we go
thing I've
through.
ever heard.
Yeah, of course it's weird to you because you don't live our lives, man.
But I don't know what you're doing right now, but it's just like, if that's a thing, like, that's crazy. But
Yeah, it's an actual thing. It's an actual
I don't know,
disorder.
dude. No, I know that Tourette's is the thing, but like,
Yes,
And
her
ticks-
tick that's in her tick that I said that was involuntary, which is her naughty tick. I call it a naughty tick. There are guys on there, and they trigger her. Trigger her purposely, bruh.
But couldn't you just call that impulse control? And that impulse control needs to be practiced. And that if you completely give in to all your impulses, eventually you could be sitting there masturbating in public. And
the fuck?
She doesn't want to sit there and do it in front of people, man. There's guys that trigger her that they figure out her what triggers her to do it. Does that make sense? You can't help it when you see a comment and then it triggers you to do it.
like when you say, "Go, you dirty girl, you."
I think I don't know, man.
If that was her trigger, yeah. But if they were trying to trigger her and tell her, do it, masturbate, fucking, sit there and like, there's probably comments that have been put on there, bro, that people that are her moderators, they've been trying to block it, but
you can't though. You take on Twitch, man. Like people are like trying to get her like passwords and addresses out of her with triggers and shit. Like,
yeah, bro.
People are stupid.
Here's the thing, that
is there merit,
weird, bro.
But
But
is
this is
there
the
merit
method
to the impulse control, Enoch? Like it, I know that it's involuntary. I would say probably 99.9%. But are there some things that you can actually forcefully restrain and train yourself out of?
Yeah.
She stopped streaming. If she stopped streaming, I know exactly why she stopped streaming, and that's the main reason. That's mostly the main reason why she stopped streaming. It's not about impulse control. She knows that they're triggering her.
Yeah.
She can't do what she wants to do because they're triggering her purposely.
That's so bad.
It's sad.
It's like this, for instance, right? If a troll, what is a troll? A troll attempts to trigger you, to pull your trigger, to push your buttons, right? That's what a troll does. That's a troll's purpose. And a troll gets glee when that button is pushed and the involuntary emotional response comes out of anger from the person that they are trolling. There's no difference. It's just a little bit more advanced from how we all feel. We are all on that spectrum. So if you can't understand that, then perhaps you don't have any triggers, which makes you inhuman.
Which I find it very sad for people to do something like that to somebody and watch it come back to them tenfold, bro.
Yeah, you don't come back from that level of sliminess. Like, that's permanent. You can't regain your humanity after that.
Nah, dude. Like, watch. That's why karma comes back, bro. Karma comes back.
Yep.
And watch people. I won't feel bad for anybody when it starts coming back to them, and they start to suffer. They're, well, I didn't know.
Yeah,
well,
like, you can't bargain out of it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're called to account for your actions here on this planet and stuff like that, like, you can't bargain your way out of it. You can't lie your way out of it. You can't fucking.
Precisely. You sit there fucking having tick attacks. So I didn't know. Well, the person that, guess what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Brutal.
But I wonder if it's not like in the way that social justice warriors are all about safe spaces and you're not allowed to be offensive and you're not allowed to create emotional triggers.
There's not so much of that around League anymore. That's kind of subsided, thank God.
Well, I think they're still very much present in the left, but it's all about censoring. So if someone's saying something that you don't like, stop them saying that, so then you don't have to be triggered.
They do character
But the point is that, like, the more that you engage with people who say stuff that conflicts with your preset belief, the more you have to become you've got to control those impulses. You can't just react the way you want to react or say the things you want to say. But the more that we start to protect everyone and put them in safe spaces and no one's allowed to say anything that offends anyone or triggers anyone, then suddenly we're going to a point where even nothing will now trigger you because
I've been in corporate environments like that where they were totally PC, almost to like the point of being like a cult like kind of an environment. There's PC everything. Like, nobody could ever fucking yell at anybody, and it was like a high profile job. And like, the only thing that happened because of that is people found other more toxic and more subversive ways to fuck with people. And it was worse. It was like 4 times worse than somebody just getting occasionally yelled at. It's horrible.
You know what really triggers me, though? This is my golden trigger. Willful ignorance. It's the only thing that really pisses me off the most.
Yeah.
Like, when you're sitting there, you're telling somebody about the flat earth, and they're like, well, it doesn't matter because it's not going to put money in my bank and I still have to go to work and all that. You know, that's willful ignorance. That's infuriating. It's like I just sat there and red pilled you and I just wasted my breath because you're a nihilist. You know, that infuriates me.
But it's also enabling. Like, when you put multiple together, like if you put a group of people that are protesting and suddenly someone starts to bash windows, suddenly the majority will start to bash windows as a monkey see, monkey do effect.
I was
and
just
I've also seen with the triggers, especially with Tourette's as well. There was a program where they were going around getting multiple people with Tourette's together. And then when you put them all in the same room, it's like a knock-on effect. It's like domino. It just it amplifies and amplifies in the same way that if you put heroin addicts all in a room, they're all going to start shooting up together. So how much of it is enabling and acceptance, or treating someone with cotton wool to the point that whatever impulse they have, they just act out, or to the point where you've had to figure out how to restrain those deeper impulses that sometimes we all want to do an impulse, but we choose not to. And that's actually it's a skill. It's a practiced skill.
Have you seen that experiment where the people are in the medical office waiting for the doctor? And
with the bell.
The beat
and then they all stand up. Yeah.
Yeah, so talking about medical stuff, right? Just learned that one of these big medical companies, the stocks in 2 years went up with 2,000%. 2,000 in 2 years.
Wow.
Fun stuff. Just raised the prices of the thingies, right? Of the supplements you can get. They raised the prices because the third supplement is coming. Awesome stuff, guys. Imagining being a medical company these days.
So confused.
Right. Now, something kind of funny is there's like some weird things going around Kobe Bryant's death, because supposedly, like a couple of days after the accident happened, he was supposed to testify against this pharmaceutical company that was using his company name and like image and logo, his likeness.
What's his company?
For these, it was Black Mamba.
Oh shit! Yeah.
For these supplements, but these supplements were laced with opiates
Oh. Okay. So yeah, that sucks. I guess. Yeah.
to make them highly addictive. So
Good stuff, man.
yeah,
That's how you create a market. Very smart.
yeah.
Make him want it.
Kind of like spooky stuff that's going on around Popeye's Chicken when they first came out with the chicken sandwich and then discontinued it. People were rioting, killing each other,
That's white. That's a white person problem.
and then they came out with it again.
That's a what?
Popeye chicken.
Bring
What's
back my
Popeye
fucking McRib. I'm gonna smash something. Fucking, I want it right now.
Did you say it's a white privilege problem?
It seems like well, maybe it's like, I don't know. I don't really want to go there. It seems
That's
like it's a very short.
That's the second snide remark I've heard from you, Claw.
White. What's wrong?
The first one was something about a woodpecker.
What? What a woodpecker? What did they say about a woodpecker?
Just keep
Are
it
you,
up,
like,
bud.
taking notes or something? Like, fucking, I'm not critiquing you for anything, dude, and I don't think you construed that in the right way. Woodpecker, I have no idea.
Yeah, because it was a direct response of what iServe was saying, and you happen to have been mimicking his speech patterns.
Are you fucking crazy, dude? What are you even talking about?
Am I crazy? I think you're high. I think you're high.
You're not correct.
I think you're high. I think you're high.
Pigeonhole me, man. This is not occurring at all.
What is not occurring?
Whatever you just said is not occurring.
Anyway, all I was going to say is that I think you got the wrong demographic when it comes to who's riding and freaking out about the sandwich.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay. We can grab
What
with
was
that.
this? I am not an American, so what's a Popeye sandwich?
It's chicken.
It's a Louisiana spiced sandwich with like a really nice piece of chicken on it, and it's like a brioche bun and pickles.
And they never sold sandwiches before that. It was just chicken.
Yeah.
There was like a mad rush. It was all over social media. And then they discontinued it or ran out. People were hurting each other for it, almost like it was an addiction or something, you know, like, oh, this is the last, you know, dose of this heroin on earth, you know?
Horrible.
That's just a trick, right? Just like the iPhones. People standing like days in a row for the first for the newest iPhone, and then it's all sold out. Oh no, I have to wait 2 months now.
Somebody buys like 200 of them.
And then the same trick has been played with the supplements, right? That you now, you have to call now and make an appointment because if they're gone, you have to wait 2 months.
Yep, pretty much. It's addiction, right? They covet this stuff so much that when it's not there or when they were told no, you can't have it.
Apple's a cult.
No, it's just a false scarcity. So to drive up the demand.
Yeah, it's a publicity thing.
You know how hard it was to get a 3090? My God.
Like in marketing, we use this all the time. But what if there's a sinister thing behind them maybe releasing certain flavors, or maybe they're testing chemicals for their addictiveness, or maybe they put something on and then when people demand that it is returned, they can always say, well, look, you guys, you voted it back, you know? We told you the ingredients included aborted fetus tissue and whatever. But you wanted it back.
Gross.
Yeah.
If you eat burgers,
what do you think natural flavorings are?
There's 2% aborted fetus. It's classified as a meat additive. McDonald's, your Burger Kings, all of them add 2% aborted fetal tissue as a meat flavorant.
Can you just shave it off their feet? You know, like
aborted fetal tissue.
How okay, so like human aborted fetal tissue? Really?
Correct.
Does it sound like he's laughing?
Let's say
does it sound like it's a funny topic?
If you got a link for that, I'd love to see that, man. Like that'd be insane. I'd love to look at that. Not like because it's fetal tissue, but that'd be like a crazy story.
So it's got a specific name. It's like a RS and then a number, or a NR and a number. They called it that because calling it aborted fetal tissue may turn people off. But it is a product that's collected from hospitals when they have sufficient stocks of this tissue. Then other companies go and buy it from the hospital. So it takes that off the hands of the hospital and kind of solves a lot of satanic agendas all at once, you know? Sorry for dampening the convo, guys.
Something about the whole Elders of Zion.
Priory of Zion? Or?
This isn't Dan Brown, dude.
Isn't that a real organization? Priory of Zion?
Well, anyway, how's that flat Earth doing?
Still not rotating.
What I don't get is the Sagnac and Moxamorley didn't detect rotation, but then how does this ring laser gyro detect rotate? Like, isn't it the same?
The Sagnac was actually to detect ether drift or ether movement. The Aries failure was the one that was aimed at determining Earth rotation or Earth movement, whether the sky or the starlight moved or whether the actual Earth surface moved. That was the Aries failure.
But then SAGNAC, that didn't detect anything, did it?
It did. It's basically the Sagnac effect is the basis of a ring laser gyro, that when you shoot light in opposite directions and that object moves, the light recombines with a slight distortion pattern, and you can pick up that distortion reference to determine or back calculate what movement occurred while that light beam was being transmitted. Now, they were supposedly going to be shooting those lasers, and then it should have picked up that the Earth was moving around the sun through this ether. And when they discovered that they picked up no rotation, they said there was no ether. So they miscategorized the entire experiment. They were trying to determine velocity through an ether. When they came out with a 0 result, they just said no ether.
Interesting.
But the Sagnac effect is a real piece of technology. It's used in the ring laser gyro. It's used for aeroplane navigation. It's one of the most precise. It's kind of like an accelerometer, but it gives you all 3 axes, your X, Y, and Z. But it's literally just bouncing a light beam in a circle off different mirrors. And if that object moves in any way, the light being recombined creates a diffraction pattern or a banding. And then from that banding, they can determine what movement was done. So the Sagnac definitely worked. The Aries failure, once again, whenever they pick up a 0 value for movement of the Earth, they just call it a failure.
I thought that was like the Sagnac, when the light, recombines, the wavelengths match up. And that's what happened. Like the wavelengths matched up. That means they couldn't detect anything.
Yeah, so the Sagnac, they set up the experiment on a circular table, and then they shot it when it's stationary, and there's a perfect recombination. And then when they rotated the table, they started to get the differential pattern or the diffraction pattern. So if there is movement, the light will present it. But we couldn't pick up any light movement when it's placed here on the surface.
Is that like an interferometer type of deal?
Correct, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, but Globers will morph this, right? Because they say Michelson Morley wanted to prove the ether, and they couldn't, right? They had a small difference, so it wasn't the ether, right?
Mm.
And then it didn't prove rotation either. So that is what they will say.
Well, I think.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, finish your point.
The tunnel now, so go ahead.
Sorry, man. I was just going to say that Aries failure, where they took that telescope and then they looked at how the light came down the telescope, and then they filled it up with water. And then because of the refraction through water, if the Earth was moving, the light wouldn't recombine at the lens. But if it was the starlight moving, the light would be able to be refracted perfectly down the center of the telescope and still arrive at the viewer. I think that we seriously need a proper Aries failure experiment to show that this place is stationary. That there's no more of this assumed to be, might not be, maybe it's conservation of momentum, maybe it's inertia, maybe it's maybe. Whereas Aries failure, mathematically, could deduce whether it was sky moving or floor moving. But also misdescribed, saying, oh, we discovered no ether.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big experiment that should be replicated.
Yeah, will then claim, did you stop the stars from rotating, right? So they can, and that's correct, right? It's not a scientific experiment.
It is in terms of how when the telescope is faced completely upright, the light should enter the empty telescope and move straight down in a path. If the telescope was moving and that light was coming from a certain angle, the telescope would have to be pointed so many degrees forward so that the moment that the light enters the water, it refracts at a certain angle and meets back at the lens. And that was what was so smart about Aries, is that he did one with water and one with air. The water causes a refraction to occur, which would throw the focus out. And when he found that he didn't need to tilt this telescope by the set amount of degrees to counter the refraction that would occur in water, it was basically like a nail in the coffin to show that unequivocally, because we didn't need to tilt this telescope, means there is not rotation in the telescope. It means the light source above is moving.
Yep.
Malcolm Bowden did fantastic demonstrations on that. Bob from Globebusters always used to use Malcolm Bowden. He's a geocentrist. He still believes it's a sphere, but he did like about a 4-minute or 5-minute presentation on Aries failure, and it is probably the best description I've ever heard it for it really to make sense, you know.
How do you spell Malcolm what?
Malcolm Bowden, Bowden.
How can you be a geocentrist? No. How? This is a ball but standing still.
Well, okay. Like the other dude who made
like they're halfway.
That dude who made the principle about geocentric, yeah, he's saying the stars move around the planet, but yeah, still believes the planet or the Earth's still a ball.
What about the cosmic background radiation experiments they tried, or try to take a picture of it, of the X-rays, and they've done it 3 different times, and every time they get the same result, and it's not the result they were looking for. It actually shows a flattish horizon, which is the Earth, and everything spreads out from that.
Yeah, they call it the axis of evil, showing that there's definitely a central point to it and that the Earth is on that central location, which is very inconvenient truth.
Yep.
But I also wonder if that's not just maybe something going wrong in the apparatus. Kind of like when you're trying to do sound propagation or you're trying to transmit a frequency, you can sometimes just pick out background noise. I understand the background microwave radiation, that is exactly the purpose. They're trying to find that background noise, but it could still be conflicting. It could still be creating noise in your image. So how do we know what to correct?
The thing is they found out that the massive concentration of it was usually corresponding with the horizon, you know?
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the graph.
Well, I don't know. Horizon implies where land meets the sky.
And I mean, like horizontal is what I mean. Horizontal across the graph.
Yeah, they did it 3 times, and all 3 times or something, all the data matched up.
Mm-hmm.
Sungenis, Robert Sungenis. That's the guy who did the principle and also believes it's a sphere.
Yeah, but with the axis of evil or whatever it is, because they got that data from the satellites, so it comes into questions. What's gathering this data?
Like Rog said, it's how do they stop at the ball part so they can see that there's a fallacy at hand. They can see that they've been lied to. The sky is actually moving around us, but yet they still cling to the ball. And I don't know whether that's just because of my photos from space or my satellites, if that's the only reason that they can't let it go. But it's like you've gotten halfway there, halfway to an epiphany. And even when Sangenis debated Rob Skiba, that was also a fantastic debate. But so peculiar to see how people can take the same book, because Sangenis is a Christian, and he can take the same scripture and he can read it as a geocentric version. So where Rob Skiba brought up the stars and the moon and everything set in the firmament, then Sangenis argued that the in part becomes the expanse, and the expanse is the big sky. And so they could take the same evidence, the same Bible, same verses from the Bible, and still argue two different opinions quite competently, but using the same evidence. And it just made me realize, like, if two Christian guys with the same Bible can't even come to the same understanding, how the hell are we ever going to get these ballers to actually look at our evidence and concede, or that we can show the fallacy in their evidence? If it's their evidence versus our evidence, there's not even a common evidence to get confused about. Or
hey, you know that
obviously one is a real Christian and one is not. I think that's the case here. One is a real believer in the Bible and one is not. One is a believer in man's interpretation of the Bible. That's what I think. Someone's wrong. They can't both be right. And then there's curvature.
Exactly, right?
Curvature.
Concave earthers, geocentric earthers. It's all fine. You can believe whatever you want. But they cannot substantiate earth curvature. So it's still a belief.
I don't think it would apply to, like, I know what you're saying, right? If a Christian and a Christian can't come to terms, when they debate, well, how can we talk? I don't think that's the case with everybody else, because you're either a true believer.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.